What's up? Welcome everybody. I'm here working on my game in Godot. It's a game about being an alien and abducting things. Pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. I hope y'all are doing great. I don't know what I'm gonna work on today. If you're watching this after the live stream, thanks for stopping in. This is gonna be about a 6 to 10 hour long stream, somewhere in between there. Kind of a wide range, but it's true. So you might want to skip around or stick through with me. I'm gonna make sure I talk through everything that I'm doing. So I'll be here working on this game. I've been working on it for under a year, just under a year, maybe the better part of a year. Last week and recently, I've been working on some power-up menu stuff. So if I go ahead and open my project, play it a little bit, you'll see some of that here. This is a debug level. I might even skip this, honestly. Let's before I show you, I want to get the debug level out of there. I mean, it's pretty useful. I'll probably end up switching back to it, but for now, I'm just gonna pop it on out so we can. I don't have to say, oh, this is the debug level. Ooh, I need to put current level at the top because I want to be able to modify that real quick. This is kind of actually somewhere I might want to live today. So even though I don't know what I'm working on, I think I want to do like menu stuff maybe. Like there's no main menu in this game. All right, so now we're gonna start out at level 1. Bam, level 1. Nice. Tells you how many abductions you need at the beginning of each level. And so you play as this alien running rampant on Earth, and you have to abduct some cows to try and get some points and stuff like that. So let me do that. Oop, I dropped that cow on accident. There we go. We're making abductions. We're breaking things. Something I'd love to add sooner than later are like some sound effects, if I'm being honest with you. It's starting to feel a little quiet. There's no sound effects. I haven't planned music stuff, but we'll get there. And I want to make sure I do all of that here. Part of this live stream series is about sharing my entire process here. Welcome Govind with all of you who come through and chat and hang out and watch after the stream. I do appreciate it if you do end up coming through and seeing what we're up to. And I'd wanna do all of that, the music, the sound, everything such as that. You know, my plan right now is to release this game for free on itch.io, and then I'll probably put like, I'll bump it up to like $5 at some point or something like that. But for now, I'm not really worried about that. I just really want to get it done, learn what I can, and practice that process of iteration and rebuilding and stuff like that. Here's the power-up menu that we've been working on. Last week we got a dictionary set up, so now, and not only dictionary, but it randomizes which power-up. There's only like 4 right now, and they don't actually do anything. I haven't planned out any power-ups. I don't necessarily want to do that just yet, but that's an option of something to think about more. It's actually not really an option, because there's a lot that needs to be done before I can really start putting power-ups in. But we do have the menu here, so you can technically choose it, and this will be different every time. So I'm just gonna pick a random one, and then it'll move you on to the next level. You can see the abduction requirement has increased. So now there actually is nothing in level 2. It's empty, pretty much, as you can see. There's no things to abduct. So I might even do a little bit of that today. I haven't made a lot of assets for level 2. I do have one asset for level 2. There's a house. Actually, it wouldn't be level 2. Actually, you know, I could. Actually, wait. I think I could start doing level 2. So maybe that's something I'll do today. I might do menu stuff, level 2 design, and things like that. But basically, let's just add some cheat points. Let's just cheat our way up to 20. And when this power-up menu comes back, you'll see they're all in different positions, and there's a new one that wasn't there before. Something else I could think about working on today is making sure that the power-ups don't come back once you've picked it. But then I gotta start thinking about, well, what do the power-ups do? You know? Because maybe you can upgrade the same power-up to level 2, level 3, level 4. To me, that's ultra boring. And you know what? I don't want to do that. That's super boring, upgrading things. I don't want to do that. This is a simple enough game. I think it would be more exciting if you had a variety of power-ups that you could get and choose from. So, with that in mind, I might want to also work on today making sure that a power-up that was already chosen doesn't get put back into the randomized pool. But yeah, we've got it so the name of it pops up, a little description pops up, and things like that. So let's even just run that score back up and load in the next level in theory. And then as you can see, it's different. Welcome, Mio Michael. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. It would be cool if you get a skill that lets you grab 2 cows with 1 grab. Yeah, that would be a good skill. I love that. I love that. I love that. Yes, yes, yes. I love that you're thinking within the world of the game. You know, you're thinking about like what would bolster the gameplay that already exists. Those kind of ideas excite me more than anything. So howdy y'all. So I'm gonna say let's add that in here. So this is my hack and plan, which is a project manager, sort of like Trello, but specifically designed for game developers. And I'm gonna put like, let's see here, a bit power-ups, grab glove. What does grab glove do? Player can grab almost anything. Okay, that's very different. So let's say this: sticky bigger grab, more grabs. Player can grab more at a time, can grab more things at a time. That is a suggestion from Mio Michael. All right, got it. What's up, Cam Win? Welcome back. Thanks for stopping in again. I appreciate it. Let's add this in as an aspect. And then obviously I'll give you a little bit of credit there on a credits list. We do have a credits list. This entitles y'all to absolutely no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Cam. All right, Cam, I'll call you Cam. You got it. Cam is on this list. Cam looks like they're low, but I just haven't sorted it. Cam is actually pretty high on that list. Let me reset it. Cam came through and what was it? You helped me something. You helped me so much and I really appreciate it. I might do some more like menu codey stuff today. There's a lot on my plate. I need to like type it out so I know what I'm thinking about doing today. We were adding this in for Michael. Wow, I haven't even given Michael a credit yet. Oh my goodness. Well, nigh is the time. Me, oh Michael. There we go. I spelled that really wrong. Very quite wrong. And then that's going to go in game concept. So like having suggestions. There's a lot of suggestions that I don't necessarily take or like. So, you know, those don't necessarily get the credit. But if I write it down somewhere, I like to know that you did make that suggestion. Oh my God, there's so many credits. I can't even find them. Okay. Game concepts. There we go. Yeah. It is a fun thing. And you know, it's hard because, you know, sometimes folks or even myself will come up with an idea that is kind of out of scope or it doesn't like support the existing game framework that's there. But I like that idea because it just goes with what is already, you know, a part of the game and is already happening. And it feels, you know, it'll be here's what's going to be really interesting is when I have to start implementing power-ups. I think I'm going to have a bit of a wake-up call about my game development process that I didn't plan the power-ups ahead of time. Because, you know, each power-up is going to have like a whole, it's going to have to interact with the existing systems in some way that makes it work. And so, you know, like right now, when you grab something, it's looking at, you know, right at the point of the cursor, right? And so then I somehow have to broaden that ray cast or like make a sphere cast or something like that so it can look for a wider area or have multiple ray cast. Like it starts to raise questions about how the heck I'm going to do that. But that's okay. I'm perfectly okay with that. That's the bet I've made. I'm willing to lay in it. But for now, let me just at least type out the ideas for tasks that I have today. I'm not exactly sure which ones I'm going to go with. I do have like a tasks thing, but I don't know if it's easy enough for me to find. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's old. That's an old task. Okay, so let's say these are just going to be all the possibilities of what I'm going to do here. So number one, I want to think about adding a main menu. That's something I want to think about doing today. Besides that, I would like to start building level 2, you know, or whatever. Yeah, let's just say level 2. Want to build out level 2. And then besides that, we could say power up menu, just more power up menu stuff. Okay. So these are my options today. These are things that I'm gonna think about doing. Your multi-grab could be similar to the point dunk, where you hold and drag to get 1 cow. Yeah. Or hold and grab to get 2 cows. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because that's a good idea. Because instead of it being like 1 click nets you more necessarily. Let me move the chat out of the task way. Get the chat out of the task way. Oh, chat, I appreciate you, but you're in the dang way. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so what Mio Michael's referring to is recently I updated how you score points on the point dunk, the big orb that descends from the heavens. Let's show that here. So when I grab a cow, you can see that orb comes down, right? And previously, you had to drag the cow into the orb and then release the mouse cursor in order for it to be counted. This was not good. This took way too... It was actually really unfun to score points that way. So now what it is as soon as it touches the orb, it sucks it in, and it counts the point. Yeah, and so maybe what we could say is when you press click down and you start dragging it, it just grabs like I'm holding it right now, and if I'm currently holding one and I hover over another, it could just add one onto it. That's pretty cool, actually. You know, but it does bring up some things, right? So how are we going to know that we're grabbing multiple, right? So it would either need to like spawn it like above this one, so they're like stacked on top of each other or like next to each other, or we do kind of up here where it says like +1, +2, +3, and maybe as you grab these it says like +1, +2, +3 or something like that. Yeah, it's interesting to think about. It's interesting to think about. I mean, look, a part of me wants to wait to set up power-ups. I'm not gonna lie, like that borderline sounds doable sooner than later. But wow. All right, let me put that in the hack and plan. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. We said more grabs. Specifically, we'll say hold mouse button to grab multiple. That was also your suggestion, pretty much, I think. And then I added on the idea that +1, +2, +3 stack could indicate how many have been grabbed or something. Something like that. Interesting. It's an interesting idea. So main menu, level 2, or power-up menu. I think I want to, just because it's what we already did, we were already working on last week, I think I'm going to say let's do some power-up menu stuff. Let's do that. And then you know, then that'll probably transition nicely into doing main menu stuff, and then I can after I'm kind of like burned out on coding crap, I can do some level 2 design kind of things. Yeah, let's say that maybe, or I think about pivoting to that power up, because that doesn't sound like a terrible idea. Okay, so with all that in mind, I'm gonna actually rearrange my task list here once I find it. I don't have a good way to find my task list. Let me make it a little more obvious to myself. I may have just done that. Okay, so now let's say number 1 is going to be power up menu. And number 2 is gonna be main menu. It's good to set up what I need. I try to do it before I start hanging out with you guys, but today I just was busy. I've been doing a lot of cooking lately. It's become a new hobby of mine. And it takes up a lot of my time because I have to wash all the dishes for the things I cook. And so I don't have as much time to plan for what I'm going to work on, but I do carve out this time to work on this game, and you're not going to get me to not do it. Cooking hobby. All right, power up menu. So For that, here's what I'm thinking. I want it. What do I cook? Well, right now I'm eating. I'm glad you asked. Right now I'm eating something that I cooked. It is a quinoa salad. I know I'm usually eating quinoa here, but in this case, this is a quinoa salad. It's different. It's different, okay? This is like lemon juice, fresh lemon squeezed, lemon juice. We got some red peppers, some red onions, uh, cucumber, feta cheese, right? You love cooking? I love it. So this is actually super delicious, super amazing. I love it. It's a nice cold dish. It's refreshing, very summery. I've been making a lot of other things too, like onions and pepper, mainly fried. Wow, that can be delicious. That can be delicious. I made some adobo, cauliflower adobo the other day with some soy sauce, some rice vinegar, and like a whole entire cauliflower. I made a stuffed pepper. That was super awesome. Oh, I made butternut squash lasagna like 2 nights ago. It was friggin' amazing. I got some ricotta in there. We got some parmesan, and I made the tomato sauce myself. It was a lot of frickin' work actually, but I love it. I enjoy it so much because for me, I just love delicious things. I like to eat delicious things. I'm tired of not always eating the best tasting food. So I have to learn to cook it. Like that's the only way that's going to happen is if I learn how to cook delicious food. So that's what I'm doing and it is definitely paying off for sure. Um all right, I'm just going to cheat the points up. So here's what I want to work on right now. What I want to work on. What? Whoa, we got a bug. Well, looks like what we're working on has presented itself. Why is the menu so low to the ground? What? This is new. Okay. So here's okay, let me check some like variables and stuff. So here's what has occurred. Here's what we have going on here, okay? We've got two different possible distances that the power up menu can appear at. It can either appear up high or it can appear down low. I don't know if this is where it should be in the down low. I'm not exactly sure, but we're going to find out. But the idea is that sometimes the player is shorter than normal, particularly when their legs break off, which happens, and then you get shorter. And when you're shorter, the power-up menu needs to spawn down to be at the player's level, so it's not, up in the air and too high to access. And for whatever reason right now, it seems to think we're short or something. So I'm going to need to squash that bug promptly. So I'm just going to look at our power up menu and see if there's any like variables we can understand here. Orb move speed, travel distance, 1.725. So this is actually the normal travel distance. Player height, it doesn't seem to think the player is very low. Oh, are we just saying if the player is lower than 0? Because it's saying it's negative 0.001, so the player might have somehow gotten just a tiny bit shorter, perhaps. And because of that, it loaded in a little smaller. I don't know how I'm going to be able to see that. I got to look at the code. This is something to fix. All right. I'm gonna play the music and we're gonna get into it. It's the tasks have presented themselves. So, oh, I just played music. You got this, Godot. I believe in you. Okay. So in this power up menu code, which is not here. Dun 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 dun. Right here. It's a little slow because I've got, you know, I'm running the game and we're looking at the remote view, so it's gonna be a bit laggy. Let me hop out of the remote view. Yeah, right here. If the player position Y is less than 0, and we've got, so we need to make it, wow. We need to say considerably further down than 0. Okay, interesting. So let me do that, and let's actually break the legs off all the way and see where that point is, and make sure that, oh, we actually added a way to break the legs manually. Or, okay, good, there we go. So legs are broken. And the player height, wait, it actually is, wait. Oh, wait, okay, wait. Okay, I'm a little confused because it's reporting in the output that the player height is negative 0.001, and that's what the node is thinking that the player height is. So it's almost like it thought the player height was already lower, even though the legs hadn't been entirely broken off yet. Okay, I need to do something here. I'm gonna come into the debug settings, which is over here. So I have a button, a debug button for killing the legs. Let me just get a debug button, not for killing anything. This will be a touch of effort to be sure, but that's okay. I'm gonna add a new debug button in here, and this is just gonna be for player height. I just wanna see what that is. We're gonna call this player height. Let's adjust that font size just a little bit here. Not that way. Good enough, probably. And now I'm gonna connect that button up. Come back to the script. We got a lot of buttons here. I know that's right. Percent button player height pressed connect on player height. Let's create that function. Func on player height. And I just wanted to print all of this right here. That's all it's gonna do. All right, so what I wanna see is if it thinks the player is shorter, when we almost have lost, like, I guess I'm not exactly sure. Oh, hurting the legs doesn't seem to be working. Okay, cool. Well, we'll just do it manually. That seems to have broken. So it looked, I think we had one leg completely broken off. I wonder if that made us like just a tiny bit shorter, that there was like one missing leg. All right, so now I want to print the player height. Player height is 0. Okay, nothing to see there. It's confusing because we don't actually get shorter, even though we should. That's gonna be something to deal with. We actually should set it up at some point so that right now, right, you're not floating off the ground, that this distance is, you know, closed. So I am gonna need to start thinking about the different heights that the player will be at, but we're not at that point because right now this isn't the same player character that I'm gonna be using. I'm in the middle of remaking it, and so I don't want to set up things that are relevant to like the body of the player until I have that new player character in. Okay, so do we still think it's not negative? It still thinks it's not negative. Now, if I remember correctly, the head was damaged as well. How am I gonna damage the head? Oh, well, now we are shorter. So now if we print it, Wait, why does it still see it as 0? Confusing. Oh, I think it only actually updates the player height when the power-up menu drops. It doesn't check the player height at any other point. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. And the reason why I wanted it to be tied to the height, which might not make the most sense, but the reason why I wanted it tied to the height is because, like I said, there's gonna be different heights that the player can be. And so if it's tied to the height, so now I'm gonna print the height, and you can see it now. Oh, but look, it's negative 0.9. Oh, okay, so this is interesting. Wow. So before it was saying like negative 0.0 or something. So it was still like a little off. I wonder if the head being smaller somehow made the height seem shorter. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but if it's gonna be that significant, 0.9, you know, we can say if the player height is less than, you know, negative 0.9, then put down the power up menu lower. That might make more sense. But yeah, so the thing with that, Camwin, is, and that's fine too. What we'd want to track is how damaged the legs are, right? Because let's say each leg is 50% damaged. Then the player's going to be a little shorter, not the shortest they can be. So then I would need to track like the health of the legs, which is doable. But to me, it just almost seems more logical if we're going to be moving the position of the player down, to just track that, especially if all those components aren't in together at once. If it's just looking at the height, then it's going to necessitate being updated when the height starts to change, as opposed to if I do the limb health right now, then it won't, I don't know, it'll start making it lower even though we haven't gone shorter yet. Anyway, I think it's a good idea, and I think for now, I'm just gonna make sure it's this and see if this is enough. And maybe there was just like a weird, somehow the player's height got messed up, which by the tiniest amount. But because the script is looking for anything less than 0, even if it's an infinitesimally smaller amount than 0, you know, I mean, it was like negative 0.001, right? Like useless. not a number I care to problem solve. But I certainly wouldn't want to say less than 0, otherwise that's going to trigger it to go lower. So let's say if it's less than negative 0.9. And then what else I'd want to do then, and it's a little wacky, but I'd want to have like something else and say if player position Y is less than negative 0.5, then we do a different offset amount. You know, so this would be like offset no legs, and then we could have offset 50% legs or something like that. I think that's how I'd want to handle it. What if he stacked like a totem pole and each hit reduces his height by 1? Yeah, totally. I definitely think that is basically, I mean, that's funny, the totem pole thing is an interesting idea. It's interesting, actually. Because right now, what's happening is that's a really interesting idea. Because right now, what's happening is the collision of the legs are actually changing or getting removed when both legs are destroyed. Eventually, I'm going to need to actually adjust the size of the legs' collisions so the player gets shorter. Totem pole is interesting because the player doesn't actually move forward and backward. So we can actually stack these big blocks, these like Jenga blocks, sort of like you're talking about, and then they get removed every time. It's actually a very interesting idea. It might be easier than resizing a collision shape, because you can't actually resize a collision shape. Well, basically what I would do is I'd replace it with a new collision shape. I don't know, there's a lot of different ways to do it, honestly. That's why I was suggesting you change the menu height in stages when a relevant event happens. Seems like detecting the player's actual height is a little finicky. It is, and you know, it's kind of like a duct tape solution for now. Because like I said, I still need to set up all that collision, shrinking, player getting shorter over time stuff. And the reason why I need to, like I said, is because we need to wait. I wish I could do that today. Honestly, I wish so bad I could do that today. I'm remaking the player character. So here's the current player character right here, right? The one that you see. This is my work in progress new one, actually on Monday, and this is only for members of the YouTube channel. You can actually join this channel and become a member, and you'll get access to another 8 to 10 hour live stream that I do every Monday. I focus on making game assets for this game. I use Blender for that. And I've been remaking the player character, and actually on Monday I just animated this walk cycle. It took me a long time. It took me way longer than I could ever want, but we got this walk cycle going. Doesn't it look so much happier than the old one? I love how happy it looks. Like here it's just kind of like ah, but here it's like yay, I'm gonna kill you. So I, you know, it's tough because, you know, if I come into here and I start messing with all the collisions and things, it's going to be a lot harder to move it because the structure of this is different. So I kind of have to wait to get that set up. But Cam, I think you're making a good point, and I just unfortunately have to revisit it once I get this done. I'm trying so hard to get this done, but it's taking me a long time. You can see I haven't done the arms yet. I have, but the animation is not good, so keep that in mind. Yeah, so I need to animate the arms. Don't judge the arm animation, okay? I haven't finished it yet, but yeah, that's more or less how it's coming along. And then there's also the quadruped variant, which is here. Dun dun dun. That one actually is completely finished. It's got a run and a walk cycle, which is nice. Is the heart-shaped hole relevant to the gameplay or the story? It looks really cool. Thank you. Yeah, it is. It's very relevant. So both the gameplay and the story, in fact. So it's me when I gallop. Yeah, it's isn't it jolly? I had no idea it was gonna turn out quite so jolly, so gallant. I did not know that, but when it was done, it just made me smile so much. But yes, absolutely 110% relevant. So the idea is, and I'll tell you a little bit about. We'll do. I'll tell you about the game. I'll tell you about the game. So basically, you, on your alien planet, you don't actually have limbs. Like in your natural alien form, you don't have limbs. I'm gonna pull up a little some of these drawings. You know these drawings. You may not know these drawings, but you're gonna know them now. Yeah, this is my game dev document. So the aliens actually start out looking like this on their home planet, like in their nymph form, right? And then there's these winds, these like blowing winds in the air that create these pearls up there, okay? And these aliens, all with their heads and no bodies, are like, wow, look at that cool pearl. And then they do this thing where they secrete their saliva all over that pearl because why not? And some magic happens when they do that, and the pearl actually fuses with their head, and their organs drop down in there, and now they've got this indestructible orb body. And this is actually where the orb that you score points comes from. It's the same technology. This is their alien technology, but it's really it's like natural technology in a way. And so then one day, when humans were doing the space race, they sent animals into space, and one of those animals got lost on the alien planet. And one alien decided to eat and secrete with their salivas onto the animal, as they do with things. And they grew the limbs of that animal, and they said, y'all, we need to go to this planet Earth, and we need to get more of these things, these animal things, so we all can have limbs to use and build a great, beautiful, massive civilization. And so that's what they do. That's what the game is going to start out as. You is just a head and a body, and you're going to go get some cows. You're going to become the cow shape, and Then at the end of level 1, once you are eating all the cows and stuff, a cattle rancher is going to come out, and that's going to be like a boss kind of thing. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Still got to figure that out. But basically, at the end of level 1, you're going to have to eat a human. It might be like a cutscene. Honestly, I think it's going to be a cutscene. And you're going to be seen eating a human. And when you eat that human, you're going to gain human limbs. But you don't just gain human limbs that let you terrorize Earth and stuff. You get a little something extra. The humans are upset with you, and they start protesting. This will all be that cutscene. They start protesting. They're like, stop eating us. We don't like this. This is not good. And for some reason, the aliens feel guilty. They feel bad. Why do they feel so bad? They did not just get limbs when they ate the human. They also got human empathy, hence the heart. During this protest, by the way, a militarized force attacks the aliens, and the humans are collateral damage. And so now the humans and the aliens have a reason to be unified. They both hate violent authority. And this sets up the karma system in the game. And so we have now not only our health for our limbs and our health for our overall well-being, which is like the head. If the head takes damage all the way, you die. If the limbs take damage, you just lose your limbs. And then you now have this empathy thing. So if you eat innocent people or animals, then your heart in the center is going to shrink, and there's going to be consequences based on that. If you eat violent authority or the enemies, then your heart is not going to shrink or eat or abduct. So that's what the heart is for, is to represent that. So the limbs shrink as you take damage, the normal damage, physical damage, if you will, and then the heart is going to shrink as you take karma damage, as it were. And there's going to be certain consequences depending on what your karma looks like. So yeah, so that's what that all is. I'm glad you like it, because, you know, I like it too. Someone wasn't sure, like, visually, like, they thought there was a bug, because basically I have it set up so that way it's like carved into the body, but it kind of like covers up a little bit sometimes, and it looks a little funky. So, you know, I don't know. I like the design, but, you know, I don't want people to be confused either. You love the story? Thanks, Cam. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was important to me that there was some kind of story there for the game. And I'm excited to like work it all in. I would love for the cutscenes to be part of everything. Even today, with my main menu task that I aspire to consider doing today, I would love if I could not make a cutscene, but like sort of have what I want the cutscenes to be are like the camera just moves to another place and then the animations happen in the game, so that way it's kind of like immersive. I would love if the main menu sort of reflected that and we see like a camera in a different position as part of the main menu. And when you start the game, the camera just moves and then you're in this spot. Hey, what's up, Sable Spirit? Welcome. Oh, Sable, thank you for just coming through. No, because you reminded me I need to watch your video about static typing. I very much need to watch it. Dang, I've been meaning to. I'm going to learn many things about static typing one of these days soon. Welcome, though. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Let's go. Empathy, the aliens learn to love. Yeah, exactly. And the reason why I added the empathy component, I just kind of like, I had this realization one day that my game was too like nihilistically violent. Like, it was just like, what's the friggin' point? Like, you just come through here and you eat humans and you abduct them. It's like, how can I add like some kind of love message in here in this violent, gross game that I'm making? And so that was my way of doing that. And I think the karma system will be interesting as well. Okay, so let me see if hopefully, I mean, I think I kind of just have to like play the game and find out if that power-up menu issue is fixed. It should be fine. We're now saying that it has to drop down below negative 0.9. Like, it's definitely not at that right now, for 100% sure. You know, and actually the head's a little smaller. There it is, look. See, it says negative 0.001. And I think that might be the head shrinking. When the head shrinks, I think that that height gets adjusted a little bit. That has to be what it is. And so this is a good discovery. And now I just need to make sure that if the legs are indeed broken, let me see if I can hurt the head. It's kind of hard to hurt the head. Oh, without breaking the legs too, unfortunately, right now at this time. Hopefully that'll be better when I go and replace the player character, but for now it's kind of hard to do that. So, dun 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 dun. Let's see what the height is here. Now it's, what? Oh, right, this value doesn't update until the power-up menu comes down, right? That's confusing. I'm actually very surprised. Right, because we did drop the power-up menu. That's why it was saying negative 0.01. So let's increase the points. It's a little confusing, but there, now it comes down, and if we do player height, now we can see it's negative 0.9. Okay, good. I mean, it might be more of a helpful debug tool if I don't have to drop the power-up menu for that height to change, you know? That might be cool. In order to do that, I think I need to have a signal update. Probably. I don't fully remember how I set that up, but I'm gonna figure it out. We'll get there in time. Cam says class static variables was one of my favorite Godot 4 feature. Maybe someday we will have function level static variables. What does that mean? We don't have function level static variables? Really? Isn't that like here where I say offset y equals that, I can't just say variable offset y float? Didn't I just make a static variable? Sorry, it was cut off. Didn't I just make a static variable right there? Static variable? Did I do that? And that's within a function? Or maybe you mean something else. You probably mean something else. Declaring static variables inside a function. Is this a real feature? It sounds like a really bad idea. They don't want to add it to Godot. It's a common feature in other languages. I'm confused. I didn't just do that? Static is a keyword before variable. It's different from static typing. Oh. What is it? Right now, you can only declare static variables as a class member. So that means at the top of the script. What does it do? I'm ignorant. And so would that be instead of variable, it would be this? Oh no, it's both. Could I on-ready a static? What's so good about that? Can I shorthand get node notation % in a static function? Oh, so I can't use the access as unique name with that. Because I guess it could dynamically change. Static variables aren't object instantiated. They are common and shared by all instances of the class. Interesting. Oh, cool. So it's like a constant, but for the multiple things that a class script applies to. All instances of the object share the single static variable. That's awesome. And then you want that in a function? Oh, so like if a function runs multiple times, like if it gets called like 3 times, all 3 of those would share the same variable. as opposed to each having a unique variable for each version of that function. But that's different than using a global variable, because a global variable could still be accessed by other functions. So by being a static function variable, it would only be accessible by that function while also being the same across all instances of that function. It's really interesting. If skeleton damage is static, changing a static damage variable would change the damage of all already existing and future skeletons spawned. Changing a static damage variable would change the damage of all. Right. Interesting. I don't know where I'd use that. Where would I use that? I mean, I guess I could use it on, like, the height of the power-up orbs. I mean, I kind of don't need to, because I just have them all as children, so it's not a great example. Because with the height of the power-up orbs, I'm actually moving them in there's like this, well, that's not it. There's this, right? And so this moves them all at once. But in theory, if I didn't want to have these in a top level node up here, if I didn't want to do that, I could have a single height static variable on each individual orb. Right, so like, there's the one orb here. There's the other orb here. I could have each one share a static height variable, and then it would update across all of them. It's pretty cool. Because currently they have a class script. Very interesting. You know, in a function, all the variables you create get deleted when the function ends. Oh yeah. A function static variable does not die at the end of the function. And so the only difference between that and a global variable in the script would be that it just wouldn't be accessible by other functions. Yeah, to me, I would just say just put it up here then, you know, just put your, you know, your variable up here. But it's just a tool for your tool belt. There's always multiple ways of doing things. Yeah, totally. Interesting. Anyway, that was interesting. It was too interesting. Just kidding, but but also it was like really, really interesting. Okay. Oh wow, YouTube actually tells me when ads are gonna run during the live stream. That's not gonna be true for those who are hanging out with me after the live stream, but apparently in about 30 seconds, YouTube is gonna play some ads. Wow, I wonder if it's going to tell me how long the ads last. That would be really nice. I would really appreciate that. Let's find out. Let's find out. Not everybody's gonna get ads. Some people will, some people won't. 10 seconds. You can create an array and just create entries in that array. The variables aren't discarded when the function is gone. Static variable can be discarded, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think like Cam says, multiple ways to do things. You know, then you wouldn't have to do that necessarily. Well, of course YouTube isn't gonna tell me how long the ads last. Well, thank you for telling me that the ads are happening. Oh wait, it does say, oh wow. Yes, YouTube adding new features. I love it. Well, I guess I'll chill out for a little bit while the ads apparently play. Interesting. I was wondering if YouTube was gonna improve some of that stuff. I guess now I need an ads in progress thing, huh? Let's make that. Let's make that while we wait. Again, not relevant for after the live stream. Although after the live stream there's ads too, but They're in different places, unfortunately. I'm gonna make a new scroller while we wait. Not that scroller. I mean, maybe. I'm still not sure if it's actually telling me how long they last, but there's like a little pause button where it says, hey, do you want to pause these ads? And my guess would be that pause button would go away when the ads are done. It's kind of interesting. Like, what am I gonna interrupt in the middle of someone's ad? Just be like, stop that ad. Get that ad out of my face. Ads in progress. Although I'm not convinced that that's actually gonna work. And in progress. Let me know if you did get an ad. That would be actually helpful to know. Well, I'm just gonna continue. I'll work on my methodology of handling this. Because I don't really trust YouTube to tell me when the ads are over, because it seems like a long time for ads. Maybe that's just me. I mean, it's giving me a chance to eat some of my quinoa salad. No complaints from me. Alright. So what next? What next? The Powerup menu problem is fixed. I should do a GitHub push. I think that would be a wise choice. So I'm gonna pull that up. Pull it up, pull it up. Deal with it right now. And then after that, I feel like the ads have to be done by now. That's my belief. That's what I believe. I think that pause button probably just means don't automatically show ads anymore. That would be my guess of what that actually means. All right, so I'm gonna say Powerup menu height adjustment fix. Powerup menu adjusts height when player height is less than -0.9 now instead of 0. Also, the other thing I wanted to add in, speaking of ads, the other thing I wanted to add in was I want to update the height of the player immediately. So right now, how do we update the player height right now? I think we just fetch it when this function runs. When the Powerup menu begins, it checks the player height. So I think if we grab the player height in the debug menu, it should just get that, right? Yeah, because this is doing player height from the Powerup menu. Don't get it from there. Get it from the player. And the player, I feel like we could even just get the Y value directly, would probably make the most sense. So I'm gonna say player dot position. Are we just doing position X? Or are we doing like a global? What, I haven't set up player in here? Wow. Nigh is the time. On-ready variable player. It's a little bit of effort, but not too bad. We've set up the legs. We're gonna say this equals main scene slash player. Now we've set up player, and I think it's just position X. I don't think it's global. That would be weird. Yeah, okay. So let me see if that works. That's the last thing I'd want to kind of add in for this. Sorry, Shorts feed, I didn't have that block out of the way. I'm really sorry. Open this up. We're gonna see if it prints something. It sure does. 0.03. It's interesting. It's actually higher than 0. So I'm sure if I were to jump and now we're at -2. Why would it be negative if I'm up in the air? That's disturbing. Why would you think that? That's super strange. Also, why is it changing the level? Oh, because I keep clicking on a different button, probably. I'm very surprised. Wait, and then the height isn't updating again? I'm confused. So what's gonna happen when we get the points? Is it gonna be, it's gonna have to be low. It's not low. It sees the player height as -4. I'm completely confused by what's going on there. That doesn't make any sense at all. Player height 0.03, that seems correct. Oh wait, am I getting X? I was getting player X, not Y. Oh my god. Dude, I was like, this is ridiculous. I did player position X instead of Y. Someone needs to drink her tea. Okay. Now I'm smart. And yet, it isn't printing anything. Oh, it is. Okay. It was just delayed or something? Why? Why would it be delayed? Godot is angry at me. I'm sorry, Godot. I hope you can forgive me. Hello, I see your chat message. What chaos has been brought upon us? Welcome, Ricardo. I don't know why I don't have it on my usual chat right now. Man, everything kind of fell apart. The ads thing happened and there was just a total meltdown in my brain and everywhere. But welcome, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Hope you're doing well. Okay, now you're appearing on there. Very strange. I'm gonna blame YouTube, because it's easy that way. Then I don't have to take any responsibility. You know? Okay. So I'm very confused as to why the information wasn't printing rapidly. So let's see if I can get that to happen. There it goes. Okay, now it's printing. The height, good. If I jump, there we go. It's positive. That's what I want to see, that if you jump, that number is positive. Okay, good. Everything is working correctly. Let's break the legs off. Legs are broken. And the player height is now at -0.9. Much better. Much, much better. Okay, good. I'm gonna not have this information be on here anymore. It's not that helpful. Get that out. Now I'm gonna come back to GitHub. Also add a debug button for printing player height. I'm gonna really appreciate this at some point. Very much at some point. Add a debug button for printing player height. Whenever I have to go in and actually start adding all of that, the different levels of height, it's gonna be very appreciated. Okay, GitHub push complete. And now I'm gonna do my next task. My next task is removing, this is gonna be interesting, I think. Removing possible power-up choices from the power-up menu. I'm a little concerned about this because what if there's no power-ups to choose from anymore? I don't know. But when we get to the minimum number of abductions, a power-up menu drops on down, and we get, there's only 4 power-ups that exist right now. And I could choose, we chose the one with the arrow on it, right? I'm gonna add this up here. That's gonna, we're leveling up. Look, the arrow one came back. It's still, it did randomly end up back there again, but technically I don't want it to come back again. So there it's over here, right? I don't want it to be in the pool of options. So I need to find a way to remove it from there after we choose it. That's what I want to do next. So let's figure out, let's refamiliarize ourselves, especially me with myself, how this all works in the first place. So we have a couple signals that go around. There's power-up menu begin and power-up menu chosen. There's also, I don't know if it's going to be connected here. Anything seen, power-up hovered, those aren't important. Let me look at the UI or the HUD script here. So the HUD script has level update power. Okay, I guess those are the only ones. Okay, cool. I thought there was like a minimum level met on power up. I guess we obliterated that and I totally forgot. Where do we check on score minimum met? Score minimum met true. So what runs that function? On score minimum met. Okay, in the process, it's constantly checking if the score is greater than the score minimum and the score minimum is not met. If those are true, it runs on score minimum met. Okay. And when on score minimum met is true, it just plays an animation and it sets that to true. That's it. Okay. That's pretty straightforward, I guess. And so, oh, but in that animation, it's gonna call a function. Score minimum met animation finished. Oh, it doesn't call a function. Oh, it plays another animation, level up text in. Oh my goodness. Level up text animation finished. Oh, there we go. That's when it emits the signal for power up menu begin. Wow, that's confusing. It's chaos. Okay. Now we got you up there, Ricardo. Okay, so then it's going to emit, so whenever the level up text animation finishes, that is to say when level up appears on screen, so let's make it appear then. So I'm gonna get to the minimum, that flash level up. When that level up is done, that text coming forward, it's going to emit the signal level update. And it's gonna say the next level that we're going to is the current level plus 1. It is then gonna play the level up text out animation, which plays out the level up text naturally. And then it's going to emit power up menu begin. Okay, so if we go back to the power up menu, we now know when that fires. It fires after the level up menu text ends. So that, let me look in all the files. Power up menu begin. It's in a lot of places. It's connected in the power up menu naturally. And let me even just search for connect so we can just see exactly where it's most relevant here. Okay, there we go. And then in the terrain controller, it does stuff, and the terrain controller is what moves the level forward towards the player. In there, all that it does is it sets power up menu begin to true. Okay. What does that do? Nothing? Interesting. See if we can find that elsewhere. It must be in some kind of if statement here. Camera 3D. This is wild. If power-up menu has not begun. So is it connected here too? It's in the camera. Why is it in the terrain controller? We do pause the terrain controller. So it must be relevant somewhere. I'm not sure. I feel like that might be unnecessary. Might be my guess there. Because we do, so where do we stop the terrain? Where does that happen? Terrain slowdown. In the HUD, yeah, so that's right here. When the score minimum met animation finished, it does that, but it's not checking. I think I can get rid of that. So I am, and I'm gonna see if anything breaks. We got some spaghetti code here. I'm just gonna delete that function and see if everything is okay. Hey, I don't mind doing a little quick refactor if it means that things are a little neater. But why would I add that in there? Surely I had a reason for that, right? Okay, let's level up. It all looks fine to me. I don't see any problems. So I think maybe I thought I was going to need that, and I ended up not needing that. The train stops, it starts again. I don't see any issues. So I'm gonna say that that didn't need to be there. It's slightly concerning. Why would it need to be there? I mean, I can always put it back if we need it. I mean, on here, yeah, I don't know. We're gonna leave it out. We're gonna leave it out. All right, go back to searching where these things are. Power up menu, begin, connect. So now it's only in two places, in the power up menu and on the camera. On the camera, it is being used. That's where we had that if statement in the process. What this does is this makes sure that the raycast that lets you grab things and attack things is not working. So that way you can't play the game while you're supposed to be picking power-ups. And it also makes sure that the power-up raycast is on. So right now I can hover over things, attack things, I can grab things, but as soon as we go up to 10, and that menu starts coming down, that raycast stops working, and I can't click on anything or hover anything over here. However, I can deal with the power-ups. So that's what that does. That is useful. That is part of it. Okay, so now that we're tracking down how this works, power-up menu, begin, connect. So this is the main place where things go down. This is in the power-up menu code itself. The power-up menu becomes visible, its X position matches the player X position, and we set up the player height for it to go down to the player height. We figure out how far down it needs to go, we animate it to move down, and then okay, this looks like the key stuff here, right here. So here, and again, to recap, what I'm trying to do is make sure that the same power-up that is chosen by the player doesn't reappear in the power-up list in a subsequent level. So this is that code that chooses what gets assigned to what orb. This is not very readable right here. That's what this is, not readable. Wow. Okay. Global's power-ups to choose equals global's power-ups keys. Global's power-ups to choose shuffle. Okay, so we created these. Wow, that's so hard to read. In the global script, we created some things. Power-ups to choose, which is an empty array. These are the ones that are available to choose from at the time of leveling up. So what's going to happen is randomly it's going to choose. So there's 4 that exist in the dictionary, and the dictionary is called power-ups. Power-ups. There's the dictionary with all the power-ups in it. And it randomly, I think it actually doesn't randomly, it just puts all of these entries into the array, or these keys, the names of each of them into the array. And then it shuffles that. And we see that right here. So we want to say that in power-ups to choose, set that to the power-ups keys. I don't know how to make that more readable. I'm just going to type in here. Assign all available power-ups to an array. Shuffle, then shuffle that array. So this is every time the menu begins, it assigns all the available power-ups to the array, and it shuffles the order that those keys, that the arrays are in. So that way it's randomized. Then down here, we're assigning each arrayed power-up to an orb. And that's what all this does. I guess I'll do the region thing. Feels like a good place for that. Region, assign power-ups to orbs. And then we'll end the region down here. This is probably pretty helpful. I don't know that I super need it, but I'll leave it. We'll just say this is debug. Okay, end region. Did I do that right? Maybe. We'll see. I did. So, whoop, no I didn't. No I didn't. How do you end a region again? I only recently was taught about regions. Oh, no capital R, I suppose. There it goes. Region, assign power-ups to orbs, and this is assign all available power-ups to an array. I guess I could just make the note that. Might as well just have the region be a comment, right? And then end region. Something that I want to think about is that maybe regions could become functions at some point. But for now, we'll go with this. Alright, there we go. I'm kind of addicted to these regions, probably in a messy way. We're gonna say, whoa, don't do all that. I'm doing another region. Region, animate, menu, descent. Where does it ascend? Down there, maybe? No, yeah, that is where it ascends, right there. End region. I really want this to be more readable. Very badly. Okay, cool. Now, when it assigns one, this isn't when it gets chosen yet. So I'll probably need to come back to this code, but let's look at when a power-up gets chosen and see how we can clean this up and set up things. So we do travel distance calculation, so that way we can figure out how high up it needs to go. If the player is short, then it needs to raise up a lot higher. If the player is tall, it doesn't have to raise up as far. This is the animation. And it doesn't really do anything different, truth be told. So this is where we start making it do different things. So let's do that. I'm gonna say region, animate, menu, ascent, and region. I like the region thing. I think it's quite nice. Okay. Cool. Good. So if the power-up is chosen, I now want to somehow make sure that when it's assigning all available power-ups to an array, it no longer sees that particular power-up as available. So all we're doing for the assignment is looking at every key that's available. So I might want to add some, I don't even know how to, We might need to do something different here for the assignment. All keys does is returns a list of every single key. It doesn't seem there's anything an argument I can put in there or whatever that will somehow make it skip certain ones or behave a little differently. It's pretty straightforward. So I might need to do something other than keys. Maybe only return certain keys and skip others. Now there's find key. I wonder if we could, like, iterate through it somehow. There was some code that someone in chat shared with me last week that was very helpful. And it was a similar system that they had set up using a dictionary to assign things like this. And that was from Dungeon Martian. What if you get all the keys at the start of the game, and each time you pick one, it gets removed from that list? Right. Well. So okay, so I kind of see what you're saying. I want to Excalibur this into a clearer understanding. So let's say we've got available power-ups, and this is an array. So the available power-ups array exists, it's real, it lives, we've got it. And we say, like, at the beginning of the game, this gets created, or whatever. I like this idea. Okay. And then we have another array, which is power-ups to choose, the ones that are available to actually choose from. That's another array. We also even have the power-ups dictionary. I think we'll put that in that mix. So at the start of the game, the available power-ups array will be filled from the power-ups dictionary. Power-ups dictionary fills up this array. And then for the power-ups to choose, that's going to get filled up from this. And this actually will get filled up, refilled every, refilled on power-up menu begun. So whenever the power-up menu begins, it'll refill that array. And then what we can say is when a power-up is chosen, let me move this over a little bit. When a power-up is chosen, we're going to actually remove something. Remove entry when chosen. This makes sense. That's a great idea. I don't need to look at Dungeon Merchant's code. I think that's a fabulous idea. So on game start, or we'll say on ready, that fills up. The available power-ups is kind of this dynamic thing. It's refilled when the power-up menu begins into the power-ups to choose, and then the entry that gets chosen is what is removed from there. I think that makes a lot of sense. Nice. Dang. Thank you. Wow. Dude, arrays confuse the crap out of me. I don't know what it is. They're not like I understand how they work, right? You make that explanation and I'm able to like figure out what you mean. But it's like, it's really hard for me. I haven't gotten to a point where I can like easily problem solve how to use arrays. So thank you so much for that that suggestion. Wow, thank you, Cam. I really appreciate it. Sable says, after some research, it looks like function-level static variables exist because in their respective languages, classes do not exist. Hence the inability to have class members and static class variables. Whoa. Interesting. So you might as well just use a class variable in Godot instead of using the function static variable that doesn't exist. Interesting. So that is to say, we probably won't get static variables and functions because they're not necessarily worth it. The only way I can see that making sense, if I'm understanding all that correctly, is if you want to keep a function variable from being accessible by anything but that function. I couldn't live without flowcharts either. Oh, I love them. I have so many. And these are just the ones that I've left behind on this current iteration. But I've made so many of these to try to understand things. It helps me so much. It helps me so much. Let's make it happen though. Let's make it happen. So I might have to do the tiniest bit of refactoring here. So I want to say that instead of pulling from power-ups keys, we want a new array. So I'm going to head back to globals, and we're going to say variable power-ups to power-ups available. And that's going to be an empty array. But we can also say, and the ready function down here, that power-ups available gets set to power-ups keys, right? I think that's about it. That should just fill that array up with everything inside of there. just doing this. And then what I'll say is power-ups to choose equals globals power-ups available. And that's what we set it to. So right now, it should be functionally the same. Nothing should be different. So let me just confirm that that works the same. So let's bring down the power-up menu by leveling up. It looks fine, all in different spots. We picked one. Let's level up again. Oh, hold up. Chaos. Invalid index null on base dictionary. Oh, whoa. Oops. Okay, we missed some things in the... Okay, we missed some things here. So each orb also has some things going on. We're not just straight up assigning it from the... Wow, that really killed my frame rate. We're not just directly assigning it from the array. There's some extra things that are happening there. So we need to look into that. Specifically, as you can see right here, when we assign each arrayed power-up to an orb, that is to say, the power-ups that have been added to the arrays, right, which are now in power-ups to choose, which we just added from power-ups available, and we shuffled that, it pops front, so it gets rid of one of them, whoops, and then it runs this function on the respective orb, on power-ups assigned. So on power-ups assigned adds the visual icon into there. Hey, welcome, Qmerk. What's up with you? Me, not a lot. I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I'm just sitting here chilling, working on this game, doing what I do. What's up with you? Hope you got your air conditioning, by the way. I know that was a while ago, but I don't know, it's hot. It's hot. We did just get some rain, though, which kind of helped. Although it's always scary getting rain around here because you never know when it's going to whip up into a tornado. Anyway, horrifying scenarios aside, I'm setting up my power-ups menu to not have the same power-up that was chosen return when we pull that power-up menu again next time. And so to do that, I'm going through and I'm making sure I understand how the power-ups menu code currently works in general. AC is good. Nice. Love to hear it. Welcome home! Cam had a great idea, which is that I create, because I need to somehow remove certain power-ups from the list so that way they can't get chosen again. And the way things were working is that when the power-up menu drops down, it looks at the entire dictionary of possible power-ups. So we got power-up 3 here, power-up 4, power-up 2, power-up 1. That's the whole dictionary. Cam is still at work. I hope it ends for you soon. And I hope the journey to it ending is as unstressful as possible. You deserve that. Camwin doing double duty, helping me out and doing whatever is helping out your boss. Or the customers. So before it would just grab out of here, which wasn't good because there was no way for me to just remove an entry from the dictionary. So what Cam's suggestion is to take all of these, add them into an array, as we've been doing, but actually add them to an available array before putting them in the array of what you actually choose from, right? And so we put it in the power-ups available array, and then as one gets chosen, I'll remove it from that array, And then when power-ups to choose fills up, which fills up every single time the menu drops down, every time that menu drops down, it's going to refill this array with the only ones that are available. And by doing it that way, I can now pull things out of here so they don't get added in. And so right now I'm trying to figure out how to pull things out. I did set up these two separate arrays, but now there's a bit of a problem because there's some more code that I forgot to double check on, which before I was just updating the actual power-up menu itself, which, you know, it contains all of the orbs, right? So it contains all the orbs in here. You can see it's the entire menu. But then on an orb by orb basis, there's a separate script that applies to each orb, a class script that applies to each one. And so I need to go into that and understand what's happening here so I can make sure that it takes the new array changes into account. Thank you, I appreciate that. This top, I haven't worn this top in so long because we moved recently, like within the last, not that recently, like 2 years ago. And like half of our clothes ended up in our closet where it belongs, but the other half has just been sitting in boxes in our garage. And so like little by little, every laundry load, we just like go through and pull out a few things from those boxes. And this was one of them. I know, I think it's cute. Thank you. So it's nice to have a few more outfits to choose from. I'm glad it's noticeable. So, okay, I want to say this. It seems like the error was happening when it was loading the texture. That is to say, which icon actually appears in the orb when it's randomly assigned. Now this is pulling from Global's power-ups, power-up key, power-up icon. What's wrong with that? Was power-up, maybe we're not assigning power-up key correctly. How is that getting assigned, pray tell? Orb 1 power-up key equals power-ups to choose pop front. Yeah, that's... I'm actually not exactly sure what the issue is here. Let me see that error again. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. All right. So we level up. Menu drops down. We picked that one. It picked 3 randomly, no problem. Now I'm gonna level up again, and it's gonna have a crisis. So it tried to load them in. No bueno. ¿Por qué? Invalid get index null on base dictionary. So it's looking, so the key that it's looking for is null. Because it's trying to pull into, it's trying to look in Global's power-ups, and whatever key is in here is apparently null. I noticed you using pop front last time. Is it important for the element to be detected? Maybe. Yeah, and so what confuses me a little bit is that was working fine before. Because the only difference... I'm a little confused. So the pop front is happening. So let's go over each step. And actually it starts over here in globals, right? Starts over here in globals. The first thing that goes down is we assign empty arrays to power-ups to choose and power-ups available. We also have a dictionary called power-ups that has all of these names in it that are our keys. Okay. Now in the ready function, we say that the power-ups available array gets filled with all of the power-ups keys. So power-up 1, power-up 2, power-up 3, power-up 4 are going to be in the power-ups available array. That's what this in the ready function of globals should be doing. Okay, so power-ups available has everything, all these names here in that list. Now, come back to the power-up menu. In the power-up menu, at the moment that the power-up menu drops down, I don't know. At that moment, the power-ups to choose array gets filled with power-ups available. So that array that we filled in the ready function with all of the keys, all of those keys are now, in theory, added into power-ups to choose. And we know as much because when we level up one level, we see all the options in there, right? Wow, have fun, Qmark. I hope that goes well. I'll see you in a little bit then. Fixing doors. Sounds stressful. To me. I guess it depends on what needs to be fixed. So, the power-ups available, that is to say that which in the ready function of the global script, you know, where it pulled that, it's now going to insert that into power-ups to choose. Okay. And power-ups to choose is then going to get shuffled. And from that shuffle, it's going to pop front something from power-ups to choose. 10 seconds, some ads are going to run if you are going to get ads, just so you know. This is a new thing, me being able to call this out. I'm going to run a short timer. We're going to say 1 minute, all right? And in 1 minute, we'll go back to explaining and stuff. Everyone may not get ads. I didn't know YouTube would do this, would tell me when ads are running. So I'm curious to try and see if we can let people know and not do anything important in that moment. It's just trying something new. Trying something new. I didn't notice that this new feature entered into our life. I think it's good that I can actually, like, detect when this is all happening. I pray that the ads would not last longer than a minute. Could you imagine? If they did, that would be a disaster. But at least I know. At least I know when it's happening. I'll sip my tea. It's actually kind of nice to just be like, you know what? Let's stop, have a snack, sip the tea. Okay, hopefully everyone's ads are over. We're gonna assume yes. Well, that didn't make sense for it to descend into my brain. It should animate that to go the other way. Would probably make more sense. Oh, I absolutely 100% did not know that. I definitely did not know that. I mean, I did know that. Hold on, I did know that, but I didn't quite think to do that. I feel like you just need to fade this in and out. I don't think there's a better way to deal with this than fading it. Classic. Never looks bad. Beautiful. I did know that. I thought, literally, the reason why I said I didn't know that is because I thought I could type _array and something special would happen. That's not what you meant. So yeah, so that would be a good thing to check, is to see what's happening in those arrays. Another thing, you know, we can probably look in the stack variables and maybe see what's going on during the error. So anyway, to recap, see if we can understand what might be going on here. In the ready function, we're taking all the keys in the power-ups dictionary, and we are assigning them to power-ups available, and it's just an empty array. So it would be interesting to even print right there what's going on in that array. So let's even just do that right in there. We're gonna say power-ups available power-ups available. Okay. And then on the power-up menu script, when the power-up menu descends, it's going to take all of those power-ups that are listed in power-ups available, and it's gonna copy those into power-ups to choose. So now power-ups to choose should have a set of all of those. So let's see what that says. So we want to say power-ups available, and let's also say power-ups choosable. Oh, so the power-ups available, we have to say globals here, so it knows where to find that. Let's make that a little more obvious. And then we're gonna say, this is gonna be a little messy to read. Globals, power-ups, to choose. Something that I should do is I should add a return. Is that /n? Is that what makes that work? I feel like that's also like an indent. So I might even want to like do it here. All right. What if I don't even, what if I do it like that? Maybe it won't indent it. Okay. Power-ups available, power-ups choosable. So then we can see what that looks up here. So it's going to copy from power-ups available that was set up in the ready function. It's going to copy that to power-ups to choose. Now, it's then going to shuffle that array. So what the heck? Let's print that too. Print it all, baby. We're going to say choosable power-ups shuffle. This is way more prints than we need. I don't really care. I'm kind of curious just to see what it looks like. Choosable power-ups shuffled. And we're gonna grab it once again. Power-ups to choose. Okay. Then we are assigning from power-ups to choose a power-up to an orb. The way we're doing that is we're saying orb1.powerup key, which by the way, I could probably just put this in like a argument, but whatever, this is what we're doing right now. We say that orb1.powerup key, so we look at the first orb and we assign its powerup key variable to be the first entry in power-ups to choose. That's what pop front does. It assigns, or it captures the name of the first thing in the array, and then it removes it from that array. So power-ups to choose should now have one less power-up in the list. It does the same thing with orb2. It assigns orb2's unique power-up key to the first thing that is now in that array, and then it removes it from that array, and it runs this function. It does the same thing here as well. Which means this power-ups to choose, which previously had 4 things in it, will now have 3, 2, and then 1 thing left in it. So it's only going to have 1 entry left inside of it after the first menu drop. So in theory, we pick one, the menu drops again, and it should refill it, right? Because right here we say global's power-ups to choose needs to be refilled with global's power-ups available, which means in theory, there should be a new set of 4 in there, a fresh set of 4, in theory. So we'll see what actually happens there. All right, so these assignments, the pop front happens, and then these functions run. So let's look at that function. So that function is right here on each orb. And it's saying that the texture, that is to say, the icon that appears, is set to, and it's saying that this index is null. I think power-up key is somehow being set to null, which is surprising. I actually do have it set to null, essentially, right here, right? Like, that's pretty much what it is at the beginning. So I'm thinking it's possible that they're not being replenished. I feel like that's probably what's happening. And so this is null, and it can't find null in the dictionary. Although I wonder if we couldn't create like a null dictionary entry in the event that that happens. That's gotta be a thing, right? Sort of like in match statements, when you do the wildcard. That probably exists for dictionaries, right? I don't know. Maybe not. I probably could also just say, you know, I don't know, I probably couldn't put an if statement in here, actually. Maybe. If it's null, if it's not empty. But I think that's where we're having the issue. Let's see what the prints... I guess it'd be interesting to see at this point, too, what's going on in that array. I'm going to run it right now. I'm curious to run it right now and see what happens. Because when the menu comes down a second time, we hopefully will get the messages printed, and we can see what's in those arrays. All right, so at the beginning here, power-ups available, power-up 1, power-up 2, power-up 3, power-up 4. This is happening in the ready function. So it's what is being assigned initially when the game starts as the ones that are available. In the future, I'd like to start removing them from here when we choose them, but let's not worry about that right now. All right, so we're gonna go up to the next level here, and we're gonna level up. The menu drops. Power-ups available are Power-up 1, Power-up 2, Power-up 3, and Power-up 4. Power-ups choosable, so these are the two arrays here. Power-ups choosable, Power-up 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that looks perfect. And then choosable power-ups shuffled, you can see it says 3, 2, 1, and 4. So it's shuffled as it should be. All looks good, as we would expect. I'm gonna choose one. We've chosen an orb. And let's level up, and hopefully we can get some more messages printed here before it crashes. So it has crashed. My frame rate's gonna suffer a little, but let's see what we got. The stream is not crashing, it just gets a little angry that we have this huge error here. Okay, so we did get some more outputs. Power-ups available, power-up 4. It's not replenishing it. That's the problem. It's not replenishing. That's what's going wrong. It tries to shuffle something that's empty, so it only actually can assign one power-up key. So somehow, when that function runs... Now, what I'm a little confused about, it's almost as if power-ups available is empty. I miss watching crashes that are not my own. Welcome, Zombie Bowtie. I appreciate that. That's very interesting. Okay, so I think I can stop this so our frame rate comes back. Wow. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that power-ups available is emptying. Because the pop front should only be happening on power-ups to choose. It's almost as if it's also happening on power-ups available. How? How is power-ups available getting reset? That's very confusing to me. I would think that that's not being touched. But it would seem pop front is somehow being applied to that. How? Why? Clearly there's something fundamental that I don't understand about arrays. Copy by value versus copy by reference. That sounds like it means something really relevant. But what could that be? I'm not sure. Copy by value versus Glow's power-up. So this is all the places that power-ups available to set up. Just in the ready, this isn't in the ready function. This is in the power-up menu. Every single time it drops down, power-ups to choose is updated with power-ups available, which I just thought this array was being untouched, right? And so with this, back to this flowchart here, the idea was supposed to be that available power-ups is only updated once from onReady. In theory, we remove an entry when it's chosen, but not when it's not when it's added to the other array. Variable my new array equals other array. These two arrays are the same array. That's what that means? I thought, wow. So I guess there's something I'm leaving. At this moment, when I say refilled on power up menu begun, it's not actually doing that, is what you're saying. It's currently saying treat these exactly the same. That's wild. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? Meow. Copy by value versus copy by reference. So I guess we're making it be a reference then. So I suppose I'd want to use something other than equals, so it doesn't behave this way. Oh, that's what duplicate does. Speaking of Dragonblade, Dragonblade has definitely instructed me to use duplicate before. Not only Dragonblade, but my 2 cents as well. I never really appreciated. Wow, this is kind of blowing my mind. Because that doesn't work for other things. Like if I were to do an integer, if I were to have an integer, some integer, you know, here, assuming that exists, which it doesn't, but if it did, it wouldn't make them be treated the same way. Like, these wouldn't now become the same thing. It would just, well, yeah, right? Like, it would just take this integer and duplicate it onto this. Right? Like, I'm not bugging. That's true, isn't it? But with arrays, it's different? Or am I bugging? Hey, what's up, Psychedelic Kitten? I like that name. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm doing some stuff for this game that I'm making, including learning how arrays apparently work or not. I'm just supposed to know that? Integers are always copied. Arrays are not. How am I supposed to know that? I mean, I guess by making this mistake, huh? Because arrays and dictionaries are complex objects and could have from one value in it up to 99 million values. They are treated as a reference with the idea to avoid copying too much. Let me make that decision. Don't make that decision for me, Godot. Everything else is copy by value. It's a trick. Wow. I just want to see anyone else in the world talk about it. Copy by value. Godot. Wow. Wow. It's just true. It's just true. Arrays are always passed by reference. To get a copy of an array that can be modified independently of the original array, use duplicate. Wow. Thank you. Thank you both for helping me learn that. That is incredibly news to me. Holy moly. Did not know that. Wow. Dun dun dun. Wow, wow, wow. Wild. Wild stuff. I'm just trying to like sit with this for a minute and like make sure this sinks in. So next time I know, copying arrays, you must use duplicate. I think it's a thing with Python to make sure it's faster since it's a higher level language. Dragonblade says, no, it's literally to avoid copying too much memory because the language won't know how big that array is. Okay. But I know how big the array is. It's like I have to work around. Like all I want is duplicate. When do I ever, I can't even think of a situation where I would rather have it be reference. Why would I want to do that? It seems so strange. Like, okay, it saves memory, but it performs a fundamentally different function. Like if we say, well, a box collision uses more memory than a sphere collision. So if you ever want to create a box collision, we're just going to make it a sphere because it's faster. But I don't want a sphere, I want a box. So what if it uses more memory? That's my choice. It's so strange. Very weird. I wish the docs defined the behavior or operators like equals for each object. Oh, that would be helpful. Right, like they say, like, this is going to return a variant, this is going to return an integer, this is going to return an error. Also tell me how the equals operator will work for it. That would be helpful. In C++, the behavior of value or reference can be different for each situation you try to use the object in. Okay. All right. You have an array of 20 3D models. That array is 300 megabytes in size. If you pass that array to a function, that itself will pass it forward to another function. You would have filled the memory with 900 megabytes. That's my choice. Then I just say, oops, shouldn't have done that. Why would I want Godot to do that for me? Now, if Godot did that, and the function was essentially the same, no problem. But they're inherently changing the functionality of it. Very strange. I'm sure I'm just missing something, but it bothers me. All right, well, let's do this then. So we have to use duplicate. Now I gotta figure out how to use duplicate in this situation. I know some of y'all have had me use duplicate before. So let me see how y'all have had me do that. Oh, so we do the same thing. We just add .duplicate to the end. Okay. All right. Done. Let's test it. Very interesting. I've learned something. You don't want that choice. That's basically a memory leak depending on how many times that array gets passed into a function. Well, but isn't that what I'm doing by saying duplicate? If I'm saying duplicate, because to me, I'm just... like, why not make it do duplicate by default instead of making me type duplicate? Like, I'm just working around it anyway, so if this is such a big problem, why am I allowed to just work around it? I don't know, it's just, I'm missing something here. When one door closes, well, in my case, the other one breaks. You broke the door? Oh no! You make the decision to duplicate the memory. I was making the decision the first time. I already made the decision. Why do I need to make another decision? Instead of Godot just ignoring the possible problem. But it's not really addressing the problem, is it? Are you guys seriously defending this? I don't understand it. This is ridiculous. Because it's not like Godot is analyzing it and being like, oh, this is a lot of memory. I'm not going to do it for this one. Godot is just blanket saying, I don't care if it isn't a lot of memory. Do it, and you can't do it. You're not going to get to do it. Too bad. Quick fix? That's going to break a lot of people's code. I guess it doesn't break a lot of people's code. Well, I guess it would if they were trying to use equals as a reference, and then one day it just becomes a duplicate. I think that's just fundamentally the way the code is going to be. Your door is held on by some megabolts, but it works until I get a new door. But that can wait. I hope so. Oh man. Doors are useful. They're so useful. I'm starting to fear that one of our doors is gonna need some love soon. In your Godot, if I want a reference to an array, I gotta use getReference. Apparently, you can just do equals. Apparently, you can just do equals. Which, invariably, somebody's gonna do, right? Alright, anyway, let me test this. Just strange to me. Alright. It's like, so to me, at that point, it's saying, you're saying that it's justified that Godot has set it up this way, so that I have to be confused as to why it's not working until I figure out I need to use duplicate. And through that process of learning all of that, I now have found out that I should make sure I'm not duplicating something too large. I don't know, it's just like, it's a weird way to teach a lesson that I don't believe that that's even what they're trying to do. Okay, level up once, we'll get a bunch of random choices, click on it, now we're just gonna make sure that it comes through a second time with no crash. No crash, there we go. That's it, it worked. That fixed it. Okay, we're back in business. So all this is to make it so if I pick the same one twice, it won't come back. So I'll pick the one with the star here. If we level up again, the star has yeah, it came back, right? So I would want to remove the star from the list. Now that means we are gonna have a problem. We now just got a glimpse into the future of the problems we're gonna face, which is going to be that once we remove two things from that array, it's not gonna have and like, do I want to do that by making a ton of icons, There's 12 levels. And if I need at least 3 to be available for each, does that mean I need friggin' 36? Do I need 36 power-ups? Devastating. It's a lot of power-ups. I don't think that's how that works, because it doesn't have to be 3 for each level. Because you're only able to pick 1 on each level. So you can only pick up to 12 total. So I think there has to be 12 plus like 3 or 4 power-ups, right? 12 plus 3? I think there only needs to be 15 power-ups. So like, let's say you've picked 11 power-ups, right? You're on the 11th level. Or you're on the 11th level, and you're moving on to level 12, the last level. At that moment, there needs to be 3 available to choose from. So actually, I think I only need 14 power-ups for there to always be 1 available. Which means the player could potentially get every single power-up except for 3. So let's say 14 minimum power-ups. Dude, that's a lot of power-ups. Holy friggin' crap. How many does... So Downwell is a game that I take a lot of inspiration from. It's a roguelike. There's 20. They have 20. Wow. And that's... What? Dear God. I need to put uBlock on here. I'm doing it now. Screw you. I'm not sitting here dealing with this. Give it to me now. Give it to me now. That's too painful. Jeez. Fandom. Unusable. It's like half installed. This is a bad website. It doesn't even wrap the pages in the frame, or the frame doesn't like shrink. It's devastating. So there's 20. Wow. I mean, 20 feels like a lot, but that's good. I didn't realize there were so many. But this is a game where you pick 3 random upgrades in between levels. Oh, right. Oh, that's why they have more, because there is an upgrade that lets you pick up to 4 each level. Wow. And this game also has 12 levels. So if you have 12 levels, interesting. Are your power-ups set up statically, meaning you are making power-ups with a definitive set, or are they procedural, meaning they randomly grab from pools of info depending on the next level? I'm not exactly sure yet. I think... You know, I think for the sake of ease, it's just going to be completely random. So I don't think, like, if you're on level 3, you get new power-ups that weren't available in level 1. I think that's adding some complexity that doesn't need to be there. I was considering adding that level of complexity, but I think that that's a waste of my time. So I think we're just gonna have a single pool that, you know, so on level 1, you could get any of the possible upgrades at any time. Do you think you will have levels of power-ups, speed 1, speed 2? I think no, for a similar reason. because I think it adds unnecessary complexity. And I think that makes things less fun too. I think it's more exciting if you have like a bunch of different power-ups to choose from. Although, you know, that does of course mean more work. And I don't know if it does. It's kind of a weird trade-off. But my plan right now is to do exactly what Downwell does. And Downwell is a game I want to play on stream more. I used to have it ready to play once in a while for reference purposes. But it's a very simple but awesome game. Do you want equals to always copy or make a reference? I mean, what in my mind would have been nice is if it always copied. In my mind, that would be nice. So yeah, so this is the game that I'm kind of basing the structure of my game on. And you fall down this well and you defeat enemies, whatever. You get to the end of the level and you pick one of three power-ups. Now this has an interesting one where you can get a power-up that lets you pick an extra power-up every round. I like that idea. I mean, I'd straight be copying it from this game, but I don't know, because then I have to have a minimum of 20, so maybe that's something to think about someday, but not today. But this is a really great game. I definitely recommend you guys check it out if you like roguelikes. It's great game design, and it's very simple. GMTK actually has a good video about this game. Hey, what's up? We got Pierogigon in the house. Welcome, happy Wednesday. Let's sing Pierogigon a song. Thank you, Pierogigon, for being a member and supporting Hyper Game Dev. If you are a member of this channel, and to become a member, you just gotta hit that join button that's on the screen if you're watching it on desktop. It's in the description if you're watching it on the shorts feed. Let's see what we're singing you a song to. I sing a song to everyone who's a member who comes through these devlog streams. The song isn't almost over, is it? It is. So let's move to the next song and see if it's good for singing. Oh yeah. Oh, this is singable. This is deeply singable. Pierogigon, oh, Pierogigon is putting us on. Pierogigon is putting Hyper Game Dev on the TV. Pierogigon is putting Hyper Game Dev onto the TV. Welcome Pierogigon. Oh, welcome Pierogigon. Oh, welcome Pierogigon. Oh, welcome Pierogigon. Pierogigon is putting us on the television. Pierogigon is putting us on the television. Welcome Pierogigon. Oh, welcome Pierogigon. Oh, oh, welcome Pierogigon. Oh, I said Pierogigon is putting us on the television. Oh, 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 oh. There you go, Pierogigon. There's your song. Thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well on this Wednesday. It is a happy Wednesday as far as they go, I think. Yeah, it's a new one. I got kind of tired of the same one I was doing for you, so we did a little different. The echo is good. Let's go. Doobie doo. Exactly. You understand. All right. So anyway, here's that. Let me show you that upgrade screen in Downwell. So when you clear a level, you can see you get 3 choices here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, you can. I've literally copied it basically exactly, right? You hover over it. It tells you the name of it. Now that person just picked the player there just picked the first power up, so you didn't get to see the different names. But there, right? You switch between them, and the description is underneath. The icons are in the middle, and the text is above. Literally exactly the same thing here. Which I am perfectly fine with. They have 20 power-ups because they have a power-up that adds an extra one sometimes. I don't know if I want that, but so I think what I'm gonna do right now, guys, is I'm gonna make friggin' a bunch more placeholders, because if I do this, if we have it removed for each one, the game's gonna crash if I don't have enough icons. Now, these icons don't mean anything. Like, I'm gonna have to remake all of these icons. I'm literally gonna spend development time right now making aimless, replaceable icons. And I'm going to come up with friggin' 13, 14 unique ones. 11 plus 3. Dang. Dragonblade posted in live text a short text about always copy with equals. Was a bit of code, so it was annoying to type it here. Whoa. What do you mean? And basically, for context, y'all, I was trying to duplicate an array by just using equals. Log in again. Why? Haven't we been through this? I was trying to do it with the equals operator, but apparently that just is reference when it comes to arrays. It's copying for freaking everything else except for arrays. If you want to always copy when doing equals, then this code will duplicate your node and result in you having 2 player characters in your scene. Right. Okay, so that's an excellent point. That is a fantastic point. But there's something more intuitive about this. Okay, so here's the difference. And I know I'm just wording it badly, but here's the difference. So this is not linking everything that happens to player character node to also happen to get node player name, right? So when I did the array equals another array, if I did something to the original array, it would also do that same thing to the array that I had equaled it to, right? Whereas here, it isn't linking these to be exactly the same thing. So if I were to say, I mean, I guess I'm not wrong. I guess that is what it does. Wow. Wait, I guess that is what it does. Because if I say player character node plus equals position, or player character node dot position y plus equals 10, it's gonna move both. Wow. That's a great example. No, you got me. That's a great example. Wow. Well, I guess that still brings me back to, I still think it doesn't make sense to do that for arrays. But I get the argument that it could cause a memory leak or whatever. You could avoid array-related crashes by checking array size 0 before trying to access it. Right, that's true, right? Instead of going through and making a ton of placeholder icons right now. And then I would just need to say, well, right. And so I hear you. I just got to decide where that happens and then what it does in that instance, right? So like here, where it assigns each array, and the thing about that is that's so temporary, you know? I'd almost rather make the placeholder, so that way we're creating, if we're doing placeholders, at least we're making the system that is going to exist, instead of making this like scaffolding that is going to have to get taken down and just clutter up all my code. So while I think that would work, I'm kind of partial to just making a bunch of placeholders. Even though I kind of hate it. I kind of think I'd rather do that. But yeah, you're right, I could do that. So like these are the ones that I made. I did not put much effort into them. If I want to make friggin' 10 more, I tried to make them like from scratch more or less, just for the sake of not having to deal with them being copyright or whatever, which is kind of silly, but I don't really care. Alright, so let's just do it. I'm just gonna do this. It won't take that long. It'll be kind of fun for me. It'll be a nice break from the monotony. Let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna make this a little larger. This is the border. Done. New icon. It's a common pattern to protect array access by checking the array. It is, yeah. Right, you're right. You're right. Like, I might as well just put that there anyway, even if I'm going to actually have all the placeholders there. It's like a safety thing to do that in the first place. That's a good point. I probably should just put that there, actually. That's something I'm definitely still like learning to be okay with, is having like checks, like, you know, error checks throughout my code. Something that I'm definitely still needing to do. What if the array is null? Well, yeah, I guess, and I guess my like junior dev, you know, take on that would be, it won't be. Why would it be? It shouldn't be. But what if it is? No, it's a good point. It's a good point. So I can put that code in there anyway, and then we can test it and that stuff. That, you're right, that's something that I could and maybe should do. All right, that's a good point. It's a really good point. It's a very good point. All right, I'm just gonna keep making some icons though, and that'll be fine. It won't take that long. And this is me being okay with being a little distracted. Okay, because I mean, I'm gonna have to remake 100% of these. They're all gonna have to get remade. Sometimes you want the game to crash though, so you know what went wrong. It's way worse when you can't figure out what is even causing the error. Yeah, and so then I remember last week just making the point that like, well, I think I would be able to figure out the error pretty easily. But someone made the point that, well, what if your player, you know, has an error? If I have this set up, then there'll be something like in the output log that will help me be more aware of what their problem is, and I can help them solve it or whatever. This is a good point. Hey, what's up, Zombie Fish? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. The Zombie Bowtie says, with all this array talk, I am going to download the Godot source, break something, and see what happens when I compile. Okay, that's exciting. Let me know how that goes. I like that. I like the sound of that. Dragonblade says, I have a bad stance on this. If there's no user input and the code is not using a third-party source, I will always assume that my variables are not null, so I will never check. If there's no user input and the code is not using a third-party source, so you know that you coded it yourself, and there's no user input, that's a little vague to me, but so I guess what you're saying is, if you're using a third-party source, if there's user input, then you will check variables that are not null. Cam agrees, I only add checks for null when I purposely use null. Right, and I guess I am currently setting up this global variable right now to be null somewhere. Oh, on the orb, on each orb? Up here. So the power-up key is starting out with null. So it could possibly be null at some point. Well, it is null. It's null until the power-up menu drops down, then a power-up gets assigned in there. I guess I could fix that by putting a placeholder power-up in there. Because really, it's just like, I think it's just, keys are just strings, right? So I think I could just put, well, it's variant, but technically, I think we just put a string in there. So I could just say it's always power up 1 or something like that. That way, if there is ever some bizarre error where this can be, although to be fair, it could become null in a different way too. So that's actually, yeah, I didn't think about that. Because if somehow the array gets emptied out incorrectly, I don't know how, but if it did, it could end up null. You know, you're not making good points, honestly. The user has to fill in a form or select some items. Yeah. Dang, alright, well I guess I should start thinking about this then. So really that would happen at this assignment part. If there was nothing to pop front, an empty array isn't null. Well, the empty array isn't null, but when it tries to, oh, you're right. So here's, you're right. So where we got the issue, basically the way this works is, there's two arrays. Let's go back to the Excala drop. There's two arrays. Make that a little bigger so it doesn't do that. Two arrays, available power-ups and power-ups to choose. These are two arrays that exist in this global script on the game. Then there's a power-ups dictionary. At the beginning of the game, the power-ups dictionary populates available power-ups, this array. Then when the power-up menu drops down, everything that's in available power-ups is going to then go into the power-ups to choose array. And let me rephrase this. Actually. Undo. There we go. So it's gonna, whenever the power-up menu comes down, it's going to refill power-ups to choose with available power-ups. And then whenever we choose a power-up, it's going to remove that from the available power-ups list. And then it'll repopulate it with that without the available ones. And so what's happening, what will happen now is when if we remove power-ups that, and then so right now there's 4 power-ups, right? So if I remove 2 of those, there's only going to be 2 available, which means when it goes to try and assign a power-up to an orb, we're going to run into an issue right here, where it's going to try to apply the icon or the texture to that orb. And the way it does that is by setting this power-up key, right? So it's going to say, okay, so power-up 2 is supposed to be going to orb 3. Well, if there is nothing in that array, right? If that array is empty and there's nothing to add in there, it's going to be null. This power-up key is going to be null. Because it's null by default, I guess. I wonder if I set that up. If I said, you know, here at the beginning, yeah, well, I don't know, because, you know, we have it set to null up here. I think that it doesn't get overridden, so it adds a null value. I think it's adding a null value into there. It's null because there is no element at the, yeah, exactly, right, exactly. So it tries to look for that key that doesn't exist, and then it says, hey, there's null, I can't find that key. Exactly. So that's why I'm adding in all these textures, so that way something does exist for each possible power-up for now. Accessing the empty array does return null or crash. Yeah. That's what was happening. And so that's what we'd want to check for, right? And say that if it is empty for some reason, and the player is like, hey, my game is crashing when the power-up menu loads. I mean, to me, I would just say, oh, that's because there's no power-ups in there. That would be why that happens. But we could also have like an error message be output that the player could go find in their logs or whatever. And then it could, and that's what I could type up right here. So we could like check, we could say if at this moment power-up key, because the power-up key should be assigned by the time this function runs. If power-up key is set to null, then we can say print no power-up available, no power-ups in the in power-ups available array. Something like that. No power-ups found in power-ups available array. So this would be a way to at least have the user be able to give me some kind of message if that issue popped up, you know, or I could even, like, you know, make sure the game doesn't crash at that moment and have it just auto assign something else to it, like an empty thing, so then the game doesn't crash, but it just is broken. I don't know, but I guess this would be the good hygiene way to do things. So we can try that for now. All right, it's nice. I want to start being more aware of that, but I am gonna make a bunch of placeholder. I am gonna make a ton of placeholder things that are gonna completely be replaced. I guarantee it, 120,000%. These will all get replaced, and I kind of don't care. Kind of don't care. Okay, duplicate all of those. I don't think these are going to... Oh, no, it's perfect. Make it an outline. And it's not quite perfect. Would not describe that as perfect, but it's kind of good enough. Hey, see you later, Zombie Bowtie. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Take care. Dun 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 dun. So yeah, we're gonna pump these out. I do like the challenge of making them all myself. You know, this honestly is not a bad use case for like stock images, but I can't help myself. I don't want to. Besides, this is kind of also giving me some practice to see like what these might look like if I do it with this style. What's another shape I can make? Maybe we can do some blocks. Yeah, blocks are nice. Do blocks. Like Windows, it's like the Windows logo, but different. Very different. It's a power up. And then duplicate it. You know what I probably should have done? I should do one at a time. I like the look of this editor. I haven't tried it before. Yeah, so this is Canva. Canva is alright. Sun and Moon. Oh, nice. I actually should be doing outlines for these. I just realized. This is Canva. Canva is controversial, rightly so, because they kind of not predatorily, but they try to convince small business owners. I rate Canva 7 out of 10. That's pretty good, actually. They try to like convince small business owners to not hire graphic designers and instead just use their templates to make flyers, logos, you know, documents, whatever things, promote advertisements, whatever things, Facebook posts that a small business would need. They're like, just use Canva. You don't need to pay somebody. When like they kind of do, and they should. So that bothers me about Canva. I don't use their templates. I like that it's cloud-based, you know, composition tools that also comes with a ton of stock images and shapes and things that I can use when I need to make things. Yeah, it's gross. Yeah, so I'm not here to promote Canva. I have no interest in that. But for my purposes, especially with YouTube, so what I use it for more than anything is making thumbnails for YouTube, because it allows me to have this cloud-based way to work on my thumbnails on any device, and it just helps me compose the thumbnails a lot easier. It's good for that workflow for me. So that's why I use it so much, and now I've just got like a familiarity with it. I just go ahead and use it for, you know, most of these kind of simple little purposes. But generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of Canva. Yeah, but how am I gonna make a sun and a moon without borrowing one of Canva's stock things? I guess I could just do, I could do a sun. That wouldn't be hard. I could totally use the stock things, but just in case, I just don't want to. I use the Polygon 2D node for a lot of quick graphics. Dude, maybe I should do that, honestly. That's probably, I should probably get that workflow going. That's a great idea. Keep it in the Godot family. Now, I obviously lose the cloud-based aspect, but for this that I'm doing right now, I don't need no cloud base. I don't need that at all. I said I did 139 degrees. It's just got some nice little tools. Oh gosh, this was a tough one. It's not really that tough. It's gonna look interesting. I'm just trying to like make it scratch. You don't recommend using the Godot for that? Okay, this is single of time. But is it fun? That's what really matters, right? It's not a sun, but you know what? It's a shape. I like it. Maybe lines instead of triangles. Oh, that's a good idea. The problem with that is, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, let me try that. Gotta put those middle, yeah, the middle angles. Yeah, Rogi, I know you're deep in angle country with your unit circle game. We're running out of colors. I think at some point you need to just reuse colors. So then this gets a little tricky because now I need to make a border. Let's see if I can pull that off. Kind of. Why didn't this one get a border? That's weird. Oh, I guess they all aren't below. So we need to put them below and then make them bigger so they actually stick out. There we go. And then make sure they're all underneath. That'll have to do. It's that icon. You published the game today and sent keys to a bunch of people. Yay, that's awesome. Congrats, Rogi. Let's go. I love to hear it. All right, we'll try the line. Let's try the lines thing next. I'm gonna get rid of all these triangles here. Chaos. Chaos. Almost done. Almost got them all, probably. Oh, was that the circles? No, it wasn't. Wait, I think it was. I didn't really want to make the circle have... Oh, that looks terrible. Okay, never mind. So lines, you say. Let's see if I can make that work. But the line doesn't... I'll tell you what I'll do. This is getting to be more effort than it's probably worth. I'll do this. That's awesome though, Rogi. I love that. Do you got a smiley face yet? That's a simple one. I don't. Yeah, you're right. Oh, we should totally do a smiley face. This one is not a simple one. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's do the smiley face. It's too much. It's a happy power-up. It's for when happy things need to happen in your game play, obviously. Oh, but then I gotta do a smile. I'm trying to just use basic shapes, so it's like not infringing on anything. Plenty of good arguments to make that I don't need to do that level of granularity, but here I am. Maybe we'll use this. Basic shape. Kirby face? Yeah, it kind of is a Kirby face. Oh, this is cute! Done. Graphic design. I kind of want it to be like move it over a little bit. Give us some more little extra three-dimensional personality. Look at that. Yeah, sure. How about that? I think on its own that works. Boom. It's a basic enough shape. I don't think anyone can lay claim to that shape. Make that a little thicker. Okay, 4 more. 4 more. I might as well just grab some of these. Oh yeah, we have an arrow pointing up. Let's make an arrow pointing down. I actually made this arrow from scratch. Silly. Flip it around. Different power up. It's different. Sorry, that's completely different. Completely different. Hi! It's adorable. Okay. We're gonna say, how about 2 lines? 2 lines. It's something. It makes sense in the context of whatever sense it's supposed to make. It's an equal sign for duplicating your player character, because Lee's enforced that it doesn't do reference anymore in Godot. That's what it's for. Emojis don't properly express something specific as a Kirby hi. Hi! I see. Good times. Equals. That's the first white one. I wonder how black turns out. Probably not good. Because I think the way that we're doing this is like additive. I don't know that you can add. I think it's just going to be black. I'm just curious because they all have black outlines. They're like visible though, right? Not really. Barely. Black I don't think is going to do much of anything there. Okay. 2 more. We want to pull up the shapes. Let's do a bunch of triangles pointing in at each other. Because, why not? Oops, because it's a very important power-up where everything just points inward at itself. Oh, it's like a crosshair. I wonder if I actually end up reusing some of these. Because some of them kind of make sense. And I guess I kind of like it as like iterating like a design style. Because I might look at this and be like, this design style looks bad. I need to pick a different design style. Ooh, target. That's a great one. I think I can do that, right? It's probably easy. You know, either I'll be like, oh yeah, I like the way we're using these simple shapes, or I'll realize, no, I hate it. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I lost count. I don't really care. It's good enough. Give it a border. Give it a color. What kind of color do you want? You do be looking like a red. I do be given red. And then a target. Let's see if I can pull that off. Probably, right? It's just a bunch of circles. It's just a bunch of circles. Easy. All the others are perfect, except the last one. How could you do this to me? Yeah, this is definitely completely... Look at this perfect star. No, stop adding bookmarks. Okay, I just gotta Control C and paste. Oh, it's because it was doing text, I see. Okay, put that on there, shrink it down, make it white, done. Duplicate, put that on there, shrink it down, make it red, duplicate. Put that on there, shrink it down, make it white, duplicate. Put that on there, shrink it down, make it red, target made. And then the outer one we'll give the border to. Oh, that didn't work like I thought it would. That's okay, it's fine. It's fine. There we go. Beautiful. Art created. Okay, awesome. So that's, whoops, did I just mess up my code? That's 14. That should be the minimum that I need. So I'm gonna download all of these with transparent backgrounds. I wish programs wouldn't offset duplicated objects. I get that you want it to be clear what happened, but it's annoying. I know. Oh my God, it's so annoying. It's so standard in so many programs to offset it. Oh my God, I agree. It's so incredibly annoying. All right, I'm gonna cut this out, put this in my project folder. Thank you for saying it, because it's something that I've just accepted as it just has to be a part of my life. But I don't like it. It doesn't make me happy. Power-ups, icons, power-up icons, temp. Yeah, we got a new folder. New folder now. Let's go up, paste that in, extract it. Take all of these new ones. Oh God, I really renamed each one. Why would I do that to myself? Wow. We're really gonna do this? We're gonna rename each and every one. Are you sure? Are you sure that's worth it? She ain't stopping. She ain't not doing it. She's renaming each and every one. Why does she do this? Because she wouldn't help it even if she could. Google Slides is the only program that has offset work well because it saves the previous offset, which allows for multi-clone. Whoa. I don't know if I can appreciate what you're saying. It would just be nice if it was like a setting, you know, like you could always just tell it to not offset. I'm sure what you're saying makes some sense in some context. I really bet that. Kind of like cloning with the imp in Dreams. Okay. Did I just mess that up? I don't know. I did. Wait, undo that. I think I see what you're saying. You have like control over how the clone works. I gotcha. Oh dear. I should ban talk of dreams. Okay, whoops. Should make it a not allowed word. Someone's like, I'm just trying to talk about a dream I had. I'm like, too bad. Okay, I did them all. Okay, great. So now I'm gonna copy all of these. So let's cut them. Pop them in here. We should have enough. And then I'm gonna delete that, and we'll delete this. Okay, so we now should have some more power-up icons to choose from. Now, I have to go to my dictionary. That was a lot of emphasis. Wait, it does? Making all these icons? Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely do that. Not really. So we've got power-up 1. This is the first power-up in the dictionary. Those are my descriptions. Oh god, this is so boring. Okay, so we're gonna do this 12 times here, everybody. 12 times. So let's copy it like that. Power-up 5. I kind of have just been giving them like different name types for the sake of it being different. 5th power-up, so I can just see how different text looks. Description. Really great, not the worst, you like it. I don't know, I want to see what different text looks like, okay? I should probably just put lorem ipsum in there if I really cared about myself. And then we'll just say this goes up to 5. That's it, that's the workflow. Get used to it. We're doing it for a bit here. Number 6 power up. It does so many things. So let me see what all caps looks like. So many things. Wow. We just love it. I want to see what those things look like. 6. Okay. Paste another one in. Power up 7. 7th power up. Let's put an exclamation point there. See what that's like. Good. All caps. Good God. 7. Okay. Next one. Power up 8. One power up that does more than one thing. Wow, I love it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Doesn't it make so much sense? Of all, this is 8th. The description is, you're gonna love this one because it will make you so strong that you won't have any fun anymore. In a good way, though. What's this game about? What's up, Cosmic? This game is about being an alien who abducts Earth, and the power-ups are completely ridiculous and don't care about the player at all. I'm just kidding. I'm actually just smacking the microphone. I'm actually just making placeholder power-ups for now. But yeah, so I'll show you the game real quick. I don't think we've broken it to a point where I can't at least show you what's going on here. You are an alien who is invading Earth, and you are tasked with abducting animals and humans for the betterment of their alien society. You also need to avoid obstacles, or your limbs are going to get damaged, and that will shrink them and also affect how well you can use them. And you will be able to heal those limbs as well. You can destroy things in your environment by attacking it or running into it if you're feeling dangerous. And then if I click on these cows here, I can dunk them in the score abduction orb, and we get points, and you can see we get a few more abductions up there in the top left until we ideally meet the minimum that we need. I pressed caps lock, and then let's see if I can get the rest. Come on, come on, come on, grab them. Did I get enough? I think I did. And then when we get that minimum, we level up and we pick a power. We already got some new ones in there. Good. This one is good. I gotta say, I don't like the way that looks because you barely even see the text on there. So that's why I wanted to try it, so I could see like what it looks like. This is a little long. You can see if it's a little long, it starts to interfere with other things. This is why I do little placeholder things, so at least I can kind of get a sense of how they appear in there. So then you pick a power up and you go on to the next level. And I haven't actually made the other levels, but technically they exist, and technically we can keep going. It's just there's not anything there to do. So yeah, so that's the game generally speaking right now. It's gonna be a roguelike, as you can probably tell at this point. And I'm just kind of coming here every Wednesday and Thursday, most Wednesdays and Thursdays, and I'm doing, 6 to 10 hours of work on this game, and I'm gonna try to get to the end of it. It's supposed to be a learning project, but also a prototype, so I want to iterate on this. I want to get feedback when the game is available for people to play and make some changes. But I'm determined to get it done, and it's a solo project. I'm working on it by myself, but of course, all the amazing people in the live chat have helped me so much. I've got a credits list of all the wonderful people who have been giving me tips and advice, and sometimes pieces of code. So those people will be in the credits list, but largely this is a solo development project, making all the art and everything by myself for now. You've never used Godot? Wow, what do you like to use? I assume you make games and stuff. Yeah, I really like Godot. I tried like Unreal Engine, I tried Unity, I tried GDevelop, I like GDevelop, but it's more 2D, I like 3D. Godot kind of did all the things I want a game engine to do, and I really like GDScript a lot. So, yeah, that's where I'm hunkering down. Unity, nice. Nice, I mean, look, if that's what you know, that should be what you use. Power up 9. I wonder how things will get when I don't think the name matters if we have 10. It's just a name. I don't think it's that important. That's pretty cool. I liked Unity. The only reason I stopped using Unity is because I was like, so basically I've live streamed when I work on games, I just live stream me doing it. So I live stream myself trying out Unreal Engine, trying out Unity, trying out GDevelop, trying out Godot. I got 29 sessions in Unreal Engine before I just decided I wanted to go with Godot. But with Unity, I was only like 9, I really did 8 Unity sessions. And then the whole, like, you know, upheaval happened where Unity revealed just how scummy they are as a company. And I was like, look, I'm only 9 sessions into using Unity. I might as well just stop. Instead of, like, you know, if I had been using Unity for like 2 years or more, I mean, that's a bigger decision. Like, I already know it. I'm gonna keep using it. But I kind of feel like I had a chance to dip out, so I did. But I liked Unity. I liked it. I tried UE4, but it was really laggy on my trash computer. Yeah, Unity or Unreal is a lot. I mean, I was able to, so my computer specs are actually in the description box, and I don't really have a very strong computer. And I was able to get Unreal to generally run pretty well. It still was a heck of a lot slower than Godot is. And then I would say Unity was also a little slow. So if you know, I'm not trying to come out here and convert people to Godot. That's not my interest. With that said, if you know, you want something that runs better on your computer, I will say Godot is very, very lightweight for whatever that's worth. Like, you don't even install Godot. You just run an exe and there's Godot. But, you know, at the same time, it can be really frustrating to try to switch engines, and especially if you don't need to, why do it? But I did find Unity was also a bit of effort on the old PC. Powerup 9. 8th Powerup 8 plus 1. Yep, that's what I'm calling it. This amazing power-up will help you be better. They all don't need to be trying something new. Alright, that's gonna have icon 9, almost there, just a few more. Power-up 10. The 10th power-up. It's probably going to be too long. I feel like I'm starting to realize that long names are not good. I'm going to keep that lowercase, too. Yeah, I am. Use this when playing. That's what you do with it. I need to move on to the next 50 songs of our royalty-free YouTube library that we enjoy, that I enjoy. Sometimes I hear these songs like when I'm sleeping. Sitting here and doing game dev to this music really does something to my brain. It's wild. Okay, so we need to change this to 10. Add that in here. Almost, just a few more. Power up 11. 11th power up. Have a good time making yourself strong, or not. Call that 11. Okay, 2 more. Well, more than 2. 12. I don't want to get, I guess we can say power up number 12. With great power comes great responsibility. Okay. And that one is 12. Add a 13th one on in there. Unlucky. Don't get this one. Don't use it. You've been warned. Uncle Ben power up? Oh yeah, right, Uncle Ben. That's right. Let's go and call it that. Uncle Ben power up. Wow, I'm gonna forget what that means at some point. Probably not. The classic post-warning. Yes, that's what this is. Exactly. Alright, last one. And we'll make this one PU #14. And, this is the last... No, we don't want this one to be long. Final placeholder. Oh, it's a description. Sorry. This is the final placeholder power-up for now. Until it's not. Maybe add a way to get a 4th power-up loading in as the player. I know this is ridiculous, but well, the reason why I'm typing all that out is so I can see like what such a long thing with parenthesis even looks like. All right, there we go, Power 14. So now, if we play this, any of those icons or descriptions or names will now be available. The reason why I did all this is because I'm trying to set up for my power-up menu a way to remove the power-up that gets chosen. And if it's going to start removing them, then it means we're going to start having problems when there aren't enough left to choose from. So that's why I made so many to choose from. All right, we're going to artificially level up here. And now we got all these different ones. You got a little smiley face one. Something that I'm definitely going to, oh God, see how long that looks? It's kind of ridiculous. Something that I'm going to want to update is, you know, the contrast going on, because you can see it's a little hard to even see that icon. So this is all very, you know, to be adjusted the way this is set up right now. But at least we can see that we have a bunch of new power-ups, and they're going to get repeated. So I still have to go in and find a way to make sure that the ones that you choose do not get repeated. But it's cool. I like doing this workflow. You can see how simple it was just to slap together icons, and now this is the unlucky one. Slap together icons, and then they come in here. Now there's some problems with the way I have this set up. Look, this one is like emitting like a lot for some reason. It seems like green ones. Maybe it adds on to the green that's already existing on the orb, and it makes it brighter for some reason. Don't know, but there it is. You're theorizing that power-up description should be no more than 3 words in a picture. 3 words? 3 words sounds a little too few, but I kind of agree that less is more for these. And I like the idea, like maybe some of them being kind of like a mysterious one. Like I think Dungeon Martian, who's come through these streams, mentioned that a lot of roguelikes have coy descriptions, and it's like a little unclear like what exactly it does. So yeah, I agree that less will be more, because then the player like kind of has to find out what it does. But I'd like to leave room for the possibility that we could add more information in there, but I'm not sure. So now we can go through all the levels, level up, different power-ups in each one. The icon is necessary. The icon has to be on every single one. Jump high, see good, better attack. Yeah. I mean, you know, on one hand, you know, it kind of comes down to like taste, you know, because, and to me, I don't really want to make choices based on taste. I want to make choices based on, does it help the player play the game better? And if it doesn't, then I shouldn't do it. So like, if having a super long description doesn't actually help, then yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that super long description. But if that clarification is really necessary, I feel like I'd want to add it in. And again, I'm going to go back to Downwell, which is my biggest inspiration for the roguelike aspects of this game. And they pretty much do, I don't know if there's like a maximum number, really, of words that they tend to go for. But, you know, it's maybe like a line and a half at most for this game. And it's just again, like I said, it's my biggest inspiration for the roguelike aspects for this game is why I keep referring back to it. So in between levels, and you'll see I basically have exactly the same power-up menu as this game does here. That's so nice of you, Camwin. I mean, I really love game dev, and I love researching it, and I love trying to be better at it. That's so nice of you to say. Thank you. I want to learn the skill of making games. You know, I don't just want to make cool games. I don't just, you know, want that. I want to learn how, like, games are effectively made. So I really appreciate that. Here they've got almost 3 lines. Blocks will shoot out bullets when destroyed. You know, so to me, I'm basically going to use this as my guide. But then some of these, you know, that one's kind of short, sucks in nearby gems, right? And it kind of comes down to font size too. You know, if the font is bigger so you can read it, more words will take up more lines. But really, there's not a lot of words, even in the longer description. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. So maybe we could say no more than 10 words or something like that. All right, anyway, so let's start removing them from the pool, because right now, it's not actually shrinking the pool of choices, which is actually going to be a little harder to test now that there's so many to choose from. I'm going to have to just keep checking to see if one doesn't come back, which will be interesting. But we can look in the debug as well to check that. So, now that we've got enough to remove, let's start removing them one by one. I'm going to go to the power-up menu here. And on power-up chosen, here this function runs, as you might expect, when a power-up is chosen. Let me see all the places this happens. Power-up chosen, connect. This happens on the HUD, this function runs, and on the camera. On the HUD, I mean, I think I want it on the menu, but I'm just curious to see, like, what else happens here. On the HUD, it plays the animations and actually changes what happens on the terrain controller. That is to say, that which moves towards the player. The player is stationary the whole time. And it makes sure the player is stuck in place. So all that is actually being controlled by the HUD, which is a little weird, but that is what it is right now. And then on the camera, it just sets a variable to be different, so it knows whether or not to shoot a raycast that could be a problem when you're choosing power-ups. So to me, I think it makes the most sense to keep it all on here when power-up menu begins and power-up menu is chosen, because this is where we're already doing array stuff, where we're doing pop front and everything. So I think we'd want to keep that there. So, well, I might even want to put this on the orb though, right? Because the power-up key, that's where it's going to know the one that needs to be removed. I'm actually not sure how I want to do this. I guess we want to do pop front. Oh. Maybe I want to say... Wait, but these aren't going to be the same, are they? Let me check something. I guess available and to choose will always be the same array setup. So we could just say remove the first one from available. We have to just make sure it does it when it's chosen. I just got to make sure this timing is right. Okay, so the game starts here. We've got our whole list printed of all of the power-ups available. I'm just going to stop moving because that's too much. Power-ups available 1 through 14. They're all in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so now let's increase the points, and the power-up menu is going to drop down, and it's going to print the new lists. So we've got power-ups available 1 through 14, power-ups to choose 1 through 14, and then it's going to shuffle it. So now it's shuffled, and this is only looking at the choosable array right now. That's 7 through 14, but that's not shuffling the available array, right? So that says 7 is the first one and 14 is the last one. If I pick this, and now we increase the points, bring down the power up menu again, available is reset to 1 through 14. So it's unshuffled at that moment. I mean, I guess I'd want it to shuffle both of them, but they're not going to shuffle them the same. I guess what we need to do is find the key. We need to say, what's up, Shanty? I would rather you don't, actually. If you want to make music for the game, you're welcome to, but I'm definitely not going to put it in the game. I'm interested in trying to learn every aspect of game development. I want to bring it all together myself, so that way in future projects where I do work with collaborators, I at least have some familiarity with a way of doing that process. Yeah, so I want that full breadth of experience myself. But if you do make music, you know, I'll you know, put it in a fan thing somewhere, but I probably won't use it, just so you know. Welcome, Shanty. That's nice of you to offer. Thank you for offering. It's really nice of you. Yeah, thank you. And I wish you luck with making music. I bet you make some great music. So somehow I need to find and remove a specific entry from the array, the one that gets pop-fronted. Check the docs for array and see if it has a member function that does what you need. Smart. Okay, yeah, I should do that. Yeah, I probably should do that. Good call. I like that you use the term member function. Okay. Count clear. There's clear, but that clears the entire array. Not quite what I want there. Probably like a, what, like a remove? Remove at. That's just like an index number. That's not useful. Pop at. That's not helpful. Pop back, pat, pop front. Sort slice? What the heck is slice? Returns the slice of the array. I don't know what that means, but I don't think that helps me. I'm sure it's very interesting, but it's not. It's not what I need here. Insert hash has fill clear. I was kind of hoping this would be a little more obvious. All any erase removes the first occurrence of a value from the array. If the value does not exist in the array, nothing happens. Nice. To remove an element by index, use remove at. I think this is what I want, because value would be the name of it. So yes, I think erase is what I want. Note, this method acts in place and doesn't return a modified array. Okay, that's fine. On large arrays, this method will be slower if the removed element is close to the beginning of the array. This is because all elements placed after have to be re-indexed. Do not erase entries while iterating over the... Don't... What happens? I don't know, but don't you do it. That is a funny thing to put in documentation. Just don't trust us. Don't do it, man. All right. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Thank you. All right. So I think erase would be what we want. Now, where do I want to erase it? I think I might want to set another variable. I could do it on the orb here. I guess we should do it on the orb. On power up hovered. Because chosen actually doesn't get tracked here at all. I mean, we could also... Maybe I could do, I mean, this feels a little fractured or fragmented, but maybe I could do it on the raycast. Because the raycast is already doing something, you know, when we choose it, it's then going to, I don't know, maybe that kind of makes sense. Like when you click it, so then I could say, look at, well, it has to know which, oh, it does know which orb. Whoa, wait, it knows which orb. Oh, okay, so we could just say orb, power up key. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. Imagine if you want to count the number of people on a train, but the moment you count a person, they get off the train. What's final count of people on the train? Oh, this is the do not do it thing. Counting the number of people on a train. The moment you count a person, they get off the train. So I guess it's just not gonna be up to date, is why. I mean, it seems like it would be nice just to say that in the documentation, but that sounds like what you're trying to get me to think is the case. If you're iterating through it and you erase it at the same time. I mean, it sounds like it could go, I mean, depending on which operation happens first, it could either be that the count, it doesn't know what to do. I don't know. I guess it's like either it does count it or it doesn't count it, and you can't be sure whether it is or isn't, so it's going to be an inaccurate number, right? 1. Good point, Rogie. I don't know what that means. Your iteration will run out of indexes. Oh. That sounds like that would be an interesting error to figure out. Orb power up key. So I actually would want to say that globals power ups available erase orb.powerup key. That might work. It might not work. It really might not. I think we'll be able to just check to see if it's out of the list down here. It seems too easy. But let's try it anyway. Okay, stop moving. It's stressing me out. Okay. We got in the available array 1 through 14. Level up. Power-ups come down. It's shuffled. So we have 10 first here and 5 last. So this one should be 10. It is. So there's the 10th one. Power up 10 is in this list. If count is read as a verb, it is 1. Otherwise 0. Oh, the answer to Dragon Blade's question. If count is read as a verb, it's 1. If you want to count the number of people on a train. I'm trying to imagine not counting it as a verb. Or not seeing it as a verb. Okay, so we're gonna click the 10th one. Ooh, okay. I'll take crash. It's a funny word game. Progigon uses they, them pronouns. Okay, so where's the problem? Invalid get index power up key on base integer. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's just a number. It's not the orb object. It's a number. I see. Okay, well, we can make that work. If it's a verb, you don't count after the last person because there's no one to count. You guys are hurting my brain in a good way. I think it's good. I think it's good. I like it. I like what you're doing. Power-ups available dot erase orb dot power-up key. So I could have that number get inserted into a node path, which is pretty chaotic. Or it could do a match statement which is also chaotic, but more fun. I don't know if it's more fun. It's different. I do have a pretty epically disturbing match statement in here, right there. So we could just say, there's the integer. It must be is_orb that it's calling with. Or that same number. This is pretty wacky up in here. And I acknowledge that. And I don't really care. I have to do what I have to do. Okay. We're gonna say match orb. One, two, three. And then, right, we need a variable. Orb to orb chosen. Let's call it that. Orb chosen. Orb chose. I know I could have done that faster with a replace or multiple cursors, but I didn't. Instead of all that, I would actually want this to be an assignment. We're getting really wacky here. I know it. I know it, guys. I know. This is so wacky. You'll forgive me. I'm gonna literally drag this in here. We're gonna do an entire node assignment. Okay? Look, I'm just solving the problem. Maybe. I'm attempting to solve the problem. Okay, then we say orb chosen power up key. I'm sorry, okay? That's what I decided to do. Let's see if it works. It may not. Okay, 1 through 14 for power-ups available. I'm gonna stop this. Give us the points. Go on to the next one. I see we have power-up 6 is the first one. Right there. Click it. It kept moving. It kept moving. No problem. All right. Here we go. Orb chosen equals all orbs in array. What? I bet that is good. I have to think about that. Also, what if I already solved it? Okay, so we're gonna say, no, it's fun, it's fun, it's fun. Okay, so we're gonna do this. So I should have picked 6. That should be the one that's gone now. So I wanna make sure that it's not in this list. In power-ups available. It's not, it's gone, look. Power-up 5, power-up 7. It skipped 6. It works! It works! Alternative to a match statement that expands without more lines of code. Let me consider that. Alright, I might try that, Rogi. Hey, what's up, Abo? But we got it, because look, it's not on the list. It skips from 5 to 7 with no 6. So this one, power up 3. Let's pick up power up 3. Level up arbitrarily. Level on up. Now it goes from power up 1, 2 to 4. Skips it. If the orbs are all in one group, get tree, get nodes in group also returns an array of the orbs. Oh, interesting. I'm doing well, thanks. I'm glad you're doing fine. Fine is fine. Fine is fine. Love to hear it. Thanks for stopping in. Happy to be working on the game as always. Great. Wow. That was pretty easy. I mean, you guys helped me, but still, that was pretty easy. Did not take that long. I don't even know which one I picked. I just want to see them all kind of whittle away, honestly, until we're down to just the final few. Cool. Cool. That task, other than just like, you know, refactoring it so it's less lines of code. It works. Smaller and smaller list. It's awesome. It makes me want to make even more power-ups, you know, just so that way there's more variety. You're gonna love this one because it will make you so strong that you won't have any fun anymore. In a good way, though. That's silly. It's our Uncle Ben power-up. That's silly. Hey, Brawl Snipe, welcome. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope your own game dev journey is going well. I know you've been working hard to learn stuff. Dude, I'm doing really well. Thanks for asking. Here working on the game, as I love to do. Learning things, having good progress. I'm also having good progress, so it feels good, feels good. Happy birthday! That's awesome. Brawl Snipe. I'll sing you a song for your birthday. Brawl Snipe, happy birthday to Brawl Snipe. I hope you have a good day, Brawl Snipe. Brawl Snipe, Brawl Snipe, happy birthday, oh yeah, Brawl Snipe. Happy birthday to you, Brawl Snipe. A happy birthday to you, Brawl Snipe. Happy birthday to you. Alright, there's your birthday song. Happy birthday. Members and people whose birthday it is get a song. Alright. Much love right back at you. Alright, I wanna see this. I wanna see this tiny little array list. So that's what I've been working on. I'm working on just making sure that when we choose power-ups at the end of every level, it removes that power-up from the list of possible power-ups. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. Which makes sense. I think that makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power-ups left to choose from. Because we always want to make sure there's at least 3 available. I probably made 1 more power-up than I even need. Yeah? So now we're on the last level, level 12. This is the last set of power-ups. And there's only 4. So I actually made 1 more power-up than I technically need. So it means that there's even 1 power-up that you wouldn't even see the entire game, potentially. Which is kind of cool. I like that idea. That's awesome. And you pick the last power-up. And now if you try to beat this level, the game just crashes because there's no more levels after that. Alright, cool. Let's go. Let's go! Now, in terms of min-maxing this code, I'm generally against that, but, you know, whatever, let's have fun. Orb chosen equals all orbs in an array, orb number -1. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, right, and then you're making a great point. The orbs are not in a group, but you know what they are in? They are in a node. Like, maybe I could use, like, the children in a node? Min-max is not needed unless you want more orbs. I mean, at this point, I just want to have fun with chat. You know, like, it's kind of fun to, like, see. I won't get too into it, but what if I just got the node? Like, the power-up menu node. Am I on-readying that anywhere in here? Probably not. On-ready. Variable power-up menu equals. Oh, I don't even have that accessible as a unique name. Do it. Power up menu. That might break something. Let me make sure I'm not referencing that anywhere. I don't think I am, but I might be. I am right there. Does that change that, though? I don't think that actually changes that. It does! I think it does. Actually, I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does. Does that now have a % on it? Let me see if I broke it by doing that. Optional refactor. Use only one global array for available power-ups. What? I mean, I would need some, I don't even know how to do that. How would I even set that up? I also forgot to, you know, do any of this. How would I even do that? Let me make sure I didn't break up this reference. I don't know if access as unique name messes things up if you try to do already a path. Apparently not, because I think we would have already crashed if that did cause a problem. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, there's no problem. Alright, just checking. Right. I know, but like, I thought I needed to, so that way we had the array that I could pull from, and the array... I thought I needed 2 arrays. I don't even know how to do it without 2 arrays. I believe you that I don't, but that's... Oof. That sounds like a lot of work. Like Rogi's idea feels like a little work. That feels like a lot of work to me. I gotta wrap my head around all that. Dear God. Dear God. So I mean, if I say this and then get children, I feel like this is an array here. Maybe. Is that gonna work? Maybe that's not gonna work. That actually might not work. Oh wait, it looks like it's kind of working here. Is this gonna work? What if it does? That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, I do have 2. Man, that feels like a whole brain twister. Let's see if that breaks. It'd be kind of cool if it works. Oh, I think it worked! I didn't pay attention to which one I chose though, so I don't know what got removed. Power up 1. Okay, so number 1 shouldn't be in there anymore. Let me pull the menu down again. I think that worked. Yep, power up 1 is gone from the power-ups available. Nice one, Rogi and Cam. That was some teamwork. You guys helped me put that one together. Hey, that's pretty good. I wouldn't have thought that, like to subtract 1 from the array. I wouldn't have even, I wouldn't have come up with that. Such a clever way to do it. I mean, it feels like a tiny bit magic numbery, but it's also not. It's really more of a conversion, you know. Wow. That seems to be working. It is working, right? I don't know, I'm paranoid. I want to test it to the end. It's fine. Just took out the 11th one. Should go from 10 to 13 in the next round. Yeah, I think that worked fine. 10 to 13. Sweet. Cool. Love it. Dope. Look at that. Prettier. Currently, you copy, shuffle. Most of the things I do in my games use arrays and indexes, kind of like that. I mean, look how neat, look how clean that is. It's so friggin' clean. I'm glad, and the reason why I like using it is because now this is potentially in my toolbox in the future to come back and be like, how did we do that one time? Oh yeah, I should do that for this situation or something. So like, I really appreciate that gift of me potentially ever learning this or using this again in the future. So I'm even going to, of course, throw some credits over there. Indices, yes, we must be very specific there. Oh, oops. That's not how we do this. Godot consultant. Is this Godot consultant or is this Powerup choosing? It feels more like Godot consultant because it was like a refactor, you know? And then Camwin helped me with that too. Okay. So in terms of Camwin's suggestion, how did I get to 43? How did you get to 43? Yeah, you got a lot. It must have been... I remember I was feeling generous last week, and you kept teaching me things. You just kept telling me things last week. You were. Yeah, you guys were like neck and neck. But last week... I don't remember what you were telling me, but it was something that made me want to give you a consultant credit every time you told me. I don't remember what it was, but it was last week. Like, it just happened. And it might have been, you know what, it might have been other things too when we were like discussing stuff. And so I ended up adding like something and something else too relevant to that. Oh, getters, dude, it was definitely getters and setters. Wow. Yeah, that was a whole entire thing. You might have even given me some like tips, like some other things. I'm just not sure. But it was legit. You legit earned them. Okay, so currently you copy, shuffle, and pop the first 3. Yes. You could just shuffle the one array and use the empty array to get use brackets to get the first 3 elements instead of popping. Whoa. Maybe it made more sense to have it set up that way before I started removing things. I guess now that I'm removing things, I can do that. So like when a power-up gets assigned to an orb, it gets removed from ones that can be chosen from. Oh, wow. I kind of see what you're saying. Shuffle the one and use the brackets to use the index to get the first 3 elements instead of popping. Right. Wait, how would I use... Oh, so I see what you're saying. Oh, so we could say, like, power-ups available. One. And then for this one, it would be power-ups available 2. Is that what you're saying? Then actually that it does feel really silly to not do this now. Now that I think about it, I feel like I should probably do that, right? Guess we got sidetracked to making an MMO. Oh no! Roger, no! That's dangerous! No! Come on now! Come on now! Be careful! Be careful! Welcome, Roger. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I remember vaguely coming in for a minute or two and hearing getter... Yeah, man. We went into a whole getter-setter thing, and I ended up not using getter-setters at all. But it was quite a discussion. Yeah, it does sound scary. Right, it starts at index 0. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good call. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, guys. That was a close one. That's why... Yeah, I remember. I just forgot. An MMO is a perfect project to end productivity. Crush the productivity. So yeah, so if we're just removing things from power-ups available, I don't even need to ever... I don't need power-ups to choose at all. I never need it. I don't need to duplicate anything in the first place. I just get rid of this. Just just burn this down. Just put this in the garbage. Throw it away. See you later. Goodbye. It's gone now. We do want to shuffle that array, however. Power-ups available. Everyone tells me no, but my mind says, multiplayer works already. Okay. Put 10 more players. See what happens. So we could adjust this print statement. But like, is it scalable? I don't want to discourage you from making games, period, but I know, right? Yeah, I need to do the shuffle. I am still shuffling. So I would want to shuffle every single time, so it's a new shuffle. I guess it doesn't have to shuffle it every time, technically. Like, technically, we could just shuffle it once at the beginning of every game, instead of shuffling it constantly. Kinda doesn't matter. I'm sure there's some reason why shuffling it at one point versus another matters, like in a anti-cheat sense or something, but all right, I gotta put you on long chat. I gotta put you in long chat. Roger's always getting us put up on long chat. That's not on the shorts feed. It's only here. Fated to receive power. Yeah, right. Because then it's like, in theory, you could like predict, not necessarily, but like, you know, if you could somehow, I mean, whatever, who cares about cheating? Like, I don't really care. It's not like an online multiplayer game where it's really important that people aren't, you know, cheating against other players. Fool, I ruined the productivity. Alright, so we'll just say power-ups available if we want to check them. Power-up shuffled. You should care about cheating. What if it becomes an MMO? You never know. See you after I commit xenocide. Have fun. Is that alien? Is that a genocide of aliens? Have fun. Thanks for stopping in, Roger, and telling us about your horror story of making an MMO. Cheers. Good luck to you. Powers available, gold powers available, shuffle, power up shuffled, and region. Who said horror? It's been going amazing. All right, you're right. We're the ones. It is a green cup. That's right. Shorts feed doesn't see the effect, but on the widescreen, it's invisible. There's code in my brain right now. Yeah. I want it to be even greener. One day. Okay. It's a magic spell. Yeah, it is. Basically it is. For all intents and purposes. It's not a green cup. It's an invisibility device. True. Yeah, it's both. It's a green invisibility device. Orb 1 power-up key, so power-ups available. Yeah, we're pulling from there anyway. Okay, I'm so distracted. Is this fine at this point? Well, no, because at the in the ready function, we need to say, oh, it already, is this already fixed? I must be missing something. I just got confused because I got distracted. Pull that up. All right, we got power-ups 1 through 14. It looks fine. It looks good. let's pick, and it shuffled it there. Power up 2 is first. Let's pick up power up 2. We've chosen it. Pull this up. Oh, so it's gonna be shuffled already, and then it shuffles. So I don't get my nice, neatly ordered one, but I don't see 2 in there. It looks gone to me. Yeah, only one array necessary. Nice, refactor. I always notice that, like, often whenever I'm like, wait, is it done? Did I do the thing? It usually means that yes, it is done. And I just can't think of what to do next because everything has been done. Nice, good call, Camwin. See, that's a whole other credit right there. That's a good refactor suggestion. I really appreciate that. That's a credit point. Sadly, I can't use the saying, I will do it when pigs fly, because I just got a flying pig. Are you serious? Are you serious? Nice. What are you gonna do with it? I guess just like give it a good life. I guess, would you keep it kind of like a bird, like in a cage, or? Oh, I see, in Final Fantasy 14. Gotcha. That's pretty funny that they have a flying pig in an MMO game. That's hilarious. Yeah, I think this is working. Power up 1. Oh, I thought we chose a power up 1. I guess I'm bugging. I'm just double checking. I just want to double triple check to make sure this is all good and working. Yeah, it's out of there. Dope. 13 should be gone now. Kind of don't need all those prints, honestly. I mean, it was useful for the time being. 13's gone. Yeah. That's it. That's functionality, baby. Alright, so now we're going to remove power-ups to choose. It's only in this one place. It's gone. Thank you, Camwin, for that suggestion. That's very helpful. I think that's a solid power-up choosing credit. For sure. Your name gonna be so huge on that credits list or something like that. All right. Well, I think that's that task. That was a lot of that. So I'm gonna do a GitHub commit and move on to another task then. Power-ups are removed from available list when chosen. After power-ups are removed. Power-ups are become chosen. Power-ups become unavailable after chosen. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we did some things. I don't really feel the need to add a description. Sometimes I like doing a description. You know what? I don't want to do it this time. Oh, you know, actually there were some more things I should have added into that now that I think about it. Dang it. It kind of doesn't matter. Can I edit this here? Am I amend commit? You know what? Never mind. It's fine. I would have added that I put more power-ups in there, but yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay, cool, great. So what was my next task that I planned on? Good job, team. Thank you, everybody, for helping me. I appreciate it. That went well. Task list. So power-up menu stuff, that's pretty dealt with at this point. Oh, I wanted to do main menu. Wow, I forgot about that. Oh, really? Ah, I don't know that I want to do that. So, right now, when you start the game, it just starts. It just starts. Yeah, it's UI stuff. Yay! You know, just for the sake of, you know, building things that aren't in the game yet that need to be in the game, That is something. It needs to start somehow. I guess I do want to do that. I guess I do want a main menu. It's, oh wow. I don't even know where to begin with that. I mean, you know, because on one hand, I might want a special, like, lore design of it. I guess I want to, like, move the camera. I guess we could just start out, like, in place, like sitting here, right? That would probably be the easiest thing. Turn off the raycast so you can't actually do things. Sort of like the power-up menu, basically. Make it like the power-up menu. Except it's got, like, some kind of UI stuff. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Even if it, like, had, like an orb design or something that comes down. Maybe. And I don't want it to look just like this. Like, I want to get a little fancier with it. What if the camera, like... Because if I'm thinking about, like, the lore of the game or something... This is a bit of a tough one. Like, in theory, you're invading Earth, some kind of cutscene about invading Earth. How is that cutscene gonna work? I have no idea. Have a road sign behind the player that has a cow and an arrow. I mean, that's fun. But does it fit with the lore? That's actually a pretty fun idea. I kind of like that. A tiny planet like in Dragon Ball Z. And the aliens walk infinitely on it until you start, which is a rocket. I don't know what Dragon Ball Z is like. Do I seem like someone who watches Dragon Ball Z? No disrespect, but like... means nothing to me. The only thing I know about Dragon Ball Z is a lot of boys that I knew growing up liked to draw Dragon Ball Z characters. That's like the extent of my Dragon Ball Z knowledge. There's someone named Goku and he's versus Vegeta. These are the things that I know. There's someone named a musical instrument. And there's a lot of this. Like, entire episodes of this. These are the things that I know. A tiny planet. That I don't know. So... Another random lore fact about Dragon Ball. In Japanese, all of characters' names are vegetable puns. That's pretty fun. That's a fun fact. Vegeta, that does sound like a vegetable, actually. That sounds exactly like a vegetable. What? I mean, if I'm going to convert this into a main menu, I feel like I would like the game to start out on the alien planet, if I'm being honest. And when, you know what I'd love that when you hit play, you get teleported down to Earth. So it could even kind of look like this. Because part of the idea, too, is, like, there's a bunch, like, you're not just this alien, you're one of the, you're any of these aliens. So in your first run, you're playing as this alien. In your second run, you're playing as that one. In your third run, you're playing as that one, or the next one, or the next one. Not all of the characters, just some of them. The others are puns of other stuff. Like Pokemon. I guess that's a Japanese thing. So I almost imagine there being like a big army of aliens, just like a ton of them all in a line. I mean, you know, the thing is like, then, you know, if I really wanted to go full lore with it, like, a random one would be the one that teleports down, but that's getting a little too much. I think for today, it's scary. It would be scary, I know. I also don't have, like, the models all set up yet. Because it wouldn't be this model. It would be the ones with just the head and the body. How would I do that teleportation thing? So I'd almost want to build like a level, like a main menu level that loads in. Which could be my level 0. I mean, level 0 is supposed to be debug. So that means I would need to make a level 0.5, which is a little horrifying. Hello, bro snipe on the short side. Welcome. Thanks for checking me out over here. Mostly here to see if there's anybody who happens to be scrolling through the feed who's like, hey, I like game dev, who wouldn't have otherwise seen the stream. But hey, if you like being on vertical, then I'm glad it's there for you. -1. Good point. Good point. That probably means something. So at this point, I'm just brainstorming. I'm just trying to like think how I want to do this main menu. This is actually a pretty big job. Oh, -1. Oh. I guess I'd want the debug level to be -1. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, all right. Wow. You know, as much as I'd love to do a bunch of cameras in different positions and stuff, maybe for now, I won't do that. Okay. Let's refactor debug level to be -1. Let's make that my task right now. I like that. That's a good suggestion. I needed that suggestion. See, this is where you get little credits, right? This is how you rack them up. Making an incredibly relevant suggestion that helps me move forward. In what I'm doing. Level design? I don't know if that's level design. So we're gonna make a special category for level or we're gonna put this in the main menu category since it was so relevant to that. Show an army with some text, select your alien or something. Whoa! And you click on 1 to teleport and start the game? That's awesome! Whoa! That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, you know, but then, well, the thing about that is, then if you keep picking the same one every time, you know, like, maybe they could, like, if they all, like, ran in, like in the Miiverse or something, like, you know, do you remember on the Wii U, like, the Miiverse, like, all the Miis would, like run in all the same time? That sounds, like, really hard to do, honestly. Miiverse intro. No, not on the 3DS. Come on now. What do I look like? Yeah, like that. Like that. They all just run in. Like all the aliens just like come in and you click 1. I don't know about that. That sounds like a lot of work, honestly. I don't know. That's a really, really interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea. Let's at least get the debug level refactored first. How do I do that? So right now, the current list of levels exists. Okay, let's get these power-ups collapsed here. Right, so we have a folder, terrain level 0. So I would need, oh, that's where it's gonna be the biggest problem, Dragon, though. Is in my
my file system. How am I gonna type that in the file system? I mean, I can type it in there. I guess it can do a hyphen. It's just, I don't think Windows is going to, or anybody is gonna organize it, you know, by negatives. Dash negative. I could even do like that, you know, and just make sure I don't have too many. Maybe I'll do that. Actually, I kind of like that. There's something about that I like. So that's what I'm gonna do. -1 underscore points. Now this is a little different because it kind of doesn't need all of these. Oh, but you know what? This is a problem. Yeah. Oh, Dragon Blade. I don't know about that idea. Because the way that I have this set up is it has to correspond to the array index. So -1 in an array doesn't mean -1, right? It's like the last one or whatever. So actually, unfortunately, that isn't gonna work. And I couldn't do a 0.5 either. So what instead I would have to do, we could do level 13. I think would make the most sense. I probably want to do 14, so level 13 can be the end of the game. Oh, but what am I gonna do for cutscenes? Okay, I've made some mistakes here. I did not plan this all well. Okay, so I probably should get like a different. Oh, this is tough. This is actually pretty difficult. Because it's just going to be a lot of effort to try and tell it to not load these in. It's going to be easiest if we can keep it with this existing setup. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna give you that level main menu credit because this idea is so awesome, and I want to keep it in there. Do you need the terrain system for main menu? I mean, maybe. Like, wouldn't it be kind of cool if like it was? I mean, and well, okay. So if I didn't have the terrain system for that, maybe I don't. Okay. Maybe I don't. But then I have to have some way to. The biggest thing I don't like about that is I have to have some way to tell the terrain system to not exist yet. This is gonna be hard. I need to think about this. All right, hold on. I'm gonna be back. Give me 2.5 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, probably. Just give me a quick second. I'll be right back. I gotta use the loo. I drank all this tea. The tea is gone, and it needs to. Well, it's not gone. It's about to be gone. All right, give me 2.5 minutes. I need to think about this. This is a tricky little problem here. Because honestly, yeah, because somehow I have to tell the terrain system to not activate. Oh, it's gonna be tricky. This main menu is a tough one. Okay, all right, hold on. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, do stuff like that. Get yourself a snack. Like I said, I will be right back. Hold up. Just tell it not to activate. Hey, terrain! Don't activate equals true. So simple. So simple. No, I do actually think I need to go look at that. I think that's what I need to do next. Is I need to go take a look at all of the terrain code and just kind of figure out where in there I can wedge in a main menu situation. I think that's the actual next step. What's up, Tincho? We got Tincho in the house. Welcome. Yeah, we devin' around. I have set some specific tasks in mind, and we've already marked one off. I have a feeling the third task isn't going to happen, but that's okay. So, power-up menu. I set up the power-up menu to remove power-ups after you choose them, so that way you can't pick the same power-up over and over again. And I ended up making a bunch of placeholder power-ups. So now we got 12 or 14 total power-ups you can choose from. They don't do anything, but they exist. And now I'm thinking, let's do a main menu. And it's gonna be some effort, but it would be nice. Oh wow, right, with the debug level, we really need those extra power-ups because you're gonna run out, potentially. But yeah, so the power-ups do get removed at the end of each choice. And there's a lot more to potentially choose from and stuff like that. And now I'm trying to do the main menu. What's up, Gab Games? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. All right, wait, Tincho is a member. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev Tincho here on YouTube. That means you get access to emotes, badges, a colorful name, priority, this and that, Discord bonuses, and the 8-hour member stream. By the way, you also get a song. So we gotta sing a song. Is this the music that I'm singing to right now? It's a little kind of gloomy, but I like it. It's not gloomy. Tincho, Tincho, Tincho. Tincho's in your house, don't you know? Tincho, 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 Tincho. The stream dropped out in the middle of me singing the song to Tincho. But we're back. Tincho made the stream go. Tincho made the stream go. Oh, Tincho. Probably one of the worst songs I have ever I apologize for that, Tincho. But also, you're welcome. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You know what? They all can't be winners, all right? They all can't be winners. I'm glad you loved it. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to go look through this code that deals with the terrain stuff. So, this is a bit of a nightmare. It's not my favorite, but it's true. You almost shut it down. Thank me later, guys. Don't kill me. Okay, so... So let me explain. I gotta explain to everybody how this works, and to myself, so we all just are on the same page here, including myself, with myself. So the way this game works, and actually having the debug level makes this easier to explain, is there are 3 possible types of level chunks that can spawn in. So you see how there's this blue stripe, there's a yellow stripe, those are chunks. Here's a red one, that's a red chunk. There's 3 types, and they're represented here by 3 different colors. This is just the debug level. Red, blue, and yellow. Red is an obstacle chunk, blue is a safe chunk, and yellow is a points chunk. That means that the yellow chunks have points that you can abduct and increase how many points you have. The blue ones are safe, which means they don't hurt you, there's no points, they're just there, they're like filler. So that way there's gaps in between sections. And then there's the red ones, which are ones that just have obstacles that can hurt you on it, and that's it. So I wanted to set up a way to make sure that there was some randomness, but it wasn't going to be too punishing and just spam you with tons of red potentially. So I wanted to make sure there's a lot of space in between. So the way that works is there are 3 different collectors. That is to say, there are 3 nodes that hold the possible blue chunks, the possible yellow chunks, and the possible red chunks. And then there's a playlist that pulls from those nodes to put a level chunk in front of the player. And so here's the playlist. Right here, all right? It's this huge long thing. So it says, load in a safe, a point, an obstacle, a safe, a point, a safe, a point, a safe, a safe, a point. So it's always the same order every time, but there's multiple different possible orders, and it randomizes whether it's going to be this or this. Now, within this list of safes, if you're on level 1, you're gonna get a variety of possible safe chunks that are themed for level 1. So it's random safe chunk for level 1, a random points chunk for level 1. So in level 2, it's going to be a different chunk, and there's variants that could come in. So that's how the randomness kind of works, if that makes sense. And then, there's going to be multiple playlists. Right now I only have a couple, but there's going to be multiple. I also have this safes chunks list, which is there for at the start of the game. When you start, it makes sure to load in a bunch of safe ones right at the beginning, so that way the player isn't going to spawn in to damage. So here's that safes playlist. So this is kind of the way it all works, is we swap these arrays of lists in and out, and that's how it decides what to load in. Now, where those get set and changed depends. So we have these starting lists. So in the ready function, basically, it says that chunk list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all safes. This is all, so here, if we look in chunk chosen to add in this function, what it does, and Dragon Blade helped me put this one together. What this does is it says, take chunks list 1, take chunks list 2, and pick a random between those two, right? So whatever is currently running towards the player is either going to be the first playlist or the second playlist, and it's going to keep putting those back in there. Now right now I only have 2 playlists. In theory I would make 10 of them or something, but right now there's just 2 or 6. Looks like I'm making 6 different ones. So level 1 has 2 different possible lists. So maybe on level 2, right? So we're saying if the current level is 1 or less, right? So this in theory would be, some ridiculous, I would probably want to make a match statement here, right? And we would say if it's level 2, then it's going to load the level 2 playlists in. So there's a lot of little things to deal with here. So, I could say, if level 1 and not main menu or something, right? Then do all of this, or whatever. Expected a colon? I gave you a colon. Oh, is it because I did it wrong? Yeah, okay, there we go. So then if it is main, right, we can say else or something. I mean, that's not gonna work great if it's a match statement, but, in theory, we could say, well, probably don't want to say. So wait, what does it do? Oh, maybe this only does this here because this is for starting. So wait, what does it do if it's greater than level 1? I guess it just never changes. I see. This gets assigned and it never gets unassigned. That's why that works for now. Down here, we do every time the level changes. Oh, wait, that's a little confusing that we're assigning that in 2 different places. Wait, don't I even not need this code? Did I just realize that I don't need that code? Because we have a giant match statement down here that runs every time the level updates, and level update should run at the beginning of the game. So I actually wonder, do I even need this? When starting ones are over. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I guess this does need to be here, because this updates it after those initial chunks end. So I guess we do need this. Right. This actually only runs chunks for level. This runs in progressed terrain. If first terrain is level. If starting chunks over. If starting chunks are not over. Oh. And it's not, and starting chunks, this is, I know, this is so confusing. And starting chunks not current. So, not currently set to starting chunks max. So if we haven't gone through all of the starting chunks, and starting chunks aren't over, then increase the starting chunks current. Otherwise, run chunks for level. Is this running all the time? Let me check that. That actually could be a problem at some point. This is gonna be a bit of a messy thing to go through. If starting chunks over, which is gonna be true a lot of the time, print starting chunks over. I'm just kind of curious. And then real quick, let me clean up all these prints that we have here that we don't really need right now. Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is where I can wedge in like a new list or playlist or something that's just for the main menu. Starting chunks over. Oh wow, look, it's running constantly. It keeps updating it. Oh, wow. That's not necessary or useful. That only needs to happen one absolute time, and then it never needs to happen again. Wow. Interesting. Well, I could say, what if I have chunks for level call with an argument true. And then on chunks for level, this is quite a chaotic thing. We're gonna say has updated. And then if starting chunks over and has not updated, wait, but that's not gonna be false. It's just gonna be like null. Well, no, because it's gonna call with true. So you'd actually want it to call with, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, Lise. That doesn't make any sense, don't do that. I mean, it could make sense. It could be made to make sense, actually. We could say, oh God, Oh my god, this script is a friggin' beast. It really, really is. Oh, there's starting stuff. Starting chunks over. We could have it... Variable... First level loaded. Have it be false right there. And then for... wherever that... Here, this one. We can say... Has... That doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense at all. If I say has updated equals first level loaded, that's gonna overwrite this. Not really. No, really. What you'd want is for that to change further down. That's what would make that work. So like down here, so starting chunks over equals true. This is very confusing to my little brain. My little brain is having a hard time. Okay, don't do it like that, please. Stop all of this. Stop all of this nonsense. Make it simpler. Do the simple thing. Nothing like this. This is gonna be a mess, guys. And that's the way this is gonna have to be. And I'm okay with that. But it's true. Okay, so up here, we'll say that when this runs... Well, I actually do want to create... Oh my god, I need to collapse so much of this. When I say first level loaded, variable first level loaded, Boolean false, come back down to chunks for level. Whenever this runs for the first time, we have to say, well, first we'll keep this here, and first level has not loaded, then do that. And then we want first level loaded to become true. So then when it comes back around again, it doesn't keep... I mean, that's as simple as it needs to be, truth be told. Because it only needs to update that one time. This is a bug I'm just catching here that I didn't even... Because I haven't been updating... I haven't been making these different for level 2, so it hasn't really mattered. Oh, I undid my print statement. Let me make sure this isn't keeping going. Print, it ran. Okay, once is fine. Do not want to see that running multiple times. Let me just make sure it doesn't. This is hard. When a script gets this chaotic. Okay, there it ran, and now it's not printing multiple times. Thank goodness. Okay. And the game isn't breaking, there's no problems, everything is good. We'll just go ahead and go to the next level just to make sure I'm correct that that is completely unnecessary to have that running so many times. Indeed, it's unnecessary. The game is fine. Nothing is broken. Let's just keep going. One more level. just to make sure. Yep, looks good to me. All right, cool. Now that that's been fixed, I'm going to do a couple things. Let me remove this other print. Where is that other print coming from, by the way? There's a lot of prints I need to deal with. Power-ups available. Oh, that's in the globals? Let's get that out of here real quick. All right, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna do a GitHub commit for that little change right there. And we're gonna say that that was keeping level playlist assignment from happening too often. Restricting level playlist assignment occurrences. I feel like that's plenty. Okay, now the way that we stop things, let's start really simple. Let's just stop the player from moving at the beginning. This is a pretty simple one, actually. So we're gonna pull up the player here. On the player, there's this terrain slowdown variable. If we make this true, the terrain should not be moving at the beginning. There's also controls locked. We'll say true. The controls are locked and the terrain is not moving. So now if we hit play, we actually should start not moving. If I understand anything correctly. I don't. All right, that's surprising. It's a little surprising. Perhaps something is overriding that somehow. So let's find out what might be doing that. We're gonna say terrain slowdown. And in fact, show me terrain slowdown equals false. That happens in the player. Damage undetected. Okay, that's, I don't know if that exists anymore. I don't know if that function runs anymore. On power up chosen, and then in this debug option. Oh, what? No, not O. Interesting. I mean, I could look here to see if this is running. That would be interesting. This feat unseen thing is quite an old thing. Yeah, it's not running. I guess I would also want to see, let's go to the player and see if I can ascertain what's going on. I wonder if that terrain slowdown, you know, it might need a signal to be emitted for that to actually work. Because controls actually are locked. I'm pressing buttons, I can't actually move or do anything. So that definitely worked. I think we need something extra on the terrain controller for it to actually stop. I think that's the problem. But if we look at the player, terrain slowdown is true. So let's see what else I'm missing. It's probably something really obvious. On the debug menu, or not on the debug menu, on the power-ups menu, I believe. One of these all right, hold on. Maybe it's on the HUD. Somewhere on here, we do stop the terrain. Here. Oh. Wait. There's one terrain slowdown. True. Oh, I have to set the terrain controller velocity to be 0. That's the other thing I have to do. Got it. Okay, understood. I see. I knew there was one more thing I'm missing here. not emitting a signal, but we also have to say that the velocity is 0. Actually, it would be kind of a nice thing just to have a signal for, but whatever. All right, so we're gonna say that this velocity actually starts out at 0 because we have a constant that it can update to as needed. So we just make sure we say become the constant to go back to the normal speed. So now, when we start, we should be stopped. Perfect, it is, it's stopped. No movement, we're good. Beautiful. And then if I press this button, this debug button, we start moving again. Good, great. So now, when it starts, we're stopped. Now we'd want like a button to start it up again. So right now it just loads the debug level, which technically is prepared to start a bunch of random things. And actually you'll be able to see that it'll be different. So right now you can see like a yellow one in the distance. If I refresh this, we might see something different. I don't know that it'll be that different because both playlists kind of start the same anyway. So I don't think that's gonna look that different in the distance. Plus it's like a 50-50 chance that it's the same or different. So I don't know that this is really worth showing, but yeah, it looks pretty much the same. But we don't need that for the main menu for cutscenes and stuff. I don't necessarily need it to be like randomly loaded in at all. You know, I could say load something like instead of, we could just like hide that. Like if I were to come to, let's say, terrain controller, I could just make it invisible. Then I don't have to worry about loading anything in. Just say be invisible and we could just load something in there, right? Obviously the walk animation is playing, so we'd want like idle or something other than us walking in place. So I mean, I could set that up too. But yeah, technically that's probably going to be the easiest, is if we just hide it. You know, on some level, I think it would be kind of cool if there was, especially like when you beat the game, I think it would be neat if there was something showing you walking around, but maybe just for the sake of this purpose for the main menu. But then again, wouldn't it be kind of nice if you had like a main menu with like movement and stuff, you know, as opposed to just like being still? That'd be kind of neat. And then like the rest of the levels like load in all of a sudden. That would be kind of dope. But then it kind of goes to, well, if you're picking from multiple aliens, how does that really work? Oh, whoa. What if it's like sort of like what Dragon Blade was saying, where there's a ton of aliens, but it's just like an infinite like plane of aliens. There's just like, it's a never-ending stream of aliens that you choose. That actually is kind of friggin' awesome. I love that idea. Okay. And so then the way that I think I would say to do that is we would have a playlist that loads in chunks that just have like a bunch of copies of the alien on it. It's good. It's gonna look weird, and it's gonna be hard to get the effect right, but I think it might work. And in order to do that, I would want to say, like, if main menu or whatever, in this chunk chosen to add, well, it's tough, because right now, in the ready function, not even in there, in the ready function, it starts it out with safes. So, like, for example, if I were to come in here, well, that's actually not even going to be an option, because we only have chunkless safes. But what the heck? Suppose I did this, okay? We come in here, on ready, chunk lists, obstacles is what I'll call it. And then literally down the line here, I'm just gonna add a bunch of obstacles nodes for it to, in theory, put in here. Obstacles. And then let's say I replace all of these with obstacles. If I understand how everything works correctly, assuming this works correctly, we should see a bunch of red. Nice. So now the game starts out with red instead of blue. So in theory, I could make a main menu list here, and we just make it long enough that it extends all the way down, right? So I'd want to probably add a few more onto here, so it actually reaches beyond, unless that's decided elsewhere. It might be. I don't know. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah, there it goes. Now it's red all the way down the line. But I want it to actually keep loading it in and not switch it to level 1. So right now, if I start moving, eventually it's going to start loading in level 1 back there. So I'd want to tell it not to start loading in level 1 yet. And I would still need it to do the starting ones somehow. I think that's going to be probably the biggest challenge, is making sure it doesn't... I think that's going to be a really difficult thing, is maintaining that initial starting situation. I'd almost need to make sure a lot of that stuff doesn't happen first, so it doesn't start counting the safe chunks right away. So here, if starting chunks are over, so starting chunks become over when, so, oh, and right, so, well, isn't this counting? What is this counting right now? Where does that go up? Welcome back, Sable. I've got to catch up with many videos. I'll be lurking. I'm trying to set up some project management things with Obsidian. Whoa. Yo, I've been looking at Obsidian. Right now I use Notion, and it's okay. It's alright. I don't know. I don't love it. It kind of gets the job done, but I've been coveting Obsidian. You know what I'm also coveting is Milanote. I feel like they all kind of do the same things, but have like a few little flavor differences. Good luck with that. Good work on doing that. That's really helpful to do. Oh, heck no. Oh, I see what you're saying. No. So my Kanban is with Hack and Plan. And then for like other types of things that Hack and Plan can't do, I tend to use Notion. I didn't know Obsidian had Kanban, because when I hear people talk about Obsidian, maybe I'm misunderstanding what Obsidian does, but when I've heard people talk about it, they talk about it like it's another note-taking app. I didn't realize it had project management features, though. Yeah, so I tend to just see it as a note-taking app. I didn't know it had Kanban. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Wow. Obsidian just got a lot more interesting. Oh, it's not great. I love to get Crack and Glow, but it's discontinued. What is that? I mean, I guess I don't need to know now because it's gone. It looks cool. Rest in peace, I guess. Yeah, Notion, I mean, if it does... Actually, it looks like Notion does have Kanban. Does it, though? Why does it say with Notion AI? Ew. Wow. You know, maybe it does. Actually, Notion might have Kanban. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Anyway, good luck with that. No, it's interesting. Thank you for helping me realize that even exists. So, It was integrated in Git Kraken, the version control and Kanban combined. Oh, version control, wow. Plus the cool looking glowing, yeah, that theme looks awesome. Interesting. Right, so I want to see where starting chunks actually gets increased. Oh, right here. If it's, so every time progressed terrain goes by, if first terrain is type block safe, so then it should never be ending. So why is starting chunks ever ending if it should only be counting it if it is type safe? Because I was putting obstacles in there. But it seems to be counting it anyway. That's strange. That's very strange. I'm gonna say print first terrain is type. What are you seeing there? What is it that it's seeing? Because if they're all obstacles, they certainly shouldn't be the type safe. Which should mean that it never ends. 0, 0, 0. Oh, it is seeing them as safes. Huh? And right away, too. How strange. It also doesn't continue. What? Well, wait. Now, if I keep going, I'm sorry if let me get out of the way on the widescreen. So this has a bunch of zeros. 0 is safe. But it looks like there are some safes that kind of come in here. So this should increase. Right now it says 13, and it's a bunch of zeros. So once these get past the player, it should go up to 14, 15, and print them. But it's not. Oh, there it goes. 14, 15. It just took a second. Okay. So somehow, right at the beginning, it's still seeing a bunch of safe chunks for some reason. How? Why? Where? That's very confusing. And I also have like a minimum or a maximum number. We have it set to 7. What if I make this 30? Something ridiculous. Will we get an infinite red scroll? That's really weird. I'm sure it makes sense in some capacity somehow. I also need to unlock the controls because this is driving me a little nuts here that I can't control anything. Okay, we're gonna unlock the controls for a second because otherwise I can't speed up, which makes testing this a lot less fun. Take your time, hurry up. Okay, now we're getting infinite red. Wow. So there just must be, it's meeting that maximum, or it's, wow. It's just spawning a bunch of safes right away. So this is good. This is what I want for the main menu, is I would just swap out these red ones for my main menu. And then it could just be constantly looking over like a whole bunch of aliens. And we would just take the alien out of here. And then like Dragonblade was suggesting, we could just click on one alien and that would start the game, which is pretty dope. But I need to figure out why it's starting with these safes. Very confused about that. How'd you manage the infinite level scrolling? Okay, so the way that works, it's a little, okay, so I'll tell you this. This might be enough of an answer for you. I started with this tutorial on YouTube. This tutorial right here, I'll put it in the chat. That got me started, and it explains how the code works, and it also gives you the code. But essentially, when the terrain controller or the level gets past the player, it removes something from an array, and then it grabs from this array and it inserts one on the end. So one goes away, another one comes in. One goes away, another one comes in. And since then, we've made a lot of modifications to it, where we actually have 3 different arrays that it can pull from. And the way this code is originally set up is, this is actually a file path here. And it loads files into an array and then instantiates them. But our code actually moves. So these are actually loaded off screen behind the camera ahead of time, and then they get moved into position out of one of 3 possible collectors. Either the points, the obstacles, or the safes, the red, the blue, or the yellow. And so yeah, anyway, if you want, you could always check the GitHub repo if you want to see how it's evolved. It's quite the beast of a script at this point. But yeah, that YouTube video is like the basis, essentially, for how it works. Yeah, it gets the job done for sure. So yeah, so now that we have that, I really need to figure out what's going on with these safes. I'm very confused about where it's getting all these safes from. And I would like to become less confused about that. Any particular problem with what you're currently doing? What? What do you mean? The problem I'm trying to solve right now, is okay. It's such a confusing thing to explain, but I must. And you know, the way that what's gonna make this a lot easier to explain is if I undo some of the changes that I've done here. So let me do that. So I'm gonna replace this with safes. And that should be all we have to do. Oh, like, can I help you on the task you're currently in? Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know if anybody can help me with this task. Because, you know, there's just, it's like this particular code has just gotten so complicated that it's like very hard for me to even know how to explain. I feel like I hold so much institutional knowledge here. But basically, when the game starts, it spawns a bunch of safe chunks right away. So when you play a level, it's obviously not blue, yellow, red stuff. Safe chunks mean that there's nothing there that's going to hurt you. It's a safe chunk. If there's a red chunk, it's going to have stuff that will hurt you on it. So I want to minimize the red chunks, so there's only a few of those that spawn in. And then the yellow chunks are points chunks, and these are all semi-randomized. So as you can see, I try to have enough blue in between points and red sections, so it's not hurting the player too bad. But the problem I'm trying to solve is just looking at how those safe chunks are initiated at the beginning. So right now, it's supposed to spawn in around 7 when the game starts, and then it counts to see if 7 have gone by. When 7 have gone by, it then loads in level 1. You can tell level 1 is loading in because you start seeing those yellow and red strips up there. And so the way that this is supposed to work is that it actually counts, and it says, okay, I see that 1 safe chunk went away, I see that 2 safe chunks went away, I see that 3 safe chunks went away, I see that 4 safe chunks went away, and because of that, now I'm gonna load in level 1. So now if I set this number to like 15 safe chunks, so it's looking for 15 safe chunks to go by. Starting chunks maximum 15. So it should only put 15 safe. So we should see how it's mostly all blue now. And again, the reason why this is here is so that way the player doesn't spawn in on damage. And so now when we keep running for a while, after it sees 15 go by, it then starts loading in the level. So it has to actually count 15. Now, something that I'm noticing that I didn't realize was the case is it actually immediately is putting down a bunch of safe chunks, and it's counting them as the game is loading, which I didn't quite realize is happening. And I discovered this by adding in, all red ones, just for the sake of visually seeing it as different. So when it counts them, it's actually counting the safe ones. So it won't count the obstacles as it's checking. So here's where I am establishing what the starting chunks are gonna be. And we're gonna say start it with obstacles. And so if I set it up like that, once it loads, it's gonna be a sea of red. Just tons of red everywhere. And then eventually, we get here to blue. But guess what? No blue have gone by. But this print message here, it actually saw 12, or how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It seems to have seen 9 safe chunks. Which actually makes sense, because 9 is how long the playlist should be. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I wonder. So it just, again, 0 in this case means that it saw a safe chunk. So it saw a safe chunk. It's just interesting, because that means this maximum starting chunks here being 7 is meaningless, because it already saw 9. So if this is going to be meaningful, we would need to put more than 9 in there, basically. So if I just put 9 in there, it's going to look exactly the same than if I put 7, if I put 5, if I put 1, if I put whatever. It's only going to matter for everything over 9, which I didn't realize. And I'm still not really sure why it's doing that, because I don't want it to think that starting chunks are happening until we actually go to level 1. So unfortunately, I don't really know how to have anyone help me with this, which kind of sucks. I like when I can make sure everyone knows what page we're on. But at this point, so few people, if anybody besides me, has enough knowledge about this entire script. Obviously, unless you went and looked at the repo, but even then, it's pretty friggin' chaotic. So, unfortunately, I think I'm on my own with this. But we'll see. And then, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a main menu that just infinitely plays something. And then, what I like is when you press the start button, it then adds in all the starting ones. Although I have to ask myself, do we even need the starting ones anymore? Yeah, I guess we kind of do. I still would want the starting ones. So it would then need to start the starting ones, load it on top of, or in front of the main menu chunks, and then start loading it. So it's a little, and it's going to be weird, because I'd almost want the max to be 1 then, because it's going to be a bunch of safety. It's actually very confusing. It's probably either overkill or complicated, since you currently have lots of code here. But I'm thinking about a state machine. Okay. Yeah. I see that. I mean, so to me, when people say a state machine, I often get a little confused, because to me, it's more of an idea than a thing. Like, I suppose I could set up like a function or a script or something that handles state machine stuff, but you know, I tend to just do like variable checks. So like, you know, if this is true, then do this, otherwise do that. And then I think technically that creates a sort of state machine. So yeah, so I mean, I feel like the problem that I'm trying to solve is not necessarily... Yeah, I think that is something to think about. Yeah, right, it's a design pattern. I understand, like... I don't know why my microphone got unhooked up. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It probably would make this, in theory, easier to understand, but I don't know. The level of refactoring that sounds like that's going to require, I don't know if I have the patience for it. Consider what you've said, strongly considered, for sure. Yeah. Idle, running, and completed. I'm not sure that is relevant, but I mean, I know what you mean. Because really, the states here would be main menu, level beginning, level begun, cutscene, you know, game end or whatever, end of game. You'd be able to modify how chunks spawn separately. Each state wouldn't be affected by others. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hear you, but I feel like that already is in here. It just isn't as, like, neat as what you're talking about. But, I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, I feel like that already exists, right? So, you know, there's like the version of if we're in the starting phase or we've started. And so there's like when the first level isn't loaded, when the first level is loaded. So I think that is kind of coming in there. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. So, okay, so something that I want to resolve is not quite that just yet. I want to think about why is it putting, I just don't understand why it's putting out these safes. So I need to find where that's happening right now. That's what I want to do. So the way that it, because right at the beginning, it's spawning 9 safe chunks, and I just don't understand why it's doing that. Something that I'd also be kind of curious to see is it spawning anything else? I just don't understand why it's spawning 9 safe ones right at the beginning. And like, I mean, I could ignore that for now and say spawn all these obstacles. I think we are doing that right now, where it's just spawning obstacles. I mean, I think that you're right. I just think that I need to figure out how that's going to work. Yeah, obstacles, okay, yeah, right here. So this is when it starts it. I don't know why my microphone keeps getting unplugged. I think my cat keeps rolling over the wire or something. Bless its heart. I hope that that's all that is. It's a bit of a headache. It's all a bit of a headache. Cost benefit of refactoring could not be worth it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right, Q Mark. I didn't chat much, but I enjoyed the stream. Have a great rest of your day. Stay beautiful. Oh, thank you, Q Mark. That's so nice of you. You take care. Much love. Right back at you. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope that door gets sorted out. But I'm glad you have air conditioning. Yeah, it's it's something to think about. Oh yeah, check it out. Check it out. Please be my guest. That's what it's there for. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, that's awesome. Have fun. So we're looking for 9 ghost chunks. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Yeah, I'm kinda looking for 9 ghost chunks. I almost want to ignore it, but I'm sure there's like somewhere where it makes perfect sense that it's there. You know? I'm sure there's somewhere it makes sense that it's happening. I just don't remember why or where. I mean, in the ready function, we just establish that. That's not it. Here we're establishing them all as obstacles, so it's definitely not doing safes there. Load terrain scenes, we load safes. This is just loading them. This particular function is just assigning directories to a certain, like, variable. And it does it for each one. So I guess what I would be curious about too is to see what, like, if we say if first terrain is type, don't you autocomplete that, is type block is types obstacle, print first terrain is type. So like, what if, or we could even just say sees obstacle. Doesn't have to be the number. Sees obstacle because it must be true. Sees safe. So it would be interesting if it also sees all of those, and if it doesn't, that would also be interesting to know. Like, does it just plow through all of them right at the beginning? Probably not, but I'm not actually sure. So let me see. It does! Wait, but it only does 3. Well, that does make sense because we also have all those red ones. Okay, so let me do it. Hold on. Let me do it with points as well. See if it sees any points. Yeah, I mean, a state machine might be nice. It's just, man, trying to parse out all of that. It's a whole day. Okay, so right here at the beginning, yeah, so it doesn't see the points. So it actually saw 3 obstacles that went by, but it did not see any points. And it saw 9 saves. So somehow 3 obstacles got loaded in. Okay, then, so my next question is, what if I change this back to oh god, I'm so lost in here. Right here. If I change this back to safes, does it still see those obstacles? Or is it just because I was putting obstacles in there? Tell me your secrets. It sees no obstacles in that instance. 1, 2, 3, but it sees 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it actually saw 3 more. And instead it was safes instead of obstacles. So if I change the points, it's gonna see points. So it loads 3 in, or 3 go by somehow. Or go into the array. Really, it's what's loading into the array. I wonder, because that's what this is saying. It's saying first, whatever the first terrain is, and what it assigns to be first terrain is whatever is in the first place of the array. of the terrain controller node. So it's like it's loading 9 in, so that way there isn't nothing there. And then it removes all 9, and it loads in 3 of the next thing that's supposed to come in. It's just very surprising that happens while the game is, especially since we're telling the terrain to be paused. Right now I have it set to not move at the beginning, so it's actually not even moving. It's just still, and yet they're still getting yeeted somehow, which is very surprising. I don't even know how that happens. So that must be that progress terrain is running multiple times, because that's what makes all that happen. Progress terrain is being called in the physics process. That's the only place where it gets called, I think. Yeah, but these are the other, these don't get used to my knowledge. these strips are not being loaded in the game. So that's not relevant. Interesting. So the physics process, I mean, obviously the physics process is happening, but what shouldn't be happening is this movement. I almost wonder if it's like the array filling up or something. Like it's loading each one in, and it pops 9 of them and assigns them. It's very confusing. Very, very confusing. A part of me just kind of wants to ignore it and work around it, if I'm being honest, as chaotic as that sounds. So if I put those in as obstacles, I think what I'd like to try to do is figure out how to get it to load in safe chunks, the starting chunks, and then load in the main level. Well, but that's the other thing. So if we have the main menu, it would be kind of nice if it was just like a different scene, you know? That would be another, that would make the state machine handling a lot easier. If we were saying, you know, if it's the main menu, don't even load the same, not necessarily scene, but something else. Yeah. Some kind of way to avoid building on what's already here, but that's also going to be tricky. You know, like if I make like a new terrain controller with a new terrain controller script, so that way this terrain controller isn't even doing anything yet. So like we could even say, don't even run progress terrain. Actually, I wouldn't even need a new script. We could just do a new function that is similar to progress terrain. That sounds chaotic. Maybe it's not chaotic though. Maybe it's not. I mean, that's a lot living in one script. That's a lot of things to live in one script. So right now they're all starting out as safes. If I were to say, instead of starting them out as safes, start them out as our main menu chunk, which for now we're just standing that in with obstacles. And then I could reassign that to be safes. That might work. You missed a part since I was reading code. Is the game progressing while we're in the main menu and we haven't started yet and chunks accumulate in there? In the main menu, so the idea for the main menu is just gonna be like one single, maybe not one chunk, but like one folder of chunk files, one type of chunk that loads in. So where I have 3 terrain collectors for the main game, in the main menu there would only need to be 1. set of chunks that load in, if that makes sense. And it's going to be the same stuff that comes in all the time, but it is going to be infinite. So the game is not progressing, it's just more of a visual effect. I guess it depends what you mean by game progressing, but it's kind of hard to even explain that. Like what game progressing means. Game progressing only means that you are collecting points and meeting the minimum. Whenever you meet the minimum number of points, then it progresses to the next level. This wouldn't be using that system, probably, or something. Okay, so if I say it starts out as obstacles, when you start, are the chunks being replaced one by one as they fade away? Yes. Kind of. Oh, man. All right, so I gotta explain it. Okay, all right. Let me make some adjustments so I can actually explain this to you. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it gets harder to explain the more complicated it gets, but I want to be able to explain it. So let's try it. So I need to set... Alright, let's do this. Let's just look at it, right? I mean, it would be easier if we were on level 1, truth be told. I think it's more visually easy to understand. Okay, hopefully this is set up right. I'm not entirely convinced it is, but let's try. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, because it's looking for safe, so I think I would need to bring this down if that's gonna work. Yeah, I pretty much know it's not, but I think it's just, I think a lot of the questions you're asking might become relevant at some point, so it might be good to understand. Also, wait, why is it not... There it goes. Okay, cool. So you see back here, this is where 3 terrain collectors exist. And this holds all of the possible chunks that could be loaded in. There's 3 sets in here of collectors, okay? There's collector points, collector obstacles, and collector safes. All right, and then I'll do the whole explanation. We'll do the whole explanation. Let me zoom it in and stuff. So hopefully it's all nice and visible. Okay. So there's the terrain controller. The terrain controller is this belt that's constantly moving forward right here. That's what's constantly moving forward. Oh, and, well, yeah, we'll just do it like this. And if you'll notice, this number is changing. So once it gets to a certain point, it removes it from the scene node, right? It takes it away from the controller node here. It's controller in scene. It gets rid of it, and where it goes is in one of these 3 collectors. So let's look at the safes collector. Those are the blue chunks here. So we're gonna see that terrain 0 is gonna jump into collector safes, right? So here's some more blue ones. 2 is gonna jump into collector safes. And so then what happens is it chooses semi-randomly from one of these 3, right? So obstacles has a bunch of red ones, points has a bunch of yellow ones. It chooses randomly from each of those and adds it back onto the beginning, right? So it's constantly removing one and putting it over here, removing one and putting it over here. And so it goes back in here. So it's not that, so they're replaced, and so then there's one difference, is that the starting chunks, so the initial ones, when you first start, are actually being deleted. And they aren't being put back in here and recycled. That's unique to the starting ones. It's kind of weird and confusing. I don't know if that helped anything make sense, but I figure I should at least explain that, so at least you understand kind of something what's going on. There's even more to it. So like that list of blue, the order of yellow, blue, red, that's defined by these lists. Very clear, nice. That's defined by these lists. And that in theory would change for different levels. Right now it doesn't change, but it will at some point. So it's gonna do first a blue, then a yellow, then a red, or it's gonna load this list, which does a blue, a yellow, then a yellow, right? So they're slightly different, and it randomizes between those different lists. And in theory, level 2 would have a different list than level 1 has, and stuff like that. And then, yeah, there's more to it than that, but I was thinking when you start the game, those menu chunks, are they all replaced into safe chunks at once, or do they still stay and get deleted one by one as they reach max distance? They are they're getting I mean, right now those menu chunks don't exist, so I'm just using the obstacles as placeholders. But in theory, they would be replaced one by one by themselves. So it's like a folder, right? There's like a folder of chunks, and then that folder gets loaded in to an array, and then that array is just cycled through constantly, and that would essentially be how that kind of works. So I need to create that folder. It's hard to answer some of those questions because I'm still putting it together. Yeah. So okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to make a different progress terrain script. I want to say, and I want this to only run, this will be like kind of like the state machines, right? So it'll do progress terrain, you know, if, game begun or something, or, yeah, we'll say game begun. If game begun, then run this. Otherwise, run progress terrain. And so this might even be different. I might even want to say else. Easiest state machine is an enum. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So we could say, if, I mean, I have to set that up, and, alright, I'll do it. So we say, variable, or enum, are enums, they're not usually capitalized, are they? Enum, I don't know what to call it. Level type? Let me remind myself how I tend to do these. Yeah, states. Yeah, like that. Enum is types. Yeah. Is, so I don't really know how to static type an enum. I guess we don't need to. Okay, nice. We'll say the different level types will be menu, game, really we could say menu, cutscene. I don't even know if, maybe I'd want like, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter what order they're in. I guess I'd want the game to start with a cutscene that you could skip and then go to the menu, so maybe I'll just do it in that order. We might go back to that, though. Cutscene, menu, game. So maybe we could do it like that. Yeah, for the numerical. Yeah. So if we do it that way, then we could say down here in the physics process, if level type game, then do progress terrain. Can I do a match statement for that? Is that allowed or not? Need to declare a variable state, name of the enum. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Wait, does that make sense? Can you be more specific? Oh, maybe I would say like level type dot game, like that. Level type menu. In this case, we can just have it still be progress terrain. Probably would be nicer if we did it in like order. Yeah, we need to actually tell it. Type at the name of the enum, which will switch between the 3 states you named. Right. So in the enums that I've used before, I have done that. But their context was a little different than this. So like here, I would do it, I would say, where would I do it? Not this one. Oh, but that was more for an export. You need a variable typed with the name of the enum, which will switch between the 3 states you named. Right. Oh, I know where we did that. Here. Right there. That's where we did it. This is what you mean. I see. Gotcha. So we want to say variable is level type. Is level type. And then we'd want to start it out with something else. Yeah. Oh, state equals enum. Okay. So let's say it's, I want right now to start out at the main menu by default. That might change at some point, but for now we want to say start at the menu. State equals enum value, and then compare state with enum value, which you created. Is level type. So maybe a bit like that. State will be the variable filtered in your match case. Yes. Okay, so no issues so far, but let me just make sure. Print is cutscene. Print is menu. Print is game. So right now, it should be is menu, is what it should print out down here. Is, yep, okay, yep, is menu. Yeah, okay, got it, good, thank you. Dope. If I switch the state, yeah, of course. So, yeah, so then in this case, is game. Alright, good. Thank you. I appreciate your help. We've got you on here, right? Yeah. Do we have like a different, we have just level design. It's not really main menu, it's like level switching, if anything. But we can put it in main menu. We'll put that credit there. Refactoring state machine is much harder than just creating a new one, though. Okay. So... now what I want to do is actually create that alternate function. So, instead of progressed terrain, I want this to be not progressed terrain. Well, actually, progressed terrain, it's only being referred to in that one place. So we're going to say this is progress terrain game, just so it has a different name. In this case, we want to run progress terrain game. Now I want to do progress terrain menu. In this case, we're not going to put it in there. What's up, cats? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. I'm working on my game in Godot. It's a game about being an alien and abducting things. I'm currently trying to add in a main menu to a game that already exists without a main menu. And it's a lot of fun. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I want to make this other function that doesn't exist, which is make terrain menu, or progress terrain menu. So I would like it to, for now, just literally be an identical version of progress terrain game. Nothing different. That won't paste the whole thing, will it? If I paste that? Probably not. That would be nice, though, if it could just paste the entire collapsed linked thing. I'm guessing no, considering the link isn't highlighted. Oh, it did! Nice. That's awesome. We just have to change the name now. And I gotta find myself in this lost sea of code, or the sea of code in which I am lost. Here we go. Alright, we got 2 of these, and then we're gonna call this progress terrain menu. Alright, so now we got these 2 functions. In theory, they should be exactly the same. So if that worked, we should have no problem just doing this. Laziness just unlocked a new feature. Hell yeah, it did. I hope so. I certainly hope so. Alright, we're good. It's loading. No issues. Is menu. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna take this print message out of here because we don't need all that running all the time here. Menus seem like fun. No, I mean, honestly, it is. The reason why it's less fun right now is because... Sorry, the reason why it's less fun right now is because I didn't start with designing this with the menu in mind. So it's like now I have to like wedge a menu in that didn't exist before. I love making menus. Wedging things in to a game that didn't expect it to exist is less, it's not fun, it's less fun to me. But it's okay, we'll do it, we'll make it happen. Sable Spirit Studio has got my back, at least for now. So let me get these prints out of here. We'll just say a pass for now. Get that out, and so for progress terrain menu, what's gonna make it different is a lot of things. A whole lot of things. Where do we start? Where do I even start, dude? My goodness. Well, I don't actually want us to be paused. So actually, let me undo all of that. Because I did set it up so we're not moving at the start, but that's not the way we're doing the menu anymore. So we're going to go back to the terrain velocity being 11.0. We're going to go back to the player and make sure the player is not frozen. And then I'll show you a little bit of what this game is like. We do actually want to lock the controls for now. I'll set it to true, and then I'll just uncheck it. Well, I think it is unchecked. Train slowdown we'll set to false. Actually, no, we do want to set to false. Okay. And then I believe we still have, let's uncheck that. Okay. So the game should run basically completely normal, other than we have all of those obstacles that start out at the beginning, which is quite devastating, actually, if this were not the debug level. If this were not the debug level, we would be obliterated by damage, which is not good. Alright, so we're going to upgrade to the next level. This is just debug, not a big deal. Pick a random power-up, and level 1 loads in. So the game is about being an alien who is tasked with abducting animals and humans, and so you can break things and grab a bunch of stuff. In theory, you'll be able to eat things too. You also have to avoid obstacles or you're going to take damage on your limbs. This is a system that is not fully developed yet, but it is in progress in many ways. But this is the general idea, is you're looking for things to abduct in each level. This is only one level. Technically, we can advance to other levels, but they're empty. So we can just artificially inflate the score here. Then we get to pick our power-ups, which are all just placeholders for now. And then we go to our next level and whatnot. So that's like the general idea of the game. And right now I'm trying to wedge a menu into it, which is a bit horrifying. So for progressed terrain menu, gotta come back to the terrain controller. Thanks, cats. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Yeah, it's exciting seeing the game come together more and more all the time. And I'm currently remaking the player character model, so I can't add in a lot of the things I want to add in, but once I do get that done, it's going to be great. But today, we're adding a main menu, because it's got to happen eventually. Might as well be today, I guess. Okay, progress terrain menu. Right, so that's the function, but currently it's doing everything the same. So what would a menu need that's different? Well, it actually only needs to pull from one terrain collector instead of a bunch. I mean, I would want to make sure, and actually this is where we can add in... this is going to be a little tough, because it's still going to try to load... Well, I'll tell you what you do want to get rid of, is you'd want to get rid of the starting chunks stuff. And you wouldn't want to do any of this starting chunks thing. If starting chunks over... and starting chunks current is set to chart... starting chunk is not set. So this is making sure we haven't met that minimum. Then it's going to count up. We don't want it to do any of that at all. Just like ignore all of that. Throw it in the garbage. That all goes away. And then what... I mean, what just happens if we do that? Like, what is that like right now? What chaos does that bring on? Because really what I'd want is for it to be like an infinite red here and never load in anything different. Oh, the controls are still locked? Let's unlock those controls. Infinite red never starts a level. Excellent. That is what I want. Good, good, good. Nice. Now, where things are going to get wacky what happens when I switch to the other state in the state machine? Let's make a debug button for it. This is gonna be chaos. So I do have a debug menu. Let's set it up. It's either gonna be chaos or it's gonna somehow work really well. I don't think it, I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be really weird. I think this is gonna be weird. All right, but let's just let it happen and see what it's like. So on the debug menu, we've got a bunch of different things here. What's it that we're doing? I'm gonna get rid of the hurt leg. I mean, these aren't working right. I'm just gonna hide them for now. Let's make a new button. Oops, let's make a new button. And we're gonna call this one, let's say increase I'm gonna say add state. It's a little weirder. Add No, that's a bad idea. I wouldn't recommend that. I think it's a bad idea. Actually, I have a different idea. Let me see. We'll see. Kat says, starting with game dev myself. Nice. Welcome to the world of it. Dream Game is a fighting game. Street Fighter KOF. But right now, I'm just learning by recreating old arcade games like Pac-Man. You've given me motivation to keep going. Let's go! I love to hear that. Thank you for telling me that. That makes me happy. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I mean, I had a dream game. My dream game was a survival simulator, the most realistic survival simulator I could come up with that made it feel good to me. And in working on it, I realized it was too big. My dream game is too big. And so I started to break out the things that I wanted to do in my dream game into smaller games. So for example, I wanted realistic limb damage and that to affect how your game plays. That's how I came up with this game idea. And this game idea, you know, only has the limb damage factor, and then everything else isn't really there. But it's a different game at this point. And it's in theory a smaller game. It's not the smallest of games, but it's smaller than my dream game. I love that you're making old arcade games. I think that's like one of the best ways to learn, honestly, because you can't overscope, right? Unless you try to like make it a million times better or something. But as long as you're just copying an old game, it's already completely scoped out for you, and you know you know where it's going and where it's gonna end, so you can definitely finish it. And honestly, like, yeah, just finish it. Finish the thing that you're working on. That's a great learning process. I love that you're doing that. Good luck with that. You got this. You're already on the right path. You got this. Let's go, indeed. It's not too big if you're named Tencent. Oh yeah, they make games. Tencent. They have like popular games that if I didn't know off the top of my head what they were, I'd be embarrassed, right? Yeah, I knew that they were Chinese, but I forgot all the games. I forgot all the, oh, Riot. Oh, that's Tencent. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, so I want to do this button, and I want it to be, I'm gonna get a little complicated with this actually. I'm gonna add in an H box within this V box, okay? And there's gonna be buttons that go inside of there. This is gonna be button, we're gonna call it menu or cutscene. Let's call the first one cutscene. And I'm gonna give it a name. I am noticing that it's not visually appearing. Oh, it is appearing. Oh, great. Okay, so this is, I don't know, this is gonna be a lot of space. We'll see. I might have to change that. duplicate it within there. Not bad, not bad. Call this menu. Duplicate that. And call this... What engine are you using, if you don't mind my asking? If you're still here, cats. No pressure to answer if you don't want to, though. And no judgment, whatever it is. Just curious. Just curious. And then we'll call this game. And rename that to game. Sadly, dream games are also the first breakup. Dude, totally. Literally, that is such a great way to put it. Oh my friggin' gosh. You know, and so my idea is I'm gonna make a bunch of smaller games that have things that would go in my dream game. And then I'll return to my dream game with all that I've learned and put it together some other day. Today is nowhere near that day. Yeah. That's why I have faith that Cats is gonna be okay, because Cats is already clearly making the right choices right now. This is quite large. Maybe I could just make the text a little smaller and everything will be fine. It didn't actually make the button less wide. Guess we've got a minimum size on that button, huh? What's up, Pepe? How do noodles play a part in Survival Escape? Well, yeah, the noodle game was absolutely not... at that point, I was still working on Survive Escape when I was making the noodle game. So I hadn't adopted that attitude yet of let's break out things. But honestly, if I am gonna keep it real though, you know, I was experimenting with like physics, we'll say that. But what Pepe refers to is when I was learning Unreal Engine, I had like a project, like a silly project that I was using to learn Unreal Engine. And it was a game about noodles that you add to a bowl. And I got to have a lot of fun with noodle physics and things like that. Yeah, and so you drop noodles in a bowl and it would count how many noodles you had had in each bowl. And then I decided that I wanted to just make games in Godot, and so I stopped using Unreal Engine. But yeah, so it had a bunch of physics noodles that would bounce down into a bowl. Welcome, Pepe. Thank you for supporting Hypergame Dev as a member and as a patron. That means a lot. I'm gonna sing you a song then. I'm gonna sing you a little song since you're supporting the channel so well and you know the channel so well. Can I sing to this song? I think this song is gonna pick up and I can sing to it. All right. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. Oh, yeah. Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit today. Pepe, oh, hey, hey. Oh, Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit today. Today. Oh, Pepe, hey, thank you for paying us a visit today. Hey, Pepe. Hey, Pepe. I thank you for the way that you pay us a visit. Alright, there you go. There's your song. I am so sorry about that, everybody. But also, Pepe, you're welcome. You're also welcome. The things we do for the members. Ode to Pepe. Yes. Oh yeah, Unreal. I guess you can't make classes in there. Maybe you need function level static typing if you go back there. I'm not going back there. Look, Unreal Engine was a lot of fun because I could do cool physics simulations and make things look friggin' beautiful. But I don't miss it, not a little bit. I like Godot. It's lightweight. It seems tailored to the kind of games that I want to make. I have put Unreal in my past, although I still think Unreal is really cool. So don't get me wrong there. But anyway, I don't even want to think about what that means. I don't even want to think about what that means. Why is this got such a... Yeah, make it have a smaller minimum size. Yeah, it can be small. Make it small, even smaller. Let's bring that font size down. Let's see if we can get away with that. So then for this one, I'd also want its minimum size to be 50. Oh yeah, that's fitting a little better. It's still gonna be really large. I'm gonna make that minimum size 50 here. Unity's in my past. Taught me C#, so big thank you to Unity. However, Godot's my new boyfriend now. Hey, Godot! I love it. I love it. Yeah, like... I mean, I'm not gonna suppose why you moved on from Unity. You know, luckily, I only did like a few sessions in Unity, so it was easy for me to move on. I wasn't like, I had been doing it for years and years and years. So Unity is also in my past, but I did about 30 sessions. When I say sessions, I mean like live streams basically, because I live streamed my entire, you know, everything that I did in Unreal Engine, I streamed it. Everything that I did in Unity, I streamed it. With Unreal Engine, I did like, you know, 30 of them, right? I did so many of them. With Unity, I did like 10. Not even 10. So I barely learned anything about Unity in that time, like a tiny bit, but not a lot. And I figured, you know what, this is a good time. We can bow out at this point. She even streamed washing pots. Super, oh man. Oh, we're going that far back now. Oh, okay, I see how it is. All right. That's true. That's true. That was the first thing I truly ever live streamed. Wow, Pepe. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of Hypergame Dev's past. Yeah, we've been doing a lot. I mean, back then, it was not what it used to be. All right, things were a lot different then. Godot was much more intuitive than Unity for me. Yeah, I really like the node system. Yes, me too. Yeah, Unity felt a little chaotic, in my opinion. I don't know. To me, Godot is a little bit more organized in terms of the, you know, understanding how to add things. And unless you start adding add-ons, then it just gets to be chaos. Okay, so in the interest of having no shame of Hypergame Dev's past, all right, here. So, yeah. So these are the oldest streams on this channel from 2017. I did do dishes. I live stream myself doing dishes. The reason why I live stream myself doing dishes, this is what Pepe refers to. This is Hypergame Dev lore. The reason why I did that is because I was trying to motivate myself to actually do the dishes. So I live streamed it. Yeah, that was a while ago though. It was a long time ago. And then I started working on my dream game, my Survive Escape dream game. That was many years later. We do not work on that anymore. That is a long way in the past at this point. Nodes and game objects are pretty much the same thing, except there's much more built-in nodes. Right. I'm pretty sure one is spacing out. That makes sense. Game dev includes a clean workspace. Yes! That's right. That's absolutely correct. Really, like taking care of ourselves and our space makes it so much easier to do things like make games. I agree. I have to agree with that entirely, 100%. Yep. I agree. You know, that's gonna look different for everybody. But yeah, for me, it looked like doing more dishes. I don't know, this is about as small as I can get it before it's so small it like doesn't make sense anymore. Alright, that's pretty small. That's pretty small. Okay, so we got cutscene, menu, game. Alright, so we're gonna have this so I can change between these different types. And now I'm gonna come to my debug script, and we're gonna update that enum. That enum is on the terrain controller. It doesn't look like we're on-readying the terrain controller here, so let's do it. On-ready variable terrain controller. I now need to go find it. Let's just do it this way. Main scene / whatever the heck its name is. Something ridiculous. I say ridiculous? Ridiculous. Terrain controller in scene. Okay. So that should have our terrain controller there available. I also need to connect all these buttons up in here. Chaos continues. As it should, I suppose. What did I name? I think I named it % button cutscene pressed connect on cutscene. I probably should put pressed, but whatever. % button menu pressed connect on menu %. It's just my debug menu. It's a little sloppy. On button game pressed connect on game. Now we come down here. Func on cutscene. We'll do stuff in there. Let's just set them all up. Func on menu. Func on game. Alright. Oh, did I not capitalize it? Do it. Okay. So now we need to get from the terrain controller. I guess we want to say is level type, I think is what I ended up calling it. And we want to update it. In this case, if it's cutscene, we want it to be 0. For this, we want to say become 1. And in this case, become 2. See if I made that work. And even if I did make it work, I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but I bet it's gonna be weird. Oh, okay. Alright. No, that's, hey, you know, I'll take an immediate issue. Invalid index pressed on base null instance. Oh, whoops. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Oh, I spelled cutscene incorrectly. That will do it. Okay, try again. Do over. Just a little quick do over. We'll get together. Any old time, any old time. Okay, here we are. Great. It's loaded. Let's see what happens if we load a game. What does it do? Absolutely nothing. I'm actually a little surprised by that outcome. I mean, if we do cutscene, it should break. Oh, it stopped. Whoa. Because we're saying don't run the progressed terrain function. Wow. So then if I do menu, it starts again. Wow. Whoa. That's pretty cool. All right. And if I do cutscene and then game, it just keeps going. Really interesting. That actually was not as messy as I thought it would be. So let's look at why it's happening the way it's happening. So over here, in this chaos code, specifically in the physics process, we've got this enum, and it's checking, or this match statement, looking at this enum for level type. If it's cutscene, it's actually not going to do friggin' anything at all. If it's menu, it's going to run progress terrain menu. If it's game, it's going to run progress terrain game. Now, the only difference between progress terrain menu and progress terrain game is progress terrain menu doesn't check for if there has been a bunch of starting chunks. So what we could try to do, and the way that the game decides to start is if a minimum number of safe chunks go by. So that would be part of why nothing is loading, because there's only obstacle or red chunks. So we need to see more blue chunks. So if I could find a way to inject blue chunks, that actually is pretty doable. You know, Sable Spirit, I think you really saved me today, actually. I mean, I had a feeling, but I had my doubts. But that was wrong of me. So if we start out, in this case, with a bunch of obstacles, let's say that when we switch to game, all of those get retyped. Oh god, this is so hard to read. Let me just... Okay, there we go. Indent, 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 indent. Indent, indent, indent. I know I could have done them all at once. Just leave me alone. Okay, there we go. There's that. I know this looks horrible. I don't care right now. So we'd want to say, instead of obstacles, load these all in as safes. What happens now? So it's gonna be red at first. An endless sea of red. Now, if I say switch to game, do we start seeing blue ones come in? We do! There's blue ones! Now, does the rest of the game start coming in? No, it does not. Alright. Okay. Alright. I have a couple other questions. What did it do with all those red ones? I mean, it probably just adds them in to the obstacles collector, would be my guess. So there's probably more in here than there needs to be, but we can deal with that later. So that's interesting that we got it to switch to the blue ones, but now I needed to switch to the game. So what must be happening is it's not reading those as potential meeting that minimum to start the game. So in progress terrain game, in here, and I gotta say, there's a lot that's really bad. What's really bad about this is that we're using the same function twice, which means there's a ton of code that's just duplicated and it's not referenced. So if I come into, you know, if I change the way progress terrain works on one of them, but I need it to also be changed on the other, that's gonna be a friggin' mess. So I feel like I need to think about refactoring this a little differently, but for now it can get us by. But I think that there is some problems with this. Yeah, and I'm actually a little concerned about that. But for right now, embarrassingly enough, the way that this works is on progress terrain game, it is supposedly checking to see if starting chunks is not over. Let me get rid of this for now. If starting chunks is not over, oh, I see. We want to get rid of this whole thing here. If starting chunks is not over and starting chunks current is not, oh, maybe it is set to the maximum. Then it adds one. Oh, if any of those are true, then it should start chunks for level. Oops, I'm not exactly sure. What I need to do is I need to check what the variables are at this point in the game. I think I need to do that. Real quick, just so we're not printing a mess of crap. I'm gonna get rid of this. See, that's an even perfect example. Like, that was in both of those functions. And I just got rid of it in one, but not the other. All right, so now it's gotten rid of in both, but it's like all this extra work. Wait, why is that an error? Oh, dear God. Why would that cause an error? Oh, because we need this one here. Jeez. Did I break that elsewhere? Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, hold on. Just get rid of this. Then get rid of this. Then come up here. This is a mess. Then come up here. Get rid of this. And get rid of that. Whew. Oh, that's messy. There's gonna be some ads that run for some of you. I missed telling you that in time, and I apologize. It's kind of a new thing that YouTube actually tells me when ads are gonna run. So I'm not used to that. It doesn't tell me how long they are, but I can assume it's probably, dear God, I hope no more than a minute. So we'll just chill for a minute here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I do want to. You know, I guess if I was going to do it differently, I would need to have, like, probably depending on what enum is true, have certain flags be set or not, you know, or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna work. Oh, it's doing a second round of ads too? Jeez. YouTube is trying to help live streamers have a better ads situation. So I think we need to extend this another minute. Ads inserted. All right, so ads are in progress. Thank you guys for watching the ads. I do appreciate it. Not everyone's gonna get one. It's only some people. They actually base it on like what they think your ad tolerance is. Obviously, if you have YouTube Premium, you won't get ads. But YouTube has like a way of detecting how well does this person tolerate ads during live streams at this point in a live stream. And depending on that, how many ads do they usually tolerate? What kind of ads do they usually tolerate? And based on that, they'll either show you an ad or they won't. It's really weird. YouTube is creepy. All right. So let's assume the ads are over. Someday someone can tell me if I'm actually timing this right. For now, we'll just assume I did. All right, so I've cleaned that up. And what I'm curious about is if I switch up here this to saves, it does switch it. Oh, right. I want to check to see what the variables are being set to, and to see if it's actually keeping track of how many starting ones are there. Because the way that it works is when you start level 1, it inserts a bunch of safe chunks, and then it starts level 1, and it tracks to see how many safe chunks have gone past. So in theory, when I load the game section, it should count how many safes have gone by, and when it sees the requisite number, it should start loading the game in, but it's not. So I want to go see like what that number is and what's all happening in there. So I'm going to look at this. Starting chunks max 7. Starting chunks current is set to 0 right now. That says 0. So let's go ahead and load in the game, and we should start seeing blue chunks come in the distance here pretty soon. Any second now. There they are. There's the blue ones. So once these start getting past the player, this number should start to increase. If it doesn't, I need to figure out why. It's not increasing. I actually should have left one of those print statements in there. I just realized. So let's come to progress terrain game. If it's safe, I want to say print C safe. And not only C safe, it would actually be interesting to also know C's safe, starting chunks current of and then we'll say starting chunks max or something. Wonder why it isn't. No, it's weird. It'll be interesting though. All right, so we're here. It's not going to see anything or print anything down there yet. Let's just try moving to the game, which means eventually we're going to start seeing some safe chunks come in. Now, when these go past, I want to know if it's going to print anything down there. It is. C safe 0 of 7, 1 of 7, 2 of 7, 3 of 7, 4 of 7, 5, 6, 7 of 7, 7 of 7. Oh, but look, it's continuing. Actually, it should be continuing to print it. That is actually fine. Okay. But what... Okay, good. This is interesting. So what it's supposed to say is when starting chunks current is set to starting chunks max, this will no longer be true. Because this is saying only add 1 if starting chunks current is not equal to starting chunks max. So right here, C's safe 7 of 7, at that point, this condition is no longer met, and it should be running the else. And when it runs the else, it says starting chunks over is true, which means this condition is no longer met, which means it should not be increasing it anymore, which it isn't increasing it anymore. As you can see, it says 7 of 7. So it is indeed not running this add 1 anymore. Now, chunks for level, this function should now be running. And in chunks for level, if starting chunks over is true and the first level is not loaded. Oh, okay. So first level is not loaded. Then it's going to set them. So first level loaded. Tell it to run. Tell it the cops are coming if that's what you need for it to start running. Wow. That sounds like a good way to die. You're giving deadly advice. My God. Welcome, Glitched Code. Good to see you. If the cops are coming and they see me running, heck no. I guess if they haven't seen me yet, then I might run. Welcome, Glitched. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming through. I'm trying to wedge a main menu into my game that didn't have a main menu, and I'm doing some wacky stuff. This means you ran too late. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm possibly getting a little messy trying to wedge this in here, and I'm gonna be okay with that. I've literally duplicated the same function twice, and I'm making little changes in it, and that's just the way it's gonna be right now. And we've created a state machine that lets me switch between those two functions depending on whether we're in the menu or the game. And in theory, I should be going into the game, but the game isn't quite starting the way I want it to. Precipier, as long as the code works. I mean, I think that is good advice until we have trouble. Why is your statement not statically typed? I don't know. Oh, and an if statement. I was like, I don't know because I haven't gotten to it yet. All right. We got Precipier in the house. Precipier got gifted a membership, which means Precipier gets a song. And that's the way this goes. All right, I think I can sing to this. Precipier, oh Precipier, I am glad that Precipier is here. Precipier, you're on fire now. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Precipier, you're on fire now. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Precipier, I am glad that you are here. Precipier, I am glad you're here. Precipier, I am glad that you're here. Wow, sorry about that. You're welcome though. Thanks for supporting our game dev. I appreciate it. Dude, since I started working the main menu, my songs game has been different. All right. So I need to check to see what's happening with first level loaded. I need to see what's going on with that. Because I'm not exactly sure right now. I mean, it's a little tough because a lot of these variables are not exactly... Can I actually, you know what would be really helpful? Is if we ran this down here. I'm gonna say first level loaded equals, we're gonna do this, Beyonce collab when? Yeah, no, I've heard she's been trying to reach out to me, but I'm actually very hard to get in touch with. You know, a lot of people don't think to go on the Discord and send me a DM. So, you know, it can be, honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't, we're back. The internet took a little dive there. The internet decided it was gonna hop away. Sorry about that. It was, you know what? It was because I was talking about Beyonce. Because I was talking about Beyonce, her team actually got very irritated and decided to glitch the stream. Because she's been trying to reach out to me, but honestly, if you can't figure out how to send a Discord DM, I just don't think we can work together. To be honest, you know, she's just a little old school. She's a little too old school for me. That's the main thing. Oh, geez, apparently not too old school because they can shut down internet. Okay, anyway, this lore has gone way too far. All right. First level loaded equals, this is ridiculous, but this is how we're gonna do it. You know what would be probably better? No, I'm doing it this way. Deal with it. And I'm gonna say first level loaded. All right, so we're gonna print that right there because I'm just curious to know what's going on with that. Because this script is a friggin' beast. It's really hard for me to follow without just printing stuff. Okay, so we're gonna switch to the game. We're gonna start seeing blue coming in, and then we're gonna start seeing safe, you know, one of 7, 2 of 7, and it should also tell us if the first level is loaded or not. First level loaded false, first level loaded false, 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 false. Good, and when it gets to 7, now it's true. First level loaded is true, so it is becoming true right there. All right, good to know. Just thought I would check. So that means it is updating the chunks lists to list level 1 and list level 1 to all of these, which means if these lists are being loaded, then Yeah, I mean those are, we actually accept that number. Those are mostly these little warnings, right? For, you know, using things that aren't being used, or putting in things, right? Delta that isn't used, delta that isn't used, abductor isn't used. It's all of that. That's what all these warnings are. And then there's this one that comes in, but it's not a problem, so who cares? They're mild suggestions. Exactly. That's an acceptable amount of errors for now. So that's why it's just nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, right? So this is strange, because if these chunks lists are being updated, I wonder if that's being overridden somewhere. Now this just happens in the ready function. Oh, it is. It's being overridden right here. It's being overridden right here. Oh, I see. Oh. I know why it's not working. Okay, so we need to say, this is what we gotta say. Love the random Godot engine errors that disappear and reappear whenever they feel like it. Whoa, what even is that? What? I'm gonna say level, I mean, maybe I've seen those. I'm gonna say if first level loaded, first level not loaded, then keep these updated to that. This is where we have a problem. I would actually even go so far as to say we should put this, I mean, this is running way more times than it needs to. There's a lot of inefficiencies here. There's a profound amount of inefficiencies here, okay? And that's just the fact of the matter. But what this should mean is that eventually the next level is gonna come in. Because what's happening is this is overwriting. Whenever I say, hey, switch to the playlist that plays the game's levels, it's overwriting it with the blue chunks every frame right there. So this should hopefully keep that from happening. It's a sloppy way to do it, but I really just want it to work first. And then I'll think about making it more efficient and make more sense. Okay, so we've loaded in the game, which means eventually here, the blue chunks come in, and now it's gonna say 0 of 7, 1 of 7, 2 of 7, 3 of 7, 4 of 7, 5 of 7, 6 of 7, 7 of 7. And now we should start saying, hey, there's the game! Let's go, that's how the game works, that's how you play the game. All right, sweet, good. This is good. This is a victory. I'm happy about this. There is a lot to keep working on, but this is something. I will do a GitHub push real quick. Began setting up some things. The game is finished. We're done. Ship it. Let's go. Yes. Oh man. Oof. Okay. Began setting up menu to game transition. Right now, debug menu is only way to swap into, that's a little wide there, isn't it? Is only way to swap into the game mode, but it works and starts the game. There's an enum on the terrain controller that is updated by the debug buttons, and this changes what function runs to make the game work. This is currently done by a clone, not even a clone, by a duplicated function for progress terrain. It's messy and not ideal. There is a minimal difference between progress terrain menu and progress terrain game. One goes infinitely and the other will end and start the game. Okay, this is a really, really wacky description, but it might be helpful to me at some point. All right. So now that that's committed, here's a problem that I'm worried about. What is happening to those red ones? Where do they go? Now, right now, it's a little hard to tell because they actually are designed to go somewhere. But what I want for the main menu is it not to be red ones. I want them to be different. I want it to be you're on the alien's home planet or something. So I think I'm gonna make this is gonna feel a little different task-wise. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new file path because this is what loads things into the game. So we have, let me see. Well, here, how am I best gonna explain this? Maybe on the global script here. Yes. So there's different. So we have level chunks safe, level chunks points, level chunks obstacles. All right. So for level 0, for level 1, level 0 is the debug level. Then there's level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. And each level has a different collection of safe chunks, different things. In debug level 0, they're all those yellow strips. That's what they all are for level 0, all the safes. Or actually, they're blue, sorry. They're blue in debug level 0. In level 0, the points are yellow. In level 0, the obstacles are red. So if we are loading in a different type of chunk, so we would want to say like menu chunk or cutscene chunks or something like that, I would need a path for that. And I might want it to be different depending on the level. Well, not really, because I actually don't really need to worry about that. I don't think I need to do an array for that at all. So that's going to be different. So let me just try this. Let me say variable level chunks menu. And this isn't even going to be an array. This will just be a file path, which I don't know how to type that. Is path a type? No. I don't know what we would type that as, but I'm sure there's something. Directory? I have no idea. Direct access? Is that what we type it as? Maybe that's what we type it as. Now I need to actually create that folder. So we need to go find where those folders are and create a new one for menu stuff. So terrain down here. Terrain. Here, there's level 0, there's level 1. So we want to create a new folder in here. And see, within that, we've got obstacles, points, and safes. Here, we don't even care about any of that. So I think I'm just going to duplicate this. And we're going to call this terrain level menu. Is what that's going to get called. So I'm gonna find that new one. Level menu. I don't actually need any of this stuff in there, but what I will keep is we'll keep one of these. Now it's gonna be weird because it's a different kind of terrain block, but we need a lot of the same similar things in there. So this is definitely gonna get super strange. So in this case, we want to say block, what do we call these generally? A block level 12. Something something. So for this, I don't know, let's say block level menu 01. Now if I open this up, visually, it's gonna look like that. I think duplicating it was a mistake because it's not instanced. So I've already made a mistake here. We need to fix that. Right, because... Oh, are none of the debug ones instances? Is that true for all of the debug ones? Wow. Wow, I didn't even realize that. I mean, I guess I kind of don't want it to be an instance. I actually have no idea. I mean, it's in the game. It should be an instance. It should totally be an instance. So actually, we don't want to duplicate this. I want it to visually be similar. So maybe I'll copy the material so it looks similar. Okay. All right, I need to rethink this a little. So instead of doing that, let me rename this. I'm gonna say, let's duplicate one of these that are basically entirely empty. I think on level, I think the city ones are probably the most empty. That would be, yeah, like these. Safe city block. These should be as blank as it gets. Totally blank. So let's duplicate one of these. So I'm gonna duplicate this to terrain, and then our level menu here. Let's duplicate it over there. We're gonna delete the original level menu one and rename this as I want. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, because it was, dang it, Godot. I hate that. Whenever you have something open, it overwrites it, it like puts it back. Hold on, I gotta redo that whole process. I hate when it does that. I mean, I'm sure it's perfectly good and useful. Generally not what I want to happen, though. Okay, so we're duplicating city block, move duplicate to the menu, copy it, delete block level menu. Now I'm gonna rename it. Open it up. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Menu. Now I'm gonna open it, and now it's looking like that. Okay, perfect. Okay, and it's gonna be instanced. Yes? Yes. Good, good, good. So I guess for now, I'm actually just gonna make it like darkness. So let me make that unique. I don't know how I'm gonna wanna adjust this or change this at some point in the future, but for now, I just want it to have not even don't even be a shader, just be a standard material. All right, we're not gonna worry about anything fancy here. We're just gonna make it darkness. All right, that's it. That's what this looks like for now. It could be nice to get a little fancier with it, but we'll stick with that. Okay. So there's our menu level. Now I'm gonna need a bunch of these, otherwise it won't work. We need at least 9 of them in here. And it's probably safe if we do a little extra. So I'm gonna put 10 of them in here. This way, it can load enough in to fill up the entire track. The entire level controller. So I'm gonna put 10 in here. All right, we've got 10 levels in there that it can possibly pull from for the level menu. Now, back to my global script. Now that those exist, come back to my global script, and you can link this directory up. So that's the path. Can assign a value type of string to variable level chunks menu with specify type direct access. So what is it? What is, whatever. I guess it's just a path. I guess we would just say, so a string. I guess it's just string. I see. We just want it to be a string. Gotcha, gotcha. We're not loading a directory. We're loading a string. That makes more sense. Okay, got it. So that's level chunks menu. Now, back to the terrain controller. In the same way that we load this in, I need to load this in, except we don't want to make it an array. That's going to be a little wacky. Instead of being an array, it's just the string right off the bat. So I'll have to make that different. And that's going to be different in the progress terrain menu versus progress terrain game. So come back to the physics process, right? Progress terrain menu, hop into there. But it's not even just there, is it? Right, so this is loading in all kinds of stuff. Well, we want the game to load in these things differently. Oh, okay. Oh, so right now we actually want that to be like here. So we want this to say chunks list menu or something, right? But I haven't actually established what that is yet. So where we first do that, so we have chunks list path safes, chunks path obstacles. So I would want to say variable chunks path menu, right? String name. Man, this gets chaotic. Chunks path global's current safe. Okay, so down here in the ready function is where we establish that. And that comes in as a string name. Chunks path menu equals globals. Oh, wait. What's current points chunks? All right, hold on. I gotta go look at that now. Wait, that's just that? Oh, we update it in here? This is chaos. Oh, there we get level chunks safe, level chunks obstacles. I know, this is so wild. You just have to let it happen. All right, just let it wash over you. We're just making it the same thing. Current menu chunks equals level chunks menu. So then we have to say variable current. I don't know if this is gonna work. Current menu chunks, string name. Expected an expression. Okay, there we go. Okay, so all that exists now. We come back to the terrain controller. Current menu chunks. So all these things exist. I'm just making it like as one-to-one as I can. Identifier chunks path menu not declared. Oh yeah, so we had to put that up here too. This is wacky. There's so many things that can be better here. Variable chunks path menu string name. All right, there's that path. All right, cool. But do we have chunks list set up yet? Chunks list. Yes, all that. Yes. I get that. I gotcha. Yeah, getcha. Yep. Oh, matching level. Right. Not, it should be down here. It's not. Wait, where does the... So I guess what I just need to do, oh, right. So where we establish chunks lists up here. Chunks list safes right here. We need to create this version of it. Collector safes. Right. So that's where it gets a little messy, because that means we need like a separate collector just for that, just for the main menu stuff, which does make sense. All right. No, that makes sense. That's correct. That is true. That is what we need to do here. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna want to get rid of the obstacles one for sure. But for now, we're gonna say chunks list menu. This is an array for sure. I mean, actually, I'm just going to copy this one. And then we're gonna paste it. This one is for the menu. Now, this collector is not set up either. This really starts to give you a sense of how chaotic and tangled this is. I know, like, nobody can follow what the heck is going on. Other than, well, I mean, you can follow it as well as I'm following it because I'm just going through and doing what's been done. And just for the other chunk types, and I'm just repeating it. So I don't have to think about the macro picture. I can just focus in on, you know, one step at a time to get there. Because that's the way my brain's gonna work today. Collector menu. Now this doesn't, yeah, it's not declared, it doesn't exist. We need to sort that out. So let's go figure that out. Collector safes. Not declared to the current scope, there we go. On ready variable collector menu. All right, so now we need to create that collector. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. So I'm gonna come over here to the main scene and we're gonna make a new collector. That's how this is gonna work, especially for the menu items. And I'm gonna wanna make sure this, well, I don't know if I wanna make sure it gets unloaded. Actually, it probably should be loaded all the time. There's probably a better way to do it. All right, so collectors right here. Here are the collectors. They're grayed out because they're like, their process is off. It's kind of pointless, but in theory, maybe not. All right, so we're gonna duplicate this. We're gonna call this collector menu. It does have some code on it that isn't on level update. For chunk and get children, chunk queue free. Yeah, whenever the level changes, it should empty those out. Would I want that to be true if it was the menu, though? I don't know if I'd want that to be true. I mean, in theory, it would repopulate it as well, but it doesn't need to behave in the same way as everything else. We're also not even using this argument. So I might want to say, if not, we could even pull in the terrain controller. So what if I say at on ready? I could be making a mistake here. I probably am. At on ready. Whoops. That was not the way to do that. We want to set the terrain controller in there. Variable terrain controller. This is a node 3D. And then if terrain controller is level type we just do like dot? We say 0. I guess we want to say if it's not, if it is, only do this if it is level type 2, which is game, in theory. But I don't think I'm typing this correctly here at all. Is it like this? No, that's not right. Something isn't right here. Let me come back over here. Check this out. Is level type equals 1. Right, so that's just a number. Like for here, oh god. For here in the physics process, we say is level type dot. That's what we need to do. Level type dot. It's so confusing. Terrain controller is level type. Wait, where have I done this before? I've done this with, I mean, actually, we do it with the safe chunks. If is level oh, it's so confusing. Thank you. Yeah, I was just gonna go look at where else I've done it. I think what you're saying is correct. Here, right here. This is so hard to like remember to me. If it is type, right, set to, then this, yeah. Oh, it's so weird. Okay. If is level type set to level type dot, and then we actually have to type it. Shakes fist, damn you enums. Wow, that was a sound. We're gonna say game. Only if it's the game type. Level type not declared in the current scope. Well, no. Oh, so you want me to say terrain controller level type? Dear God. I mean, I wouldn't say guilty. It's just the nature of it, you know? It's just the nature of it. I would say it's not guilty. I would say it's quite a good thing. All right, let me make sure. Well, I can't make sure that works yet because first I gotta fix these other problems. If you want to check enums with int, you gotta case the enum to an int. Cast the enum to an int. Yeah, that's all right. That's, you know what? Not a big deal. Makes sense. To an extent. That's some Unreal language there. Some C++ language. Collector menu. Right, so now we've got the collector menu here, so we can put that in there. Collector menu exists. Okay, so that chunks list menu is there. So instead of loading in chunks list obstacles in the physics process, if it matches that it's not a game. Well, here we say, oh no, in the ready function. That's where we're doing it, in the ready function, which is a little messy. So I would want to change all of these to be chunks list menu. I'm 100% missing something, and it's not gonna work. All right. I'm playing it right now to just quickly get me to that point that it isn't working. All right, and if it does work, great, but it's not. Yeah. If int is level type set to 2. Yeah. I mean, we got there. Non-existent function repair in base nil. Right. Okay. Right, because I don't think we're loading any chunks into the collector. The collector is empty right now. And the collector needs to have stuff in it. And so the collectors get filled in places. Like down here, maybe. Well, first of all, this isn't... Wait, where does... Oh, dear God. The chaos is real. Load terrain scenes. So this isn't even calling with anything with that. So we need to do that. Here, right here. This is where we have to do it. Adds files as nodes to the terrain. I think! Oh, that's adorable. Directory safes, obstacles, points. It's interesting that I chose to put this note down here. Okay. So let's put it at the end then. So we're gonna copy all this, paste that in. Variable directory menu. And then we have to say chunks path menu. For points in points, get files. Yeah, so direct menu. Menu path, get files, append, load, chunk path points. Chunks path points. Chunks path menu. And then that gets off the .remap problem for when we build it. Identify points path, right. So this needs to be menu path. Oops, sorry, Shorts feed. I forgot to close that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wow. Wow. I need like a warning that said, I was covering up half the screen on the Shorts feed. I'm real sorry about that. So chunks path append load chunks path menu plus slash trim subject. Okay, good. We need to not say chunks points. This has to say chunks menu, right? But we don't, there is no chunks menu. That's not real. So we have to make it real. So we gotta find where those get defined up here. This clears them. Right. I don't know if that's super relevant to this though. So let's just not worry about that right now. Chunks, menu, array. This doesn't need to be an array, does it? Actually, I think it does. All right, create that. All right, how broken is this now? Tell me the way that it's broken. Just tell me the way that it's broken. Give me the honest truth. Just tell it to me straight. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Non-existent function repair and base nil. So it still is not seeing any chunks in there. Cool. Chunks update. There's nothing in chunks update. 4 level chunk in chunks menu. This is where it actually is gonna add them in, I guess. Dear God. The chaos is real. And then, right, we have to say add it to the collector menu. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm still missing something. I know I am. You see how chaotic this script is? Come on, tell me the truth. What's the problem this time? Same thing. Nothing to reparent. Alright. Okay. Cool. Sure. Oh my God. So we gotta go through everything to find out where in the line something is missing. Curious, if we go to remote, is there any, I mean, there's nothing in the collector menu. The collector menu is empty. So that's good to know. If I look at the terrain controller in here, what kind of stuff do we got over there? What do we got over there? Collector menu, it does have some things in it. Which is interesting. Chunks menu, array size 10. So it is adding all of the files from the folder to the chunks menu array. So that's good. Chunks path menu is updating correctly. Chunks list menu appears to be updating correctly. But it's not, what isn't happening is it isn't getting added or parented to the collector in the first place. So I need to look back at that. Oh, right there. Oh, that was level update. So I actually don't even need it where I put it. Ah, okay. I put it in the wrong place. So right here, this is when we update to a new level. I mean, the reality is I am probably gonna want it here for when you go back to the main menu. So if you die, oh dear God, we're gonna need to be able to set us to go back to the main menu. Oh my God. That is That is a whole nightmare. So actually, I might want to put this in here now that I think about it. So you know what? Fine. We'll leave it there. You know, the problem with that is it's going to update this every single level. So we might want like an if statement or to tell this not to do anything every single time. That would be, yeah, that would be bad. So I almost even want to say if, so yeah, that whole same thing. If is level type set to level type menu, then run this for loop. Otherwise, ignore it for now. Something like that, maybe. Okay, then we find this other place which initially loads in the chunks to the collectors. And actually, similarly, we'd want to say don't bother loading these in if you're on the main menu. I mean, we could just have them there waiting so that way the game just starts without a loading screen. So actually, you know what? Maybe we will just have them load in. So that way it's like when the player starts the game, it takes a while to load. As opposed to when they hit the play button, it takes a while to load. It kind of doesn't matter, but maybe it will matter at some point. Oh, okay. But I think that would be a place to adjust that. Wow, this code is impossible to search through. Holy moly. Okay, so there's the new place. No, that's the old place. Oh, that's the update place. Here. All right, so this should be fine. So hopefully now it has some chunks to parent. Please? Or to reparent so the terrain controller knows where to get and put things. All right, that's a start. We got black things in there. That's a start. Non-existent function reparent. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Are you quite sure? What if I force you to continue? Sorry, oh, shorts feed. I was blocking half the screen again. Dear God. Apparently shorts feed doesn't care though, so it doesn't really matter. Should probably just like not bother with the shorts feed. It's been an experiment. Oh, my shorts feed buttons aren't even working now? Good, 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 great. Always a pleasure. There it is. All right. Continue. Just see what happens. Oh, interesting. So I can kind of push past it. Oh, but see, they're not loading in new ones. It's only loading in a few, and then it stops. Your chunk is calling on nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, let me see. Let me hop out here. It's strange, in a way. Oh, here, we gotta do continue. No. Ugh. Maybe if I do continue and then pause it real fast. There we go. I want to see if the collector has anything in it. Oh, I can't move it. Okay, so I actually would need to have this set up ahead of time. And then play it and pause it real fast. Real fast. Okay, so there is a bunch of stuff in the collector down here. And there are black pieces in there, which is interesting. It's just not finding those pieces. Oh, so I think it doesn't know that it can look. That's what's happening. It's not returning and getting stuff anymore. I see. So here's the thing. These are actually currently typed as safes. Hooray, learning! Yes, indeed. These are typed as safes. I don't have a menu type. That doesn't exist yet. So I actually need to create another enum entry over here. So we have is type safe obstacle points. I need a new one for menu. And then I have to type these as menu type. And then it is learning. And then I have to come back to my terrain controller script and we have to say if it is a menu type, put it in the menu collector. It kind of doesn't matter because it's going to be the only type that's there anyway, but whatever. Because remember, for the game, if it's sorting between 3 different types, it's saying, is that a safe? Okay, safe goes back in the safe collector. Is that an obstacle? Obstacle goes back into the obstacle collector. Oh, that's a point? You go to the points collector. So right now, it's seeing these menu chunks, and it's like, oh, that's a safe. I'm gonna put that back in the safe collector. But if it's not in the menu collector, it has nothing to draw from anymore. So they're all moving to the wrong collector. So we need to move them back to the menu collector. And in fact, for the menu, technically, I don't need any of the other collectors to be checked at all, or added, or have things added into them. So in this terrain menu version of it, so here you see, right, if terrain type is block safe, right, that's one of these. Then there's if it's obstacle, and then there's if it's points. We don't need any of these, we only need one. So I should, in theory, be able to just like obliterate all of this, right? Throw it in the trash, and then we'll say first terrain if it is type menu. And here's the thing, is it's gonna actually run. What do you mean you can't find it? But I just made it. Did I not save the script? Maybe I need to save the script. Ah, I do. There are gonna be some of the menu ones when we switch to the other one. So I actually need it to check for menu as well and put it there. So this actually needs to be on both progress terrain functions. Okay, fine, fine, fine. So come back to terrain controller. That is found now. Reparent to collector menu. Not safes. Position Z, first terrain method. There's nothing to reset, honestly. That's really not, as far as I know. I mean, it could be fun to add something like that on there, but basically this is unnecessary. I don't know. I mean, if we want to like click on one of the aliens and like something happens, and then we want to go back to the main menu later, it might actually be nice to have that. So you know what? I'll leave it on for now. It picks a random one from collector menu. And then it runs chunk chosen to add. Okay, and that should be that whole, is that that entire thing? Yeah. Oh, wait. Wait, this wasn't in that if statement? Whoa. Oh, I don't think we do want to change that. Oh. Why does that say that? What? Oh man, this is some other stuff. I guess it safes by default. This might be why it was loading in those 9. I wonder if that's right here. When at the start it was loading in those 9. I wonder if that must be what's going on. Because this is like what chunk to add is at the start. Hey, thanks for your help, Sable Spirit. I appreciate it. Did I give you enough credits? I don't know if I gave you enough credits for all your help. So, just real quick, I'm just gonna have to give you another one. You've been really helpful. Thank you so much. Take care. These credits entitle you no compensation, but they do entitle you to credits list in the game and my undying appreciation. Take care. I look forward to seeing you next time. And I'm gonna watch that static typing video that you made because it looks awesome. All right, take care. See you next time. Okay. Yeah, Sable's spirit has definitely put me on a good track today, and I really, really appreciate it. So, I mean, in here, I wouldn't want it to be safe. Could I use these credits to pay off some debt? No, you can't. Let's say menu, but, you know, it could turn into, like, some kind of live stream point system someday. Who knows? I actually would rather it start out with menu ones, truth be told. And we don't need it to switch to a different one. So I don't actually need this if statement here at all. Chunk to add, get children, pick random. If collector obstacles size is greater than 0. This is, I don't remember why we added this, but I'm quite sure that we did need it. Oh God, get all this crap out of here. Oh, this was the old way of doing it. If collector obstacles, oh, I guess this was trying to tell us to wait until it loads in. The if on 290 looks so lonely. If my point scheme is ruined, student debt is returned. That sounds like a status in an RPG game or something. Yeah, sorry. Can't help you with that, dear God. I don't know. I mean, I think this is more of just like a check. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it in there. Can we just see if it works? Oh, but before I do that, I also need to add in one of these. Oh, print return to menu chunk. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna put this in the other one so that way we have these doing something as well. Because there's still gonna be some menus left over when we load in game. So there we have block type safe, block type obstacle, block type points. I would want to make sure I have one in here as well for block type menu. And I don't think we need anything different there. Yes, reparent. All it has to do is reparent it. It doesn't have to load it in or anything like that. It's just reparenting it. Okay. Let's see if this loads. It still does that weird obstacle safe check that in theory doesn't seem quite necessary. That's gotta be where the extra ones are getting added in, is somewhere in there. Oh, what? What have I yet done? Yet not yet done. Not as it function, reparent and base nil. Okay. And this one, make sure we're in the right function here. Yep, we're in the menu one. If first, so it might be even sooner than that. Collector menu, get children, pick random. And is there anything in there if we go to remote? Oh, points, obstacles. So we should probably change this check here to be menu. That's what this should be. It shouldn't try to add anything until things have been loaded into the collector menu. Or the menu collector. In theory. Because it's trying to repair it before something exists. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I know. Why? Let me collapse this if statement. Well, that's just the movement. If get child position, that's like the whole thing. If terrain is level current. Oh. Is it the current level? Else. Oh. Interesting. Tell me more. First terrain is level set to global's current. Global's level current. First terrain is level. Because technically... Oh. And what happens if it is set to the current level? If it's not, this is if it's not. If Oh, if the terrain that goes through is not of the same level as what globals sees as the current level, then just delete it. I need to start doing some more prints in here to understand where we're having an issue. Let me look at the output. Globals tried updating paths. So let me do a version of this that isn't broken real quick. Real quick here. And to do that, we want to set what the type is. I'm going to make this an export variable, so I can adjust this here. Not broken would be ideal, I would say, in my opinion. That agrees with what you're saying. Is level type... Oh, that didn't export? Are you quite sure? Level type equals 1. Wait, isn't there a way to export that? Oh, I see. It's set to 1. Right, okay. So we want to say game. So set it to game, so that'll be 2. Okay, got it. So now it should run normally, assuming I haven't made some other horrible error, which is entirely possible that I haven't completely broken the game. Okay, good. Game works. Everything is normal. Couple things. Can we get rid of all of those prints, please? I don't know. Globals tried updating paths. Okay, that's firing just fine. That's kind of what I wanted to see, is if there was more information that pops up there. I guess I need to figure out at what point it's not seeing it, and why. Chunk add collector menu. Get children, pick random. It doesn't seem to be getting children or picking any kind of random. Yeah, so I would like to see what chunk add... I mean, it's probably null, but I would like to see that. Okay, set this back to menu, play it. It's obviously gonna crash, but what does chunk add currently set to? Is the question I would like answered, please. Okay, so it's gonna go down. And I am going to want to know what's going on here. Chunk add is null. It's just not being set to anything at all. That makes sense. But that's good to know. What about chunk to add? What's chunk to add set to? If you can tell me. Chunk to add. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Can you give me like a path or something? Path. No. Just show me what it says. Collector menu. Oh, okay. So chunk to add is looking at the collector menu. And it's trying to get children, but is... Interesting. And where does chunk to add get set? Chunk to add. It must have no children. Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to make sure that the children do get set somehow. Wait, where's chunk to add? I mean, that must exist some... Oh, up here. On ready, chunk to add is set to collector safes by default. It gets updated to chunks list current. Pop front. And this happens in... chunk chosen to add. That's the only place that it gets set. And chunk chosen to add runs here. So I think that might be where there's a problem. Is up in chunk chosen. So then I'd be curious to know what that's all set to up there. And chunk chosen to add. So if chunks list current size, so let me see what chunks list current has set up in here. Chunks list current. Here. Array size 1. Yes, that's right. It is a one-sized array. Well, actually, it's a little confusing. Hold on, I gotta be right back, unfortunately. I apologize. Give me 2 minutes or less. I'll be right back. Do I have anything to look at the moment? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We can do this. All right, give me 2 minutes or less. I will return shortly. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this working, dang it. I will. I will. I promise. All right, be right back. Enjoy the music. Get yourself a snack. Hold on. You know, these are the moments where I'd like to have like something silly on stream that was just like happening. Like a bunch of goofy characters running around that have like members' names on it. You know, like when I'm sitting here trying to solve these problems and I'm just like grinding debug alone. I think that's a moment where it'd be nice to have something silly going on. Maybe that's just me. Okay, anyway. Here we go. More back to grinding debug. Curious, so if I do run it like this, like normally, like the game normally, if I run it like that, what does chunks to add say in that situation, instance, whatever? What is it set to then? Hopefully it will be a nice up-to-date version. Okay, chunks to add. Right, but shouldn't that be the array size? Wait. No, I'm confused. It's just saying an object, but it's not an array size. Wait a minute. Am I bugging? Let me come back over here. And let me reset this to a menu type. Click on this. I'm gonna try to do it in the same way. Where did I even see that array size one? Oh, now it's gonna run ads, YouTube? YouTube. Oh my god, YouTube. Okay, ads are in progress. I mean, YouTube didn't know that I was BRBing. YouTube didn't know. Alright, let me put up a little timer. It's all a bit of chaos. This script is... Man, it's like... It's almost like I really want to... I don't even know how I would refactor the script, but a part of me really wants to. I don't know that I could. I honestly... I don't know. It's so chaotic and challenging. I barely even know where I would start at refactoring it. Because it's just confusing. It just is like a confusing friggin' situation. It feels difficult to know how to make it less confusing and less chaotic. Because, yeah, this is the problem I'm solving now. When I'm done, am I done? Or probably not. I still have to figure out the cutscene stuff, right? So at some point, I'm gonna need to come back here and revisit all the whatever and stuff. All right, ads should be over. I do hope they are. All right, so I wanted to run this, and I want to try to understand something. Somewhere I've missed how we can get things added to the collector menu. Somewhere I've missed that. I wonder if we do run the chunk level update thing. Yeah, but that shouldn't matter here. Okay, so we're gonna come there. And I want to check to see what's going on in chunk to add. It's an object. Chunks list current. Maybe that's what that's what I was looking at. Array size 1. Okay. And if we load the game normally, come over here, menu, game, hit play. Let it load, let it load. And then check this. What does that say now? Where's all the... Oh, we're in local. Okay. Chunkless current, array size 5. 4, 3, and you can see that number is changing because the number of things in the collector is dynamically changing. Because it's going through, it's iterating through a list. But that's just the list, and we do have the list set up for the menu, right? And it's just like a big long list of menu stuff, right? I did set that up, didn't I? Yeah, menu, menu, collector, menu, 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 menu. So that would be the list that it would click through. And that would get smaller and smaller until it's empty, and then it would refill. And then this object ID over here is changing. And it sees something. It does see something. Right, so it's gonna cycle between 3 different ones. So this is correct. This is all correct, and this is fine. The problem is there's nothing in there for it to grab from. Now actually, interestingly, if I look over here, collector menu, in the remote loading the game normally, collector menu has stuff in it. It has loaded things in. So I think it's just a matter of things aren't loading in at the time that we're trying to put them in there. There, see? They're all in there. There they are all. There they are all. There they all are. Right there. So they are in there. The problem is that it's not ready at the right time. So I need to make sure that it is ready. That's very interesting, useful information. So if we start with menu instead of game, we somehow need to make sure that it's good there at the beginning. Hey, what's up, Cam? Cam, you know, it's going okay. I'm kind of like grinding out a debug here. Basically what I'm doing is I'm duplicating the progress terrain function, which moves the level forward during gameplay. So if our level type is a cutscene, well, it's passing right now. If the level type is a menu, it's gonna run progress terrain menu. If the level type is a game, it's gonna run progress terrain game. It sure does. It sure does. Yep. Yes. Except imagine that when a treadmill tread goes under, instead of going under, it teleports to behind the treadmill, and then it stacks all the treads on top of each other and randomly picks a tread to move to come out the other side. That's how it works. Yeah, so and I based it on this YouTube tutorial. It's one of my favorite techniques. Nice. Let's go. Yeah. I learned this from, I don't know if I still have the YouTube video on my clipboard. Is this the right one? It's gotta be. It's gotta be, right? It's probably the right one. Yeah. So I originally got it from this YouTube video, and then I've made a friggin' crap ton of changes. That one is doing instantiation and queue freeing. Not the way this one works, but it's sort of started out in the same place as that particular code. And it's just become very different, but yet kind of similar since then. So I'm trying to wedge in this main menu. So we have the progress terrain menu, we have the progress terrain game, and the progress terrain menu chunks aren't being seen. They are getting added to the collector in the menu collector. There's multiple collectors where I was saying how the treads get teleported somewhere else. There's different kinds of treads that get added in, and a new kind that I'm creating. I actually already had 3 different not really different treadmill types. Yeah, I do have 2 different so they're, yes, essentially, yeah, kinda. So yeah, sorta. Except it's all one big treadmill. It's really weird. Think of it more of like what powers the treadmill and decides which treads go on to that treadmill. So we're powering the treadmill differently. 2 different ways of powering it, I would say, is more what it is. And anyway, so there's different collectors that hold those treads, and I created a new collector that holds the menu treads, and I'm just debugging that those aren't currently being recognized. Wall power and hamster power, ideally. Whoa. Endless runners are hamster wheels. Dude, an endless runner game that's a hamster wheel? It's kind of awesome, actually. There's something there. So I think, you know what would be interesting? So if I run it as the menu, which collectors are filled would be something I want to know. So it's immediately going to be like, hey, there's nothing for me to grab from. None of the collectors are filled. So interestingly, right at the start, points and obstacles are filled. and they have everything in them. And I want to make sure that menu is filled at the beginning. It's interesting that safes is empty. That kind of surprises me. What if you have one treadmill and when any given terrain section wraps around, the terrain section is changed to the correct terrain? Oh man, Cam. So like, I honestly don't have the energy to explain this all again. You might be able to rewind. I could rewind it a bit. But it's just a bit complicated the way it's set up. You could rewind it a bit. That's honestly, I would recommend if you could rewind and see where I was explaining it to Sable Studios. That would be good. You can also check out the GitHub repo to try to understand it. But man, like, and you know, on some level, it's, oh God, I don't even have the like mental capacity to begin to think about refactoring this because it's a friggin' beast. So like, I just kind of got to keep going down this path is the only way forward right now. And I like, it's complicated. It used to be a lot easier for me to explain it, but at this stage, I just don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to do it. Let's do it. Yeah. So yeah. But you could rewind. You could see when I was explaining it, and then you know, also in the GitHub repo might help you understand how it works a little bit. But it is getting really chaotic really fast, so I don't know how much that'll help. Okay, so when we load the game in the normal version, so if you load the game normally, I'm curious to know what things are loaded in already. So we're gonna come to remote. Oh, but we wanted to look at right at the start though. So that's gonna be a little hard because obviously everything loads in right away. I don't even know. I mean, I guess I'd want to put a break. Well, yeah, you'd want to put a breakpoint right at that same part. Chunks to add. So that way it stops it there, I would think. Might be something to do. So we got to come to progress terrain game and come down here and maybe put a breakpoint in like here or something. Not there. Here. At the initial reparenting. I don't know if, because it might be doing that a little, it might not always do it on the first one, so we might have to do like a continue. Okay, so I've added a breakpoint in. Yeah, you can see nothing is loaded. Interestingly, wow, they're all filled at that moment. Every single one of them is filled if I put a breakpoint right there. Is that true? Oh, you can see it actually only has one thing in it, in the safes. Points and obstacles are completely full. Safes only got one in there. And menu is completely full. Oh. But shouldn't we be getting around that already, though? Yeah, it's unfortunate that this is a harder thing for me to fold people into helping me with. It really sucks. Like, I wish it was easier for me to be able to do that. Oh God. So I want to say in chunks menu where it checks, not chunks menu, in progress terrain menu down here. This is in progress terrain menu. I barely can tell anymore. Oh, Camwin, that's so nice of you. Maybe I can. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say. Maybe I can. Here it's only checking to see if collector menu get children size is greater than 0. I also had it before to obstacles and points, which seems completely irrelevant and unnecessary here. I can't imagine that makes any difference. I don't think that's it. It's frustrating because this is definitely like something that, you know, I've had to solve before, is in a different situation. And it's just hard to know if this is the right. Sorry, Shorts Feed, I know that was covered up, but it's gonna be really relevant now. Okay, obviously it crashed again. Go to remote, and so only points and obstacles are filled. It hasn't filled in menu yet, collector menu. Why? Why does it not fill it up? It does fill it up if I play the other terrain. That's something that's really confusing me right now. Checking all these is not doing any good. We're setting chunk add to by default be menu. If first terrain has method reset block objects, which it will, then it runs it. That doesn't matter. First terrain, if first terrain type is types menu, that's not where we're having an issue. We should be on the right level here. I don't think that's gonna be an issue, right? Actually, maybe it is. Because we technically are on level 0 here, but that shouldn't matter. Actually, maybe it does. Maybe it's deleting them because it's the wrong level, and that's why it's not adding it. No, really? Maybe. I don't know. It's worth a shot. But all of these chunks in here, if I open up one of these, where do we set which level it is? I don't even remember. Oh, is level equals scene file oh. Wow, I forgot. We're setting the levels based on the scene file path name. This doesn't have that. Oh dear God. Wow. So I need to say level 0, 0. That's what this needs to be if that's gonna work. But it also needs to be variable. Wow. So, okay, so here's what we need to say. We need to say if its type is menu, don't do this. Set its level to be whatever the current level is. That's what we have to do. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna fix our problem, but this is a problem. 100%. Wow. All right, so let's add this in. If, and by the way, why this is here is when the treadmill is changing treads, like you're changing between levels, it's saying that as we go from level 1 to level 2, as the level 1 chunks or treads go past, instead of reparenting them, delete them. So that way we don't have level 1 chunks and level 2 chunks all being there at the same time. So in theory, what this could be doing is deleting all of the menu chunks as soon as they load in, or as soon as they go past, instead of reparenting them, thus leading to there not being enough and it being empty and causing the glitch. And you can see that some load in, but not all of them. I mean, this would definitely cause that problem. I can't guarantee that this addresses all of the places where that problem is being caused. but this definitely would cause that error. So fixing this might help. Okay. So I want to say if is type is set to is type's menu, or we want to say if it's not, if the type is not set to is type's menu, then do this. Otherwise, is level is just global's current level. It just is the actual current level. Interesting not using the exclamation point. Didn't I use it? I am using it, right? Right here? Let me make sure I set that. I think that's correct. Globals. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. To me, this is just a little more readable to me. I don't know why. It just makes more sense to me. And I've started doing this, so I just end up doing. This is like what I usually do. I don't know. Because this is like more specialized. Sometimes I will, not out something, but there is no not equals involved. There's no setting involved. And so this to me is like a little more universal, so that's why I do that. Then go more readable and type the word not instead of that, and then it's more readable. That's true. Does that actually work? Can we say that? Like is not? Anyway. Yeah, it's not the most readable, but to me this is what like helps me understand it better. So that's why I do that, because I recognize this first. I don't want to have to look in a different place for the not. You can say not is type. Wow. Maybe someday I'll change to that. Hey, welcome back, Kennedy. Good to see you. What's cooking? What's popping? How you doing? Not a lot. I am trying to wedge in a main menu to my game. It is definitely kicking my butt a little, but I may or may not be close to it working, kind of. I don't know if I'm gonna get the whole main menu set up, but I'm starting to get it wedged in a bit. Good to see you, Kennedy. Thanks for stopping. I appreciate it. Instead of doing triple or double ampersand, we can type the word as well. Yeah, so I do. Yeah. I do use and. I use the word and. I use the word or. I don't use the word not, but I do use that for sure. Yeah. I prefer that. I don't know. It's just the way I've been doing it. Okay, let me make sure that I have this global's current level set up right. Not that we're not caring. I mean, like I said, it's because, here. Okay, first let me just double check. Okay, yes. Current. Wait, I think it's level current. Oh, it's not current level. I refactored it to level current. I knew something was wrong. Okay. Where did my cat go? Okay, that was scary. So the reason why is because sometimes I might, say if not loaded, right? Cat do cat things. I know. If not loaded, do something, right? And so here there is no. It's not like I said if exclamation point equals or not. True or whatever, right? I didn't do any of that. And so I want it to be consistent, that every time I use an exclamation point, a not statement, I want it to be before everything to cancel it out. So that way I don't have to look visually in a different place, right? So if I do this here, I'm personally more likely to miss that, personally, right? Because I'm looking here for it, since I typically look there. But in this case, it's in a different, so I just want to keep it consistent the way that I tend to use it. And I haven't tended to put like not or anything in there, so it's about consistency and familiarity. and that it fits in more places, right? So I'm sure I could say if not loaded, right? We could like do that maybe. So that's interesting. I didn't start doing it that way, so it's just about personal syntax, nothing more, nothing less. But you know what? Next time, maybe I'll try the not thing. Probably not. I feel like I've taught myself to do it this way at this point. But maybe someday I'll try the not, because I like the idea of using words, but yeah, not that one. Alright, so this should fix that problem, or in one instance. Oh, good word. Yes, that's the word that I mean. Standardization. Exactly. Ooh, problem not resolved. All right, but let's keep digging. Let's keep digging. Maybe same problem. Same problem right there. Okay, cool. Let me make sure that is correct and stuff. So up here, and then just to confirm, we're in chunk to add. This is going to be in, yeah, that's the menu progress. Yep. If first terrain is level set to level current, it is absolutely, it should be set to level current. But I need to make sure that actually did that correctly. So if we come to block, we did say if is type's menu. All of these should be is type menu. So I'd be interested to know if some of these went by. So let me try that. Let's say that if that happens, this is how I can check to make sure that worked. I'm gonna come to the terrain controller here. If it's not set the same, so we want to look at the else. Oh gosh. Okay, if I want to say, where does this else go? Oh, that just does everything. That lets everything here run. Wait, this makes it delete it. So let me print this. I'm gonna say print is deleting. And let me see if that happens. So as long as that doesn't appear, everything should be okay. I was just getting some like random like pain on my upper lip. It was super weird. Okay. So let me see what is printing here, if anything. Why are you saving the scene? Don't do that. Don't do that. What the monkey? Godot! Where'd you go? Come back to me. Please. Okay, anything in the output? Nothing. Okay, so then tell me if it's seeing that it's the correct level. So I can get that out. Print correct level. I mean, it'd be interesting too if that's not even happening, if it's not even getting to that point. That would be interesting. Because one of those two should be printing or something, probably, right? Yes. So yeah, it's the correct level. So that is not an issue. And you can see it. These have. That's interesting because that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these. All 10 of them went past the player. That's what this is saying. First terrains marked as the menu level went past the player. So that definitely happened. Otherwise, that wouldn't have printed all those times. So what's happening is it's not going back into the terrain collector. That does help a little bit. Okay. Very interesting, honestly. Shocking. A shocking result. Wow. Not what I expected. So is it not reparenting here? To the collector menu? First terrain, reparent to collect. And the collector menu exists. We've set it up. It's definitely there. It knows that it's there. I almost need to check to see if they're reparenting somehow. So it must be coming through here. What I need to do is I need to check what does come through here. Oh, we do have some prints. Oh, right. We had all these prints from last time. Let me see what that says, what that puts out here. This was for something a bit different. But it might give us some relevant information for understanding what's happening here. Okay, bunch of information in there. A whole crap ton of information here. And there's another place too that we had this stuff in there. Here. Pop front for what gets removed. So let's comment that back in. Anywhere else that you've got it? Oh. Is this on menu or game? That looks like that's in game. So that one we definitely don't need. Okay, let's refresh it and see what it's adding and removing. It'd be helpful to know what it's reparenting or not reparenting. Interesting. Interesting that it's not popping anything. Did I do this in the right place? Oh, that's in game. That's why it's not popping anything. We gotta do this in the right place. Here. Okay, now try it. I think this is the right spot. There we go. All right, now we're printing the ones that are last popped. So right at the start, it pops terrain 0, set to level 0, and it parents it, and its parent is terrain controller. And then it adds it. Wait a minute. Interesting. Wow. Look at all these that are added into the terrain controller. There's a ton of things in here. Is type 0, type 3. I mean, if a block is type 3, which that would be menu type. So it's mixing in a bunch of safe ones, which is what 0 is. Why? Why would it have a bunch of safes already loaded in there? That's very confusing to me. So yeah, so it's typing these over here as 0. Right there is type 0. Strange. And there's one that's type 3. You can see the color. And then the color is black on, but then they're all, the color is all black on them. If I look here, it's super confusing. Oh. Okay, I just realized another problem that could be causing that. So remember when I added that enum and I set it to type menu? Yeah, so I only did that on one of them. I didn't do it on all of them. So here's is type menu. Come to this other one. This one is type safe. That's, oh God. Oh my God. Okay, so delete all of these. And I need to make new duplicates of all of these. None of them are typed as menu, except for one. So of course they're not being seen, and they're being seen as safe, which is wrong, and therefore they're not gonna be parented back to the collector, the correct collector. Oh my God, okay. Jeez. Duplicate to... That was, wow. Just gotta stare at all these different, you know, look at the different debug tools until something clicks. All right, we're gonna make 10 of these in here. And they're all gonna be typed correctly. So now we've got 10. And if we open up any one of these, hey Luera, honestly, I hesitate to say it's a breakthrough, but it certainly is one of the many possibilities that could be causing the problem. This is definitely one of the things that would cause the error that I'm having. It is. It's certainly one of the things. Whether it's the final thing that's causing my error, that I'm not sure. But I'm about to find out. And if it's not the final thing, I'll have to find the next thing. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's not. It's not. No. Okay, all right, cool. So that's how it's going. What? Oh, man, all right. Wow. 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 I was really hoping that would be a gotta love programming. You got to. You have to. It's the rule. You must. So yeah, why not this time? All right. So let's see if these types are different now. I mean, I'm a bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Okay, because if I go through all the types that are in the terrain controller here, amazingly, somehow, it's still seeing safes. Why would it load? It shouldn't be loading any safes in there at all. But look, there's way more type 3s now. There's a ton more type 3s that are coming in. I know on the shorts feed I can't quite show it as well as I want, but see this says type 3? I'm iterating manually through all of them. It now has a bunch of type 3s. Before it had like one. Now it's got a whole bunch of them. But it also has safes, which it shouldn't. So that's a bit confusing to me. And then the collector is still empty for some reason. Is it always empty? I guess it would be nice to see what goes in and out of the collector, if anything goes in there. So maybe what would be nice to print is every all the children that are in the collector menu. I don't know. Oh, man. Wow. Oh, my God. I can't believe that wasn't the last thing to fix it. Ooh, it's a toughie. So in here, I don't need really the chunk position information. What would be helpful... Oh, man. I don't even know. I'm just not going to print any of this here. Well, I'll keep some of this. Here, let me duplicate this in a way. We still want to say last added. We want to know the parent. Well, what I want to know is when it's... Not only is level, I would want to know the type. So chunk is type. Chunk is type. I don't particularly care about the position in this situation. There might be something else I care about. In this case, it is not that. So I'm just gonna do this. And then I'm gonna wanna do the same thing up here. Get rid of position. And instead of level, I wanna know the type that it is. And I'm curious what that outputs. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to wedge a main menu level in. And it functions a lot differently than everything else. There is something else that I've overlooked that I should probably deal with. But let's not think about that right now. Wow, and there you go. Peach, why? Because peach flavored drinks are good. Peach is a yummy flavor. So you can see that it's seeing some safes. And it's removing a safe from a collector. So safe is 0. That's what 0 means. It's removing a safe. 25. They gained a new friend. You know... Oh, that's because we have 2 instances, I think. That is interesting. That actually might be important now that you mention it. Now that you mention it. There might be something to look at there. But for now, so it removes a safe, and then it adds in a menu. And look, it sees it as the same thing. 6496, 6496. So why would the type be different? But these also aren't the same things. The same mesh instance. This is number 4. This is 34. And then it pops 4 again. And then it's 32. Then it pops 4 again. Oh, it's not adding the same thing back in. 649. This is wild. It keeps popping the same safe over and over again. I guess that's fine. But it's not, what it isn't doing is it's not popping any of the menu ones. So it's never getting assigned. to be re-added in later. Which is weird. It's like it's adding them into the terrain controller, and it's never popping it from the terrain controller. Why does it keep looking for this one? And how is it even popping it in the first place? It's just always 4. It's always 4. That's wacky. So that's very interesting that it's never popping a 3. Why wouldn't it ever pop a 3? So something that I feel like I need to deal with, in part. What's up, Camille? Godot best, then Unreal. You know, I feel that. I feel that. I like Unreal a lot. I feel that. Yeah, I love Godot. Unreal is useful for certain types of projects, for certain types of teams, you know? I wouldn't want to see, you know, the next Fortnite season to suddenly be made in Godot. Like, that would be ridiculous. Like, yes, stay in Unreal Engine. That's correct. Not a great example, but... But the next Slay the Spire? Yeah, let me see that in Godot. Yeah. So there's a couple key problems. One of them, what is that new error? Number 2, I am fundamentally doing something different, but I'm treating it the same. So for current safe chunks, we're setting these all in string names, current menu chunks. There's a big difference between these, okay? Because for level chunks points, there's an array. These are all arrays. For level chunks menu, it's not an array. Maybe I need to be making that an array. So why do I think that this is acceptable? To just make level chunks menu a string. I mean, ultimately, all that it's pulling is a string, which is this path. And it just changes looking for a different path. But I don't remember ever telling it that it doesn't have to look for an index here. So let me try some, this is a long shot, but what if I say equal, this is super weird. If I say equals an array, we add this in here. We're gonna do a little comma. And we're gonna add the same thing in there twice. Silly, I know. But I think it's one possible other place where there could be an issue. Oh, so then right here, we have to do the same thing. Oh, I did just like write this one differently. Chunks, obstacles. Wait, what? No. Wait. Current safe chunks equals level chunk safe. Current points chunks equals... Okay, this is really hard to read. Let me space these out. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Current menu chunks, right. So here we want to say level chunks menu and then level. Okay, so that would make that... But that's not going to make a difference. It was just like one thing that I made different, and I never like resolved that was different. Okay, that fixed nothing. All right, well, one other thing that we're doing to try to make it less bad, but not the thing that solves the problem. Got it. Understood. And we're still getting that extra little new error added in there too. Terrain controller progress terrain cannot take value from an empty array. Well, yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? We're getting that error. Of course we would be getting an empty array. Because it's emptying out the collector menu. And then it's not repopulating it. So we need it to put things back in there. So I need to look at our pop front situation here. Within the... yeah, the progress terrain menu. Because when it looks at the first terrain and it goes to pop it, for some reason, it's not popping any that are type 3. How? It's like there's still safes being put in by default. Maybe that's because chunk to add is being set up as safes here. And this needs to be something different. So I could say, what if we said this? I don't know if this is a solution to this problem at all. If you haven't been able to tell, I barely know what I'm doing. So what if in here we update this to collector menu? It might be too late by then, since it's on readying it. I think that by then it's too late. And it would need to on ready it differently. We need like a... I mean, I guess for the sake of trying it, I could just try change if that makes a difference, or the difference in this case. Then I should be able to just change this for now to menu, assuming that has anything to do with this problem. I can't imagine anybody still sticking with me through this. I mean, this is just a person banging their head against the wall. With no way to bring anybody into how to solve this problem with me. Yeah, that didn't even solve it anyway. But I'd be interested to know. And then it's still bringing in a bunch of type zeros. How? Why? Where are those zeros coming from? Where do they come from? Wild. No idea where they're coming from. Collector saves, yep. Yep, I gotcha, I understand. Yeah. Oh god, there's so many instances in here. Is it stream doesn't end until I fix this bug situation? I hope not. I hope I can learn to let go. Because I feel like my brain is actually unable to deal with this here. Oh. This is gonna spawn them in at the beginning. So this could be... Oh, this is actually where at the beginning they're respawning in. Okay, so what if I switch this to menu right now? Where, I hope I can learn to let go. But man, it feels like this should be solvable so quickly. I feel like it should be right there. So oh, it should be right there. It is right there. Okay. Oh man. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh man, I was like, but it's right there, it was right there. It was right there. Oh my god. All right, cool. Good. Okay. Wow. Just a friggin' beast. You know what would be nice is if there would have been a way to just like do that with like one click. Change one thing. You know, it's like, it's not magic numbers. It's like magic friggin', I don't even know. Something. Oh man. Okay. So now that was more of a test than anything else. So now I have to make that happen in a dynamic way. So first of all, I don't want this to be menu by default. I want to keep this as safes by default. If I do that, do we still get it to load in our main menu world with no issue? Yes or no? Like, oh my gosh. It's so hard to hit all the places that are relevant. Okay, yes, that looks perfect. It looks beautiful. That's exactly what it's supposed to look like. So that is where the starting chunks come in. So hard to remember that that's where that is. So we do want this to be safes if it's level 1. Or if we're in game. So this is where we need another statement where we say if is level type set to is, oh wait, yeah, level type right, and then in here if it's game, I guess we could do a match statement. Match is level type level type game, do it this way. Wait, how did we do that again? I already forgot. Dot, not bracket. Level type cutscene, I don't know yet, so that's just a hard pass for me. Level type menu. Now this only happens once, so this is a little ridiculous, but that's okay. This is actually unnecessary. I feel like we can actually just cut this entire code out. If I'm being honest with you, I think we can cut this code out 100%. Because this was only relevant when there wasn't a main menu. Now that there is a main menu, we don't need this. This was compensating for there not being a main menu, believe it or not. So I mean, I'll put this in here and we'll check to make sure it works. But I think I can just comment this out and bring it back if for some reason I think I need it. But I don't think this is relevant anymore. So I'm just gonna comment this whole thing out. Now, well, let's make sure. Okay, you know what? What if we don't comment? You know what? We'll just leave it in. You know what? Stay in there. We're not gonna, you know what? Nah, it can stay. You know what? Yeah, it's fine. Leave it in there. It works, it works. All right, so here's the next test. The next test is yeah, we're not gonna not worth it. If it works, it works. I'm gonna now try to move into the main game and make sure that's gonna load in smoothly. Here we go. We got a bunch of safe. A lot of safe. The main game isn't loading in now. Ah! Oh, there it is! It took a while. There's the game. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. So why did that take so long? Is it because the minimum is so high? Maximum is set to 7, but it's an export variable. Did I change that? No, it's 7. I mean, what if we just make it 1? Heck, what if I make it 0? So it just like skips all that code. So that's one thing, is it might take a while for the game to start, because the blue chunks are the safe chunks. That's not like much going on in the game itself. Alright, so we're gonna switch to the game now. There's the blue. It still adds in a crap ton. I think it's doing that same thing. Chunks. I think it must be adding in 9 plus 2 or so, and that's why we see so many blue. So I mean, I hate that. That's something to kind of try to figure out. I could say, for the game, what if we just say, I am psychedelic, yes. It's about an alien. I'm just gonna put this to 1. What if we just say 1? It's about an alien who is invading Earth and is tasked with abducting animals and humans for the glory of their civilization. I'll tell you about it. Hey, internet's back. Internet's back. Internet took a little trip there. Internet decided it wanted to go away. Yeah, thanks. I'll show you a little bit more about the game here. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's causing that problem right now. Yeah, it's me. My internet does that sometimes. So let me see if I can show you the game. One thing that could help with that, if we go to globals, this might break some things. Set the current level to 1. Let's see if this works. You're super new and we'll be learning Godot soon. Let's go! I love that. Yeah, I've chronicled my entire Godot learning journey from start to finish here on stream, and you know, I really love the Godot community. It's helped me learn so much quicker than I would have otherwise, which has been really nice. You know, reach out for help if you ever have problems, because people will do a good job at helping you. And look, we got our same problem back when we try to go to level 1. I started watching your first vid, then saw you were online. Oh, nice! The one where I first started Godot. That's crazy! That's wild! So, like, you saw where I first started and where I've ended up. That's cool. I love that. Let's go! Yeah. That's awesome. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. I love Godot. I've completely fallen in love with it, and you know, I can't imagine using anything else at this point. For now, you know, it feels like home. Honestly, that's so cool. Thanks for coming and seeing me live. I love that. Nice. I've got a problem now. Now I got a problem where the level 1 situation where I'm not exactly sure why I'm having that problem, but it expects us to be, because I built all of that on level 0. And so it now expects that we're gonna be on level 0. I have no idea why. I genuinely don't. What I could do, and this seems risky, and we might get an issue, But if I wanted to kind of work around that, I could say we do start out on level 0. And maybe when we press that button, it updates the level to be a different level. Which is kind of a wacky thing. So we would want to say level update emit at the same time that we change. I'm actually going to put these together. And we change to the menu, or from the menu to the game. Let's also say, take us to level 1. It might look a little weird, because there's also not going to be like a power-up thing. I don't know about this. This seems risky. Let's take a risk. All right, press this. Oh. And what's the issue? This will be interesting. Really? Really? Immediately, it doesn't... So it's changing... And... Maybe it's trying to reparent the menu ones, but it doesn't have anywhere to reparent those. Because we're on the game progress terrain, and I didn't update everything from the game progress terrain onto here. It doesn't know what to do, I think, when it sees a menu. Okay, there is something here. Well, actually, it's supposed to be reparenting it. In theory. But it should also be updating it. Chunk add. Hopefully, ideally, I'm working on things that I can explain to people, like what I'm up to. Like that's ideally the way this tends to work. But like when I'm doing terrain and like level loading stuff, the chaos gets really strong. You know, I think I'll just say this is a problem to resolve tomorrow. You know, there's been a lot of good progress here, and you know, I could just keep doing this, keep doing this, keep doing this. But I think this is fine to come back to another day. All right. Reparent in base nil. Chunk to add, get children, pick random. Yeah, I think I just have to puzzle it out later. I'm surprised that immediately it has an issue. So it must be having an issue with when it sees chunk add and chunk. So if I look at like the stack here, surely that's not null. Oh, well, it might be deleting them all instantly. I thought we did a protection against that by saying that in that collector, so when we do a level update, it might actually be deleting everything that's in there, but I thought I protected against that. Oh, I don't work on this game off stream. I only work on it on stream, and that's because not only because I want to chronicle it all and share it with you guys, but also because I have zero motivation to work on the game unless I'm live streaming. It just is what it is. like one of the main reasons why I live stream is because it gives me a time and a place and a motivation. Yeah, it gives me a time and place and a motivation to actually work on the game. If I'm not live streaming, I'll work on the game for like a minute or two, and then I'll get distracted and do something else. But because I'm here on this live stream and this is my task, I sit here and I do it. Yeah, it's my ADHD medication. Like, this is my Adderall. Live streaming is my Adderall for working on this game. It's not my Adderall for anything else, but only for working on this game. It's like, I know that I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna block out 6 to 10 hours to work on this game. And so I sit here and I do it. I know that somebody might see it I know that I'm gonna know that that video is out there on YouTube, and I want to make sure that I did this one thing that entire time. And so it gives me that motivation to keep working. Yeah, it might help. It might help. Like, it changed everything for me when it came to working on games. It made it possible for me, you know? And I love making content. I love live streaming. There's so many more benefits besides concentration. But it's like the main thing. Also, welcome Festus. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. You got undiagnosed ADHD? That's super possible. I believe you. I believe you. You're diagnosed, but you have undiagnosed? Okay. Yeah, I've been diagnosed since I was a weein'. Oh, you're unmedicated. Yeah, I used to be medicated, but then financially, I wasn't able to keep up with it. And not only financially, but there was a lot of layers to it. And I actually found that I liked not being medicated, except for things like this. But, you know, again, I found live streaming really helps me concentrate. So it works out. Oh, I mean, you know, we have to be kind to ourselves. Like, you know, it's a developmental disability. Like, our brains just didn't develop in the same ways as people who don't have ADHD. And that's okay. It causes a lot of struggles, but for sure. But you know, we also deserve to still be kind to ourselves despite those struggles. But believe me, I understand what you're saying. Something that I've started to try to do is to not say, like, you know, my brain is an idiot or I'm an idiot, but like, I feel like an idiot. I feel like my brain is an idiot, right? And it sounds like pointless, but it makes me, it's like, it's less self-deprecating. It's like, I'm not labeling something as bad. I'm just being honest and saying that I feel like something is bad, you know? Anyway, I don't know if that means anything to you, but I resonate with thinking about things that way. I do understand that. All right, good night to you in Ghana. I'm so glad you came through and stopped by, Festus. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. I think despite my desire to dig into this a little more, I am going to have plenty of time to work on this tomorrow. So I think I will work on this tomorrow. I am gonna put it in the version that works for now. Although I'm not sure if I do want to show you the game. You're autistic ADHD, so your brain is really neurodivergent. Yeah, same. Likewise, also autistic ADHD. Totally understand. And I understand being sarcastic. You know, there's ways that we cope with those things that we're dealing with. And sarcasm can help us cope with it. And I know a lot of y'all out there can be very sarcastic about that stuff. But, you know, for me personally, I've found that some of that sarcasm was actually a way to hurt myself and to, like, punish myself for not being good enough. And it's been helpful to me mentally to just try to be kinder. But I also understand, you know, you're just trying to get by and do your best. And so, you know, we can't always be changing all the little ways that we speak about ourselves and things. What happens if I mean, can I even, like, go on to the next level? I feel like the game is broken, no? Yeah, because it, oh wait. Oh, look, it's mixing them all in together though. And then it crashes. Oh, the game is a little broken right now. I do know a way to fix it. I do know a way to fix it. So I'll puzzle this out tomorrow. Here's how I'm gonna fix it for today. The way we're gonna fix it for now is by making sure that we set it to the game type. So that way it doesn't go to the menu, it skips the menu. It's a work in progress. It's gonna take time, but we'll get there. Today, I feel like there was some good progress. So, by the way, in this game is about being an alien who is invading Earth. And you are tasked with abducting as many things as you can. Animals, humans, and you drag it up into this orb up here. You have a minimum number of abductions that you have to get in each level. And you destroy things to find the stuff to abduct and things like that. You also have some limb damage that you suffer, and it will make you have less abilities and stuff. Yeah, it has a very long arm. Now that hasn't all been implemented yet, but you can see the limbs sort of shrinking a little bit. So in theory, this would make your arm not be able to get as long or something. So there I just died, and the game started over. And now you can see it's not loading as many safe spaces in at the beginning. So there's a lot to refactor, because I'm gonna have to make that, or reprogram, because that needs to, instead of starting you there, that would need to put you back at the main menu where you load in. So there's a lot to work on. But yeah, so that's kind of the general idea of the game, and then it's gonna be like a roguelike. So as you pick power-ups, or after the level ends, or you get enough abductions for the end of the level, then you're going to get to choose 1 of 3 power-ups. So that's how I started out this stream today. I started out by improving the power-up system a little bit. Wow, that's a long load there. Oh my. What? What else have we broken? What in the world has broken? Invalid gate index 2 on base array, current menu chunks. Oh, don't worry about current menu chunks. Right, there is no 2 on here. Wow. So I have to add that in for every level? There has to be a potential menu? That's silly. Oh, okay. Well, we got some things to think about. So what, you want me to put this in here 12 times? All right, I'll do it. I don't care, doesn't matter to me. Yeah, whatever. I can put something in there 12 times. Do I look like someone who can't put something in 12 times? Like, I think I can handle that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Easy. Done. 12 things. Okay, so now it should let me... Can I even continue after fixing that? Yeah, Godot, there we go. So, today, what I set up... See you later, Psychedelic Kid, it was nice seeing you. Thanks for stopping in. Today, what I set up was being able to click on these and not only get that power-up or whatever, but it removes the power-up from the list of possible power-ups. So we click the smiley face there. The smiley face should never come back again. Oh, is it? It's still gonna run into that error probably until I reload the game. All right, stop it, restart it. That was how I started out the stream, was making sure that the power-ups removed themselves from the power-ups list. And that does indeed happen now. So we'll just go out of the debug level. We level up. We're gonna grab our power. That was the up arrow. The up arrow will never come back again. I'm gonna cheat the points up here, and then it's gonna move us to level 2. We're gonna pick the target. The target will never come back again. Let's level our way up to level 3. Power menu's gonna drop down. Get the down arrow. That one never comes back. So that was the setup today. I also added a bunch of new power-ups. Not that they do anything, but there's icons. Let's get rid of those arrows to the right. They'll never come back. I added a bunch of new placeholder power-ups in there. And these 3 orbs, that's gone. It's never coming back. And then I decided I was gonna make a main menu. And that is not so easy. Let's get rid of this equals sign. That is not so easy considering what we already have set up. Trying to wedge that in and make it kind of be a different level, that's a whole thing. But guess what? It did kind of work. And I'm gonna continue that progress tomorrow. No more star. The star will never come back up as a power-up. Very nice progress on that. I could have done it without. I could have done it without you guys, but it would have taken me 3-4 times as long. So thank you everybody for your help and making this go so much more smoothly. I appreciate all of that. No more smiley face. See you later, smiley face. You'll never come back. And so then by this point, the pool is much smaller. We could even try to make sure that the circle is in the pool. Let's get rid of that hexagon. There's 12 levels, so we're almost at the end here of these levels. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it. Circles in there. Let's keep the boxes in there. So it has a smaller and smaller range of stuff that it can do. That's it. There's no more levels after that. So the game will crash. Because, oh wait, this one, oh wait, that's just because I didn't actually add 12 on here. Hold on. I was like, we have one more level left. There's one more level left. All right, add that in there, save that, then hit continue. There we go. That's our final power-up list there. Godot, no, don't you crash, you freak. How dare you? Don't you dare. Okay, hold on. I actually can save it, so we're actually fine. It's actually okay. How dare you? I'm saying goodbye. You're not allowed to crash when I'm saying goodbye, Godot. That's just wrong. All right, hold on. Let's just make sure we save everything. And then I can honestly just never press this. If I never press this, I think everything will be fine. So I'm just not gonna press that. We're gonna ignore that that's there. But what I did get done as far as the main menu goes is we have a main menu thing. Godot just wants to join in. Oh, it's kind of nice when you put it that way. If I come to the terrain controller here and we say it starts as a menu, it's gonna be a main menu. It's gonna be a main menu. Now, I can't go from that main menu to the game yet, but that's what we're gonna work on tomorrow. That's what we're gonna work on tomorrow. We kinda can, but it eventually falls apart. So there it is. This is the main menu zone. It actually works. It actually exists. It's real. I didn't make it up. There it is, main menu zone. And then in theory, we can start the game. So, but then it crashes, so we gotta fix that. I'm so glad you did too, Solon. That's so nice of you. Thank you for saying hello, I appreciate it. So I'm gonna come back tomorrow to try to do some magic to get this to actually be a main menu with buttons that will get us there. I'm sure we can make it. I'm sure we can. Big shout out to everybody who supports this channel. I really appreciate it. I have not updated I still haven't updated my lists here. If you're watching the Shorts feed, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Shorts feed, good night. Thank you for watching over there. I'm gonna head out. Head over to the widescreen stream if you wanna see what's going on over here. Olaf Zepf belongs on that list, by the way. I forgot to add Olaf. I still have to update that. It's been like a month. Oh, you know who else? Milo's on that list. I really need to update these lists. I've been busy. And then, of course, on YouTube, A's Hall. I still haven't added A's Hall to this list, but A's Hall should be on that list. You can support this channel by joining right here on YouTube. You'll get access to a bunch of new cool things, so thank you if you're willing to do that. I appreciate it. And by the way, if you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button, that's an easy way to support this channel, like right now. You can support this channel right now by just hyper smashing that thumbs up button. Thank you for doing that, I appreciate it. Solon has been using GDevelop. Nice, I love GDevelop. Just starting the last couple of months, but I love watching this Godot stream and stuff. Thank you, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna do another 8 approximately hours working on this game, so maybe I'll see you there. Hyper subscribe, all that stuff, absolutely. And if you are one of these wonderful people who are watching the stream after it ends, thank you. Yes, subscribe. You're already here to the end of the whole thing. You might as well subscribe. But I have a special thing for y'all who made it this far. And if you tap or click in the bottom left, you'll actually be able to watch the last live devlog that I did. If you tap or click in the bottom right, you can see the next one. And I hope that I see you there. Good night, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll get this main menu. I believe we can get this main menu. I think we can. It's possible.